It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorites. I was gonna make a dark joke. Maybe I shouldn't.
Burn survivor.
Yeah, something about the fire. I was gonna say he is not flame retarded. Adam Friend.
What's up, everybody? Look, I'm still alive. No fires got close to me. A friend of the show, Anna Kasparian, I think, was evacuated, which
Yes,
totally fucking
geez,
sucks.
terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Terrible.
And I think she went to stay with family, and I think they almost got evacuated. So fucking insult to injury, right? But they seem to be. I was telling Sitch I was up all night, kind of periodically checking in. They had all the news stations had helicopters above the fire and were doing a live feed, so you could kind of see at any given time what the situation was. And they were trying to hold the fire from coming into the valley, holding it at Mulholland Drive, the famous Mulholland Drive from the movies and whatnot. And everyone in the valley was just kind of sitting on sitting on their hands, hoping the wind didn't come up again, because a lot of people were saying that it might. So, but I think we're out of the woods. I think they did manage to hold the line, and I don't think it's going to be a big deal anymore. But get ready, because Oscars is just about a month away, and it's going to be an entire shit show, because you're going to have the rich elites, who I guarantee their $100 million stock portfolio didn't go up in flames. They're going to be sitting there going, oh my God, me. Oh. They're going to be valorizing themselves to no end. They're going to have massive levels of TDS, and they're going to lecture all of us about climate change. So get ready. Yeah.
Right. Yep. That's all true. They'll probably do a charity, though. One hopes, at least.
Whoa. Oh my God. One would hope, but
one would hope. Yeah.
Look, But
there's going to be a lot of climate change, not a lot about like just the horrible mismanagement of the city in terms of clearing out the brush, in terms of making sure water pressure and there's enough water and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's so many clips going around of Gavin Newsom just lying straight to people's faces, which is just unbelievable. We have a used car salesman for a governor, so.
Well, he's always seemed like he's got that vibe to him.
Yeah. Anyway, what are we talking about today? Let's get to the video. What's taking so long? Let's get into the real topic. Everyone's sick of this fire stuff.
Today we're watching, this is a video from Genetically Modified Skeptic. Okay.
Was he genetically modified by an mRNA vaccine?
He was. He used to be very Christian, and then he got the vax, and then now he became atheist.
Right.
Like that's what happens. Okay. It's very sad. Many such cases.
Thank you, Trump.
Yes. And now this is an interesting video. Ace in the chat says he recommended this to us. I don't remember, but I'll give him credit for it.
Okay.
Thank you for recommending this video. This is why I turned down working with Richard Dawkins. And so he made this whole video kind of like bragging about how like, he knows the right people and has the right connections to talk with Richard Dawkins, but he's so moral. I'm such a moral person that I turned it down, and here's why. Let me do a bunch of straw man bad faith of Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, it's hilarious. They go deep into the trans thing. It's obviously like he's motivated by trans activism, which is completely hilarious, because just all he does is cherry pick the case studies that make his claim, and he doesn't even address any of the counterclaims against him, which I thought we were talking about science in the atheist community, right? I thought we were all pro-science, right?
Well, there's an interesting part at the end of this video where he's like, there was a split in the atheist community in like 2012-ish, and it was the Atheist Plus movement, and it was sort of like the precursor for all the woke stuff. And it kind of split between, like, it revealed that there was a group of people that are atheists because they're like literally just don't believe in God for whatever reason, and they usually tend to be more like, I'm more science-minded. I'm more like, logical. I want things to be based in science and empiricism and things of that nature.
That's like 10% of the atheists.
Right. And then there's like another part of it, which is more like, oh, I'm atheist because Christianity is an oppressive religion towards like women and minorities, or religion in general is just oppressive towards women and minorities.
Yes. And so that's the feminist group who are like, religion is patriarchal, therefore I hate religion, so it's not really a science thing, it's just an anti-religious thing.
Right. And it definitely seems like at the end of this, that this guy here is firmly in that camp because he starts talking about like, oh, Richard Dawkins doesn't use his power to, to fight for the oppressed and speak against the systems of oppression and blah, blah. I'm like, oh my God, what is this?
There's also the libertarian type who is like, religion tells me what to do, right? I can't curse. I got to wear certain clothes, right? So that they become anti-religious as well sometimes.
Right.
Like there's all these different factions. And look, for those of you who can remember Atheist Plus from the deep dark days of like the 2017s, a lot of these people joined the atheist community when they could all finally communicate with one another via the internet. And they all thought, oh, we're all atheists. We all have everything in common, not realizing that there were these very substantive philosophical differences between each of the groups. So I think the feminists tried to take over atheism, and they said, look, if you're not a good feminist, you're not a good atheist, right? And I think that kind of made people think, well,
what is
fuck
this?
Feminists. Like,
well, yeah, I think it all got, it all spawned off of the stupid elevator story. But anyway, enough about that. So let's jump in this video here.
Yes. I have no sound. What's going on here?
Oh, you have, last time we were watching something,
right.
turn the sound off. Yeah.
Okay, let's fix that.
Okay.
There we go. Let's try
Got
it.
I'm in downtown Austin, Texas, right across from the Moody Theater, one of the larger venues in town. Richard Dawkins is in there right now, getting ready to deliver one of his last public speeches in the U.S. ever. I could be in there right now, maybe even on stage with him, but instead, I'm just out here.
It's so weird he has that hand in his pocket because he could be patting himself on the back with that. That's basically what he's doing here, right? Oh, I'm so good. I care so much about the marginalized community of transgender people.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Confucius say, a man with hand in pocket feel cocky all day.
I was out. Look, he's going for the pocket pull, huh? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that. Save that stuff for when you're home alone, Drew. Jeez.
Let me tell you why. All the way back in May 2024, I received an email from Desh Amila.
So wait, did he went out to that venue just to film that, just to film himself saying, I could be in there, but I'm not?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We call that in the business pretentious, creating an air of often undeserved importance or distinction. Okay.
I mean, I guess it's like a good cinematic technique. Sure. All right.
Yeah.
An event organizer and media producer in the new atheist and intellectual dark web space. Hi, Drew. I hope you're well. I know your YouTube show doesn't have an interview segment, but would you be interested in speaking to Richard Dawkins? He has a new book titled The Genetic Book of the Dead coming out in September and will be on tour in North America.
Now are emails like this private? Do you think this is like a kind of
there's nothing in there that's like,
yeah,
bad,
but I mean,
he's not like, hi, Drew, what's up, my N-word?
I don't know. It's weird. But he's doing it so he can humble brag. Look how important I am. I'm a very important person in the atheist community. Look at me.
Yeah, I guess what's the point of showing, like, if he just said, oh, I was invited, maybe he thinks people would be like, no, you weren't. Like, they wouldn't trust him, so he has to show the email specifically. I don't know.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay. You're very important. You're a very, very important person. Okay.
Right. Well, there's a part near the end of this where the other guy that he brings in is like, oh, you're such a good person for doing this and not talking to Richard Dawkins. You're so wonderful.
Right. You're such an important atheist grifter.
Cheers, Desh. Now, I actually do interview people on my channel pretty regularly, almost always scholars of religious studies. If I had Richard Dawkins on, it would, at bare minimum, get me a ton of views. New Richard Dawkins content still does really well on Atheist YouTube. At some point, I learned that Dawkins
Dude, what I would give to see Richard Dawkins just slap this fucking kid around. That would be so good. Because he would try to pull some nonsense, and Richard Dawkins would just be like, completely take him down a peg. It'd be hilarious.
North American tour, for which Desh was manager, would have multiple stops in my state and involve friends of Richard Dawkins who would share the stage with him during the event. I also knew that not every guest spot had been filled. Look, while Dawkins almost definitely doesn't know who I am, I've been in the atheist space for a while now. Dawkins and I have shared mutual friends in real life. I know people who were involved behind the scenes in the Dawkins tour, and I've worked with a few of the friends that did eventually co-host with him. This led me to think that if I...
What was that like slow comedy pan in? Did you notice that? Like, look, just look this. There's like last.
I know people
like
who were involved
pan.
behind the scenes in the Dawkins tour, and I've worked with a few of the friends that did eventually co-host with him. This led me to think,
like, usually that means that something like dramatic is going to happen, or like a joke is like, right? It means something in like the language of cinema. Something should have happened there.
It's this kind of, oddly enough, this kind of stuff is rewarded way more than I'm comfortable with. It's just, I could never do something like this. It's like, I am such a fucking important person here.
Right.
Let me tell you about how important I am.
Well, it's weird. He keeps saying the word friends with like this weird emphasis. Like he's finger quoting, like,
right.
But why is that? Why is that finger quoting? What?
Yeah.
He's not really friends with these people. He's trying to say like, fuck these people. Like,
You're
what is
right.
that? He's like, I have friends
No.
that are Richard Dawkins friends, but they're not really my friend. Like, what does that mean?
Friends means like internet friends, acquaintances.
Yeah, it's kind of shitty. Like this guy reaches out to you and he's like, oh, hey, do you want to talk to Richard Dawkins? Like he's doing you a fucking favor. And you're like, I have a friend.
Yeah,
Finger quote friend.
That's what I was saying.
Jeez.
He thinks he's a bad guy just for working with Richard Dawkins. Obviously, like the transphobe Richard Dawkins. This is their go-to move on everyone. It's just like separate themselves and shun them. So stupid. Yeah. Remember when the atheist community was about, look, we want to make arguments. We want to convince people through argumentation. Now it's like, I'm going to stand in front of this place and tell everyone how I am distancing myself from this person and not going to talk to them.
Right.
Think that if I pushed for it, I could get that interview with Richard Dawkins for my channel, and then maybe have a shot at being one of the friends to co-host an event on his North American tour. I have a decently sized platform, and I'd absolutely have people to vouch for me. Just getting next to someone as famous as Dawkins, especially in an official capacity, would definitely boost my popularity and secure me a lot of new donors, who would perceive me to be at least adjacent to the level of intellectualism they think Richard Dawkins embodies. For an atheist content creator, there's hardly a bigger celebrity or career-making opportunity than this. Now,
is atheist content a big draw these days? I haven't looked at his numbers recently, but it seems like that's pretty passé at this point.
If he had talked to Richard Dawkins, he'd be living in Hassan's mansion right now.
Look, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. What you're selling, I'm not buying it.
Right. But he, you know, since he's such a moral person, he said, no, you can't buy me off, Richard Dawkins. Not with your bloody transphobe money.
Well, I think the science has kind of flipped on the atheist activists, because I think a lot of the science really supports the believer narrative that, you know, even if you don't believe in God, you're probably going to live a happier, healthier life if you do. So their whole argument was, no, believing untrue things makes your life completely fall apart, when it's probably closer to the opposite. So they're just in a bad state. And I think really a lot of the smarter people, a lot of the smarter atheists kind of realized that they were pushing against science. Like the science was really against their narrative, their argument. So they kind of stepped away from the atheist community. And all you have left are like the dumb fucking haters who are just, they're watching this because they hate people. They perceive of anyone who's religious as a Republican or a conservative. Right. So those are the only people left. All the smart people moved on. Like he lists in this video a bunch of really smart content creators that are talking to Richard Dawkins, right? Who have really smart audiences who like interesting stuff to do with science and social science and stuff like that. Those are not the people who are listening to Drew. Right.
No,
Drew
well, he
like,
says all those people are evil.
Yeah. Drew is like the bottom feeder fucking dum-dums. That's the people watching Drew.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you disagree?
I mean, I haven't watched enough of his content. So I just seen
Look,
like, I
there's
think
a-
it's like I've seen like this video, and I like watched one other video. They're
Yeah.
both pretty stupid. So I mean,
Yeah, they are
based
stupid.
on those,
They're
not a
totally
good showing.
stupid. Yes. Yeah.
As you might know if you watch my channel regularly, I think
You have a lot of time on your hands if you watch his channel regularly.
Dawkins' discourse on religion is of very poor quality, and I actively dispute his approach.
Dawkins' discourse on religion is a very poor quality. The guy who wrote the fucking God Delusion.
Yes.
Oh my God. This is so weird. This is so weird.
How many purple and orange backgrounds has Richard Dawkins sat in front of? Okay, that's the real measure of a man's worth.
Right, yeah. You got to have a good metrosexual background going.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you got to show off your silver play button. Which I think, it's funny. I've been seeing people post the silver play button, and I think there's actually shrinkage on the silver play button. It used to seem like those things were pretty big.
Oh, they made them smaller now? Oh, that
And they
sucks.
do. They seem like smaller to me.
Hmm.
Either that or the people holding them up are giants. I can't tell.
I also have a background in psychology, including human sexuality, and oppose the current moral panic surrounding queer issues.
Okay, Sitch.
The moral panic
Right.
there's a moral panic right now. Is a
About
background in
queer issues.
sexuality, whatever that
Mhm.
means.
Yeah.
He says this a lot, and I actually found a tweet where he's like, I have like a master's in psychology and sexuality.
Does
Shut
he
your
have a
mouth.
master's?
I don't. He said something.
No,
like
he
that.
has an undergraduate degree in psychology.
He said something. I
Let's
was like,
be-
what? I'm
let's
like, that
be
doesn't
realistic.
seem right.
It's not Dr. Drew here, okay?
No.
He's got some undergraduate degree. It's hilarious. It's totally hilarious because psychology is where the atheists are wrong so much of the time. Yeah. So much of the current sociological and psychological studies are just totally against their worldview.
Mhm.
So I take issue with the misinformation Dawkins
Okay, wait, I
very
found the
actively
tweet.
spreads.
Okay, good.
He says he has a degree in psychology and has studied human sexuality and gender at the master's level.
That doesn't mean he has a master's.
I guess you're right. That's like
yeah,
saying
that
that,
means
I
he
was
dropped out of the fucking master's program.
That's like saying that I'm a Vietnam time vet, right?
Yeah, Vietnam times veteran. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, look, if he had a master's degree, he would say, I have a master's in psychology.
Right.
Yeah. He wouldn't be saying, I studied I took a human sexuality class at the master's level right before I dropped out and started my YouTube channel. Realized the real money was in atheist grifting.
Right. I mean, listen, I got an undergrad in psychology. They hand that shit out like candy. Like, okay.
They hand out the doctorates like candy. Are you kidding me?
I know. I know.
including human sexuality, and oppose the current moral panic surrounding queer issues. So, I take issue with the misinformation Dawkins very actively spreads about women and trans people.
Stop moral panicking people, Sitch. Oh my God. The moral panic.
It's funny that this whole, like, how dare they do a moral panic about queer issues when they should be doing a moral panic about the people doing the moral panic about queer issues. Don't you know that we're living under threat of Hitler? All these kids are gonna Minecraft themselves unless you can give them the hormones.
If you are not in a moral panic about some 21-year-old elementary school teacher telling your kid that they're born in the wrong body and really they're transgender,
right?
Then you are not paying attention. Okay, you. There is a reason to be in a moral panic over that shit because it's happening all the time. Yes.
Right.
So look, that's called prudent behavior, not a moral panic. Look, and Drew would say, but maybe your kid is transgender. Maybe the 21-year-old elementary school teacher who's undermining your authority as a parent, maybe they're correct. Maybe you're the bad guy. Maybe you don't care about your kids. That's the kind of idiocy. Look, I can't stand this. To frame it as a moral panic
right.
when you're the fucking idiot who's basically spreading nonsense.
But it's
Evil.
It's interesting to me that these people don't. They say this all the time. They say, "Oh, there's a right-wing moral panic, constantly." And it's like, okay, you understand that you're in a moral panic yourself. The entire trans craze is based around a moral panic that, oh my God, every young child needs to be taught and educated that, they have to discover their gender for themselves, that their sex was not observed by a doctor. It was assigned to them by some sort of oppressive, systemic hierarchy of patriarchy. God. Like, that's the moral panic.
You're so correct. You're so correct. Look, and he would lose his mind if a 21-year-old Christian was saying, oh my God, aren't you worried about your eternal soul? Don't you want to turn your life over to Jesus so you won't burn in hell forever? Like, it's their religion.
I know.
Oh, it's so ironic that they can't see that.
Yep.
That they're embedded in a anti-science religion.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Richard Dawkins is coming around going, I put one religion out of my life already. I'm not ready to adopt another one. You fucking moron. But look, he's the good one. He's the one preaching to the choir, patting himself on the back, getting all self-righteous on the internet. Oh my God. It's funny because was a big Christian, like a total holy roller. Mm-hmm. And this always happens, right? You can take the person out of the religion, but you can't take the religion out of the person. So he needs to be a holy roller, but he's decided that the Christian faith isn't actually true. So he wants to adopt a true religion where, people can be born in the wrong body and they have to discover their own gender identity. It's just another form of religion.
I thought about accepting the interview to challenge him on these issues. If you've seen this video from Rationality Rules, though, you know that Dawkins does not accept challenging interviews, particularly on the topic of sex and gender.
You see, after a few back and forths, he told me that he's done with the whole trans and gender subject and doesn't want to discuss it anymore. And it's for this reason that he won't break bread with me.
So, I thought...
Look, hold on, we gotta
he's done.
That. I've now had enough of this subject and prefer to devote my time to what, Sitch? What does he say there?
Science.
To science. He's basically calling you out. He's saying, listen, if you guys are ready to look at the science of this transgender movement of yours, maybe we can have a conversation. But you don't want to do that.
With the whole...
Also, I wouldn't trust Rationality Rules characterization of this email from the single sentence, right? Because he could have been like, I've had enough of this, feminist trans nonsense you're feeding me, and I prefer to spend my time on science. That doesn't mean necessarily as like, or maybe, I mean, he could be right. Maybe Richard Dawkins totally pushed out the conversation, which if that's the case, listen, I don't support that at all. You should definitely defend, I think you should definitely defend these ideas in public. But just based on this one line, I don't trust Rationality Rules at all.
Trans and gender subject and doesn't want to discuss it anymore. And it's for this reason that he won't break bread with me.
So, I thought, maybe I won't reveal my intentions to talk about the subject beforehand. I'll make nice for a bit, ask easy questions, and then challenge him about the misinformation he spreads as a so-called rationalist critical thinker.
I don't have a religion, but I think if I had one, it would be the religion of reality.
Obviously, I decided against this plan. Here's how that interview would realistically go, in my estimation. The interview would be going fine, and then I'd catch him off guard. He'd probably flail a bit.
My God, Sitch, this is incredible. The levels of cringe in this video are epic.
Do you think he got sniffed out?
Headcanning this all.
I know. Do you think that he got sniffed out and they turned him down and he's like made up this whole story after the fact?
I have no idea. He's like, I would be the great and powerful atheist avenger.
I'd be running circles around Richard Dawkins. He's in the shower, like, all my arguments would be running circles around Richard Dawkins. I just destroy him too bad. I was like, no, for his sake, I can't. I won't.
This is so bad.
He's
Oh,
an old
God.
man. He's no longer the young warrior he once was on the battlefield. It wouldn't be worth honor to vanquish him at this stake.
Renowned, internationally famous science educator would be flailing about. God, Richard Dawkins has to be tired of hearing these stories. It's like Michael Sherman always talks about the letters that he gets from these people who are like, I've discovered an entirely new physics, right?
Yeah, right.
Richard Dawkins is looking at these interactions in the same way. They're like, he's like, oh my God, the 72 genders crowd, the sex assigned at birth crowd. He's a fucking evolutionary biologist.
I know.
That stuff has to drive him crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Sex assigned at birth? Oh my God.
And then those who already dislike him would laugh. While Dawkins has repeatedly spoken about women and trans issues online, he's not very articulate or knowledgeable about the subject, and usually lets his guests or co-host do most of the talking while he provides affirmation.
There are significant numbers of men who find it very sexy to think of themselves as lesbians. Probably as many of those as there are actual lesbians.
This is Helen Joy. She's written a book. I believe it's called Trans. Amazing book. Everyone should read it. She definitely knows what she's talking about and has researched the subject very, very well. Obviously, Drew is not going to address any of her arguments and has probably never read her book. So that's a level of incompetence we're dealing with here.
He did watch the interview, though.
Oh, okay. Brilliant.
Yes.
Can I shake your hand?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot of work.
You're like, well, you know, these people come into your spaces and now it's not a lesbian space anymore.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't think he'd have much to say if I pointed out the inextricable connection between the current moral panic surrounding trans people, in which he participates, and the moral panic over supposed Satanism stoked by QAnon.
Do you guys support the satanic?
Yeah, totally bad faith.
He's like, I don't think you have a lot to say if I said, hey, your moral panic is like this other thing that's completely unrelated on a completely different, topic, that someone thinks that there's people putting satanic imagery in the clothing store, in the clothing section of Target.
Yes.
And you're right. Richard Dawkins wouldn't have much to say about that because that's retarded, because that's stupid. You'd be like, what? What? Fuck you. What are you talking about? Just because a person who believes something totally fucking crazy and stupid happens to agree with someone else on some other issue doesn't automatically say, oh, well, then they must be wrong about this because some crazy person agrees with me.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous.
This is such a bit, like, for someone who sort of holds himself as like this, oh, I'm so
science, yeah,
I'm so high-minded science, I have such high esteem for myself. This is like one of the most basic bitch, boring, I thought we got rid of this nonsense fallacy from like 2015 internet debate lord sphere. Oh, the Hitler drinks water bad.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, are you for real here? Like, come on.
We're dealing with morons. I'm telling you. Why does Richard Dawkins want to send across for a moron lecturing him about all this insanity?
Right.
It's just so stupid. Look, and I don't have tangible numbers, but just I would guesstimate you could probably go into any elementary school and look at least 50% of the teachers, especially the young teachers, and ask them, well, do you think people are born in the wrong body? Do you believe in this gender ideology? And they would say yes. They would totally say yes.
Yeah.
They see themselves as activists. They're like, look, we got to transition these kids early so that they pass. So we got to sniff them out. Look, they're out there. The transgender people are out there. We need to get in this early. 3 years old, 10 years old. Wherever they're at, find them. Based on no scientific evidence whatsoever.
Satanic pride propaganda? You support the propaganda that's targeting the kids? You support the sexualization of kids?
See, since he knows some psychology, I don't think he's innocent. He knows what he's doing. He's completely priming the audience for this nonsense. Yeah.
Richard, Doc, you know those cringy retards that go and harass random Target employees who
Mm-hmm.
have no control over what's being sold in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's like Richard Dawkins. I mean, Richard Dawkins has never done anything like it, but those people would agree with Richard Dawkins on this. So therefore, Richard Dawkins must be wrong.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Through pride propaganda. Open Satanists, guys, that's what we're going to get up against, is open Satanists like her.
So now we say to little, what you used to call a sissy boy, that little boy now thinks that he's meant to be a girl. And teachers may say that's not what I'm telling him, but it is what they're telling him.
His flailing or anger toward me would...
I watched that interview, Dawkins, Helen Joyce interview. It is very interesting. And we'll play some clips of it later. And he asked her part of why she got involved in all this stuff. And part of it, and part of her feelings on this is because she has a gay child. And she feels like that a lot of gay children are being kind of pushed down a pathway of transitioning when they don't need to transition. They just need to, be openly gay, and then they'll be fine, have a happy life. And it seems to me pretty gross for Drew to conflate a mother who sort of has these feelings about her own child and this is just some fucking, retard TikTok, far religious influencer who's accusing Target employees of being satanic.
Yeah, it's totally bad faith. Shit, if you read A Time to Think, the inside story of the collapse of the Tavistock gender service for children, that book, a bunch of people inside the Tavistock clinic would talk all the time about parents that would come in and how they would feel so much more comfortable with a trans kid than a gay kid, because they would think people will just think this is like a normal kid. Like they would perceive them as cis.
Right.
So
she talks about that in the interview with Richard Dawkins too.
Yeah. So I just look, they even asked, a lot of people had this moral crisis. They're working at the gender clinic trying to do good in the world. And they're asking themselves, are we transing away the gay? Or is this something that we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
They even did a big investigation because of the employees there. And the investigation, showed that what they were doing wasn't necessarily good. And they buried the fucking investigation that the clinic did.
Right.
All of this stuff is out there. Look, and people know now. A lot of reputable journalists are talking about it. If you don't know this shit because you're in some ideological bubble created by Drew the fucking atheist, you're stupid. You're fucking stupid. Okay. Sorry. Look, Sitch, I got to call it like it is. These dum-dums are the ones that are causing the problem. They are. And they're so self-righteous about it. They're never going to see the truth. They're never even going to look for the truth. Oh, this video is infuriating.
Probably be momentarily gratifying for those on my side of things, but it wouldn't actually further our goals. No one watching would learn anything new about the issues we care about and then change their mind about Dawkins and his harmful rhetoric. This is far from a trivial issue either. Anti-trans rhetoric has a real-world impact on people with basically no social or political power to stop it. Dawkins and his collaborators paint trans people as insane with discussion.
He just said that trans people have no societal power whatsoever. And yet it's okay, this is a population of the country that's, I don't know what it's now. It's definitely risen substantially
it's 5%.
in the young population. But before it was a point, 0.025%, some astronomically tiny percentage of people. And yet they have all this fucking power and control in the, the woke sphere, that entire school systems had to change the entire way that they would teach children about gender and sex. So they had to be oh, well, maybe you weren't born the correct gender that aligns with your sex. Maybe your doctor was wrong when they said that you're born this way. How can they have such little power? And yet so many schools had to completely reshape their entire curriculum. We as America had to reshape the entire way we think about the basic concept of a man and a woman just for this insanely tiny population of people. And yet I'm supposed to believe that they have no systemic power.
Yeah, we have to put the entire population of children at risk because of this nonsense. That's horrendous. That's horrifying. Yeah. Look, I don't deny that there are trans people in the world. I don't deny that that's like a phenomenon that exists. And look, if adults want to transition, fucking knock yourself out. I don't give a fuck. Okay. But the idea that you're going to plant these ideas into impressionable children who are out there, you know, trying to form their identity as they grow up, you're just setting people up for failure.
Yeah.
And to not acknowledge that, someone who claims to, look, I have a background in psychology. I'm sorry, you're a moron. You are a fucking moron. Okay. If you have to just not understand the basics of human psychology to be in this position. It's so stupid. Look, and later in the video, look, it's so bad because they even fall into the, oh my God, no one would ever, you know, transition because of some sort of social pressure. That's insane. Why don't you look up the social contagion for suicide? People literally kill themselves because of social pressure. They're so fucking idiotic. He should know this. Look, that's all in basic. You take a psychology 101 class and they go through this social contagion of suicide. How does he not know that?
Well, it's funny for someone who, you know, he was touting his degree in psychology. He gets a very massive facts wrong in this video. So massive that he accidentally destroys his entire whole argument.
Oh my God. Nice.
And he doesn't even realize it. So we'll talk about it when we get there.
Nice. Oh, I just, look, this is a long video and I can't stop pausing because it's just, this fucking insanity drives me crazy. And it's just, it is the fact that children are involved and these people are just inept when it comes to kids. Look, and the fact that so many of these people, it's like so morally repugnant to me that they believe the person who took the time to conceive and birth and care for a child doesn't fucking care about that child. Like, get out of here. Get out of here. You are the ones that don't care about the child. You care more about your political, like, crusade than you do about these people's children's. And stop acting like you do. Stop acting like you're the moral savior of these people's children. Like, fuck you, go away.
Impact on people with basically no social or political power to stop it. Dawkins and his collaborators paint trans people as insane with discussions like this.
It is odd.
I think it's lunatic, actually. I mean, it's verging on insanity. I mean, the only thing I can think to top that is identify as a dog. I mean,
I can imagine now. There'll be so many angry comments, even now, just from this.
So it's no wonder when lies like the Wisconsin school was trans take hold despite the lack of any evidence of that whatsoever.
Look, he does this totally dishonest thing where he's like equating something Richard Dawkins said on a podcast to a fucking school shooting. Like, where's the causal thread here, Drew?
I know.
How fucking dishonest. You're a dishonest piece of shit.
Well, and it's like, yeah, there were people that were saying that shooter was trans like early on. I mean, that got corrected. First of all, no one should do that. People shouldn't be jumping to these fucking conclusions. People always jump to conclusions whenever something like this happens because they're bad people. They're assholes. They're trying to get clicks. But a lot of that wasn't. It was because it's like very rare for a girl to be a school shooter. You know, usually the stereotype is that it's a guy. So that's probably why people were like, oh, maybe it's a trans person or something.
Yeah, someone on testosterone.
Right.
Which is logical, right?
Right. But then also, you know, it's interesting because there was the other, not this person, there was that other shooter who was trans. So there were a girl that was transitioning to be a boy. So it's a trans man. So still, you know,
there was one.
Shooter,
yeah,
which
exactly.
Was unusual, which again is pretty unusual. And, you know, he keeps talking about like the systemic power they don't have and all this stuff. It's still like that person wrote a manifesto, and in that manifesto they talk, you know, a lot about, you know, their being trans and not fitting in and feeling all these things, and like that stuff that was like hidden by the police forever. Like it had to like slowly get leaked out through all these different like journalists outlets and newspapers, and like even then you have to like go to the newspaper, like the local newspaper has it, but you have to like ask them to email it to you specific, like you have to go through all these fucking loops to do it. And like meanwhile, like every other shooter's manifesto like just immediately comes out, as long as it's like if they're just racist or something.
Yeah, they're trying to protect trans people from negative stereotypes, just like they do with white males.
Right.
Laughable.
About 10 sources have reported on the existence of this stupid rumor. And yes, you guessed it, different sources are portraying the story very differently. Why?
And it's all Richard Dawkins' fault, right? Like,
Somehow.
show me the connection here.
Right.
Drew. Yeah. Most pedophiles sit in front of a purple background. So.
Right. It's like, I know, it's so ridiculous.
While sources in the center focus more on the reaction to this rumor circulation, left-leaning sources focus on showing this rumor to be nothing more than a rumor. I was able to easily compare these perspectives on the excellent news.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Ground News. Listen, Ground News has been like going crazy recently.
Yeah, well, Ground News, it's just this proves to me that Ground News doesn't work, because Ground News cannot pierce the ideological echo chamber of any regular idiot on YouTube.
Ground News works in the way that Morpheus talking to Neo works. Okay, I can only show you the door, but you had to open it, right?
Oh yeah.
Ground News is good at being like, here's the door, but you can still choose which door you want to open.
Yeah, totally.
Don't let crafty headlines get the best of you. Take advantage of the tools Ground News provides to get the full story and get properly informed every time you read the news.
This is just a Ground News spot in a propaganda video. Fucking hilarious.
It's
totally hilarious. I love irony.
Yeah.
Irony is like caviar for the mind.
All right, back to the Dawkins stuff. Happy to take great sponsors like Ground News because I don't benefit from big oil money. More on that later. Instead of pursuing the interview with Dawkins, I made a two-part plan.
Does he say Dawkins takes oil money in this video or something? I don't remember that part of this video.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I don't remember. That seemed like that was the implication.
Well, no, I think he's talking about, like, he brings up cigarettes and oil as, you know, diluting real science for their own political gain. So
okay.
I think he tries to tie that to the trans stuff.
Richard Dawkins is taking big anti-trans money. Like what? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Who knows? We'll look for it.
I would, 1, make content challenging the misinformation and moral panic which Dawkins spread.
That's a pretty good thumbnail.
Gay behavior is raping God.
I give credit. That's a good thumbnail. Okay. That's a good thumbnail. I click that video. I'd be like, what's happening there?
They do this all the time. They're like, let's take the most insane perspective and try to paint everyone with that perspective. So, well,
I mean, it says it was a gay conversion class, so obviously it's gonna be pretty far out there.
Right. Drew only believes in trans conversion, where you cut willies off.
Now, this video, the thumbnail is kind of dishonest, I guess would be the way to say it, because in the video, and he talks about it in the video, Jordan Peterson is not saying that he wants to protect conversion therapy because he thinks it works, which Drew even says in the video. What he's saying is that he thought that legislation, we talked about this, the legislation in Canada was written in such a way that it basically made it so that you could only affirm someone's transgender identity. You couldn't question it or challenge it as a therapist.
Right. Yeah.
That's what his issue is. So, which Drew says in the video, but the thumbnail obviously makes it look like Jordan Peterson is. I mean, that's some big clickbait. It makes it look like Jordan Peterson's, promoting
supports conversion
therapy or something.
Yeah, I don't think Jordan Peterson supports conversion therapy for gay people.
No, he 100% does not.
Right.
But I'd pose this content as opposition to certain religious rhetoric. That way, Dawkins fans would be more likely to hear me out while I criticized his talking points. Because, yes, Richard Dawkins shares his rhetoric on trans issues with evangelical Christians like Frank Turek. 2, I would make this video, explaining why I turned down the opportunity to work with Dawkins in more detail. To help me cover some of this, I spoke to secular activist, journalist, friendly atheist, and my friend, Hemant Mehta. Dawkins' misinformation problem. Now, can we talk about the fact that, I don't know if you have seen this, but Steve Woodford from Rationality Rules has actually, been trying to talk to Richard Dawkins about this, to challenge his ideas about this for a long time. I think that he's actually been trying to get this going for over a year now. And Richard Dawkins' response to Steve was that he wasn't interested in the conversation. This is something Steve has talked about on his channel, because he is not interested in the topic anymore. He doesn't want to talk about it. He's grown tired of the topic. Meanwhile, he had Kathleen Stock on, it seems to me, the same month that he wrote that email to Steve. And then he went on to go on his tour.
Yeah.
With people like Colin Wright, with Chris Williamson. He goes on Chris Williamson's podcast and talks about the trans issue. I mean, I thought that like the atheist skeptic aesthetic and ethos was making fun of people who are running away from conversations where they're challenged, right? What happened?
I don't know. And not only is he going on tour with some of the most vocal bigots around on his global tour, it's not just that. Like, remember, just a few months ago, which I don't remember when he wrote that email to Stephen, but just a few months ago, he got his latest controversy was that he lied about that Algerian boxer in the Olympics. That's not old news. That is happening. So even if he thinks he's done with this conversation, the conversation's not done with him, and he's responsible for making it worse. And by the way, even if it's not him, the organization that his foundation works with has spread the same information, and he's not saying anything to put a stop to it. So he doesn't get to.
The only part of this I would agree with is that if Richard Dawkins is going out there and he's talking about trans stuff, which he is, I do think that he shouldn't shy away from a challenging conversation with someone on the other side. That's the only part. If he's doing that, that's the only thing I think, okay, he should actually debate these people, debate these fools on the stage.
I mean, he is like 100 years old, and
whatever.
I mean, they got him a big age advantage over him if they're going to go full debate bro on him. So
then he could facilitate it with like Helen Joyce or something.
That would be great. That would totally be great.
That'd be pretty
Helen Joyce would completely destroy this fucking idiot.
Right.
It would be great. Look, and Helen Joyce is a feminist too. She's I believe, what do they call them? TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminist.
Right.
She's definitely in that camp. So, yeah.
Dr. Fire for 25 Canadian says, to my understanding, the trans thing, generally speaking, is just body dysmorphia, right? When people talk about body dysmorphia and a negative thing in reference to anorexia or steroids, most people don't deny the bad side to it. So, it's interesting. I remember asking that exact question in my psych classes a billion years ago, way before woke stuff
really
even existed. And they kept saying, even back then, this was like, years ago, they kept saying no, that it's not the same thing as body dysmorphia. Body dysmorphia is categorized as like an OCD anxiety disorder, where essentially some people think it's like a hallucination, but my understanding is it's not. It's just there's some flaw or some perceived flaw in your mind about your body. Like, oh, you don't like some part of your nose or the way your arm sticks out or something. There's something about your body that you don't like, but no one else notices, and you just obsess over it. And it kind of, leads you down this negative thought process and causes you all this anxiety and all these other problems. And they kept telling me that it's not the same thing as a gender dysphoria. So, but I've never heard anyone clearly articulate
why.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, I haven't done a super amount. I've done way more research in gender dysphoria than I've done in body dysmorphia. And, I don't know if they know, they don't exactly know what causes gender dysphoria. And I don't know if they know exactly what causes body dysmorphia either. So maybe it's possible that they're related. Like, it would make sense that if someone was body dysmorphic about a sexual characteristic, like their genitals or their breasts or something, that they would then maybe think that they have gender dysphoria, but they are supposed to be two different things.
Yeah, I often listen to the videos of the people saying how you know that you have, like, you're trans. There's a bunch of videos on, how do you know you're trans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just, for the life of me, they all always sound the same as the videos from the religious people about how you know God exists. Like,
Right,
you just
you feel
know,
it.
you
Yeah.
feel it. It's you see it in the world around you. All of this nebulous stuff. For me, it's completely different than homosexuality, because it's like, homosexuality is really simple, right? How do you know you're gay? Well, I'm attracted to the same sex, right?
Right. It's
I
pretty
see
straightforward.
that and I want to have sex with it, right? It's
right.
pretty easy.
Yeah.
All this nebulous, you don't need to make a 20-minute video about how you know you're gay, right?
Right. I see a lot of videos that are disturbing to me, where a lot of young girls talk about, when they started to go through puberty and their breasts would start to develop, and it would like freak them out, which is
Oh
a
yeah,
very
those
normal,
are terrifying.
yeah, which is a very, very normal process for girls to go through as they go through puberty. And they would talk about like how them freaking out would then, in their mind, they would kind of think that that's them having gender dysphoria, and then they would think that they're trans, and then they get their breasts removed. And I would watch these videos and I'm like, ooh, like, do they actually have gender dysphoria, or is it just the normal puberty process and they're being confused with all this talk? Because as you said, this is the big problem with gender dysphoria, is it's not like a brain scan, it's not like a blood test. It's all like, how do you feel? And talking to a teenager or a prepubescent child about how they feel is very like nebulous.
Yeah, hit or miss, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's troubling. It's funny, he brings up Rationality Rules, and I went to Rationality Rules to kind of look at his channel, because I think Rationality Rules actually did a video on trans women competing in women's sports and had a completely reasonable take on it about how it's not fair. And I think his audience completely abandoned him, and he spent a bunch of time trying to recourt his old audience over gender issues, and they've whipped Rationality Rules into line on the gender
Oh,
stuff.
really?
Yeah.
He's come back into the fold?
Yes, yeah. I think Peter Boghossian was trying to get a debate with Rationality Rules, and I don't know if it ever happened. Maybe it did.
Interesting.
But yeah, so it's just funny, because this group of people, Cosmic Skeptic is obviously probably about 40 IQ points above either of these guys, because Cosmic Skeptic is like, I'm not gonna go down this path. He's smart enough to avoid it, so that's kind of funny.
He doesn't get to be done with the conversation, because as long as he's pushing misinformation, the conversation's not going to be done with him.
Okay, we got to do it. Let's talk about the Iman Khalif situation, the Olympic situation. I know you've
They spend so much time on this, and it's really, I mean, I don't know the details of that situation. Maybe you do, but like, even if Richard Dawkins got it incorrect, who gives a fuck? Who fucking cares?
Mm-hmm.
Like, whatever. This is like the fact that they make such a big deal over this person who was I guess a female boxer, but may have had some intersex condition, may have had male chromosomes, and a lot of people were losing their minds just because of the person, even though they're in a female boxing match, kind of presents as male. Some people called them trans. They weren't trans or not trans, so people got it incorrect.
Well, see, they're gonna go over this story, and they're obviously going to, of course, leave out key bits of information here.
Oh, okay. I figured. Yes, because I was like, wait, where's the important information here?
covered it. I've looked into it a good bit, and let's go. Start us off, Emmett.
Sure. So the story here is that there was a woman boxing in the Olympics. This was an Algerian boxer, Imani Khalif, went on to win the gold medal. But before that happened, people just spread a rumor that this was a trans woman, or if they wanted to misgender and make it all worse or whatever it was, they said this is what Dawkins said. 2 men masquerading as women are being allowed to box against real women in the Olympics. And the bottom line is Imani Khalif is not trans, is not a man in any sense of the word. And the way that rumor even got started might be a longer story than we need to get into.
Oh, I'll get into it. I can do the bullet points. I'll get into it, yeah.
Sure, but he was flat out wrong. And yet, think about what he's saying here. He's not only spreading the misinformation, by the way, citing some BS website that was just clickbaiting this whole way through. Notice the phrase real women in the Olympics, because Dawkins has said over and over, what, I respect trans people. I'll call them by their pronouns. And here he is like, yeah, but they're not real women if they were trans. Because he has distinguished that in his mind. But he's part of spreading this misinformation. J.K. Rowling did it too. J.K. Rowling said something like this was a male punching a female in the name of sport. None of that had any basis in reality. Not only did Dawkins spread that misinformation, he started posting memes that were mocking the whole situation. So that's part one. He's just spreading this misinformation. I'll pause there for a second.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get into where the false info came from. This misinformation came, I'm going to make the case, from essentially a Russian agent.
Yeah.
This information was leaked by the International Boxing Association. The president, who specifically was the person to leak this information, is Umar Kremlev, who is Russian. He has, in his tenure as the president of the International Boxing Association, has suspended Ukraine from competing. He has made the Russian state-owned energy giant, Gazprom, I think it's called, the IBA's sole sponsor. And he's even called the International Olympic Committee's president, Thomas Bach, its chief sodomite.
Oh, lovely.
Also, not for nothing, this entire idea that Iman Khalif is a secret man or a trans woman or something only started to circulate out of this organization when Iman Khalif beat a Russian boxer fair and square in the ring. Now, I don't think that someone like Richard Dawkins knows any of that information before he takes to Twitter and says there's a grand conspiracy where the Christians are right. These horrible, leftist trans people, whatever, are trying to infiltrate this and destroy Western civilization, trying to destroy women, like whatever the narrative is.
Before we get into talking about Iman Khalif, because I want him to lay out the whole argument before I respond to it. Again, it's interesting. He always comes back to this friend-enemy distinction. Like, the Christians were right. Like, how dare you agree with someone who's religious? How dare you agree with someone who's Christian? If you agree with anyone who's not atheist on anything, then you're in the wrong.
Yeah, standard tribalism.
By the way, the IBA's Russian president that you just mentioned said Imani Khalif failed a gender eligibility test because of XY chromosomes. That was the lie that was spread after Khalif beat that Russian athlete. Those claims were never backed up by any evidence. There's no medical test that confirms that. The boxing committee, the Olympic boxing committee said, yeah, we checked everything out and Khalif is fine. Like, that's why she's competing in women's boxing. But the misinformation, like you just said, came from this Russian agent. And again, if I just said Russian agent, you should think, well, maybe I should look into this. Maybe it's not a legit source.
Okay. So let's talk about this. I don't have a problem with anyone not immediately trusting some sketchy Russian organization. That makes sense. You shouldn't automatically trust them. Okay. But the problem is, well, there's a couple problems. Number one, yes, people originally wrongly were saying that they thought that Iman Khalif was trans at the beginning of this whole debacle, this whole conversation in the Olympics. And then the conversation changed, the story changed when people were saying, oh, well, the theory wasn't that they were trans, but that they were intersex. And they actually had a Y chromosome and they're actually a man who has a genetic birth disorder that makes them, not have male genitals properly so they can be confused as a woman. And that's why the story changed. And you'll notice that nowhere in this conversation did any of them actually address that claim. They never did. You hear them say the word intersex?
No, not at all. And they said there's no way in hell they are anything other than a female. He said that in the very beginning.
Right. And so to me, that reeks of dishonesty, because they don't feel, even though he did say that, there's no way they're not anything by female, they don't feel confident enough to say that they know that the person isn't intersex, because they would say that if they felt confident. So that means that even they are like questioning, well, maybe they are intersex. And so they're not even going to bring it up. They're going to just pretend like that's not part of the conversation, right? It's the dog that's not barking. So that's very suspect here.
Of course, yeah.
Even though in this guy, his channel name is The Friendly Atheist. On his video at the time of the events, he straight up made the claim that Imam Khalif is not intersex based on nothing. Okay. So here we're
based
at 14,
on his own gut feeling.
Yeah. So we're at 1430 here. Let me show you real quick.
Let's talk about Richards. Men masquerading as women are being allowed to box against real women in the Olympics. And the person on the left over there in the pink, that's the one who ended up winning gold, Imani Khalif, an Algerian woman who, like I said, went on to win the gold medal. Now, if you haven't followed this controversy very, very much, let me try to sum it up as best I can. And I know I'm not doing every detail, but here's the idea. Khalif was accused of having XY chromosomes and therefore not being a real woman. The problem with that is that Khalif was assigned female at birth, lives her life as a woman, identifies as a woman today. She is not trans. She is not intersex. She has never been anything except female.
Okay. So he's made the claim in the past directly that she's not intersex. Now, new information has since come out since he made this video. I don't know if he's ever corrected himself whatsoever.
Wow.
I'm skeptical.
This kind of disinformation out there on the internet. Oh my God.
Because about a month after he made that video, the website Redux, which is obviously, not exactly the most unbiased source of information, but Redux had this article. It says Algerian boxer Imam Khalif has XY chromosomes and testicles, according to a French Algerian medical report. Okay.
Testicles, huh?
Yes.
Just like every real woman.
So let me, like the improved women, right? So let me read this article here. It says a shocking new development has emerged in the case of the Algerian boxer Imam Khalif after a French journalist, so not a Russian, a French journalist reportedly gained access to a damning medical report revealing Khalif has testicles. The news comes months after Khalif seized a gold medal in women's boxing at Paris Olympics. The report was drafted in June of 2023 via collaboration between the Kremlin Bictre Hospital in Paris, France, and the Mohamed Lamine Debaghin Hospital in Algeria. So we have a hospital in Paris, France, and a hospital in Algeria, okay? Mm-hmm. If you want to talk about, whether you're going to trust the sources. Drafted by an expert endocrinologist, Somaya Fedala and Jacques Young, the report reveals that Khalif is impacted by 5-alpha reductase deficiency, a disorder of sexual development that is only found in biological males. The genetic abnormality influences the normal development of a child's sexual organs. At birth, male babies impacted by 5-alpha are often incorrectly assigned female due to the presence of deformed genitalia. So we have an actual situation. You know how they always talk about your doctor assigned you the wrong sex? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now we have an actual situation of a doctor assigning a child the wrong sex at birth because they
Right.
had this disorder.
Right.
This disorder development typically becomes apparent by puberty, when 5 alpha adolescents begin to experience signs of masculization, such as muscle growth, hair growth, and absence of breast tissue development or menstruation. Without access to a proper clinical examination, males with 5 alpha may incorrectly believe they are female into adulthood. At the end, oh, by the way, I think that basketball player probably has this exact same disorder.
Brittany Griner.
Yeah. At the end of October, French journalist Djaf Ait Adouya obtained a copy of a thorough physical examination that was conducted on Khalif in order to verify the presence of a disorder of sexual development. According to Adouya, the clinical report reveals that an MRI determined that Khalif had no uterus, but instead had internal testicles and a micropenis resembling an enlarged clitoris. A chromosomal test further confirmed that Khalif has an XY karyotype, while a hormone test found that Khalif had a testosterone level typical of males. Adouya also noted that doctors suggested Khalif's parents may have been blood relatives. Well, I didn't know that. That's fucking crazy.
My God.
Jesus, what's going on in Algeria? What the hell are you guys doing over there? Oh my God.
Man, just drop that bomb in there.
Yeah, Jesus. The report concludes by recommending Khalif be referred for surgical correction and hormone therapy to help him physically align with his self-perceived gender identity, and adds that psychological support would be required because the results had caused a very significant neuropsychiatric impact. What's interesting, it sounds like what they're saying is that the report was actually sympathetic, saying that they should get like trans surgery and give them female hormones so they can identify as a woman better or something.
Right.
This report coincides with the earlier admission by Khalif's coach, George Cazorla, that the Algerian boxer had been subjected to an assessment at the Kremlin Bictre Hospital after being disqualified from women's boxing by the International Boxing Association in March of 2023. In an interview from August, Cazorla tepidly conceded that the endocrinologist had determined there was a problem with Khalif's chromosomes at the time, despite the fact that Cazorla insisted that Khalif should still be allowed to compete against females. Cazorla also stated that Khalif was placed on testosterone suppressants following the 2023 medical assessment. However, the International Olympic Committee has not submitted athletes to chromosomal testing since 1999, and at the Paris Olympics, the only requirement to participate in women's boxing was to have a female sex marker on legal documents.
Wow.
So this is also what's annoying about their video. So they're like, "Oh my God, the Olympics, they did their things. They didn't find anything." It's like, no, if you actually looked into it, the Olympics did no test whatsoever. They refused to do any tests,
Right.
which I would question why they wouldn't do a test. You know, you think a legitimate sports organization, if this became this big controversy, they'd be like, "Oh, well, let's just do a chromosomal test just to put it to rest one way or the other." Right.
Right.
But no, because
They can't because of social pressure, obviously.
I know. Yeah, obviously.
The person, however they identify, is how they are. So,
Right.
how dare you imply chromosomes make up whether you're male or female?
Right.
You
So,
bigot.
I know. It's just so ridiculous. So anyway,
I can't believe they're even talking about this in this video. So
Yeah.
they're like so sanctimonious about it. Turns out Richard Dawkins was actually correct.
Yeah. Yes.
You're
Right.
sitting here fucking making a big deal about it. You guys are the ones spreading misinformation.
Yes, they're completely wrong about this. I feel like they know they're wrong because they're not addressing in the new video. They never address the claim about whether they're intersex directly.
Right.
Which
they
is what
just
the
bitch about
yeah.
Richard Dawkins.
They just fixate on the original claim, which was incorrect about them being about trans. And I watched a conversation where Dawkins briefly mentioned this, and he understood that that it wasn't a trans trans question. He understood that it was that they were intersex. And he says something along the lines of, well, they have a Y chromosome, so they're a male. And that if they wanted to put that question to rest, all they would have to do is do a simple chromosomal test and they could shut everyone else up. And the fact that they don't is very suspicious.
You mean Dawkins figured it out in the end? Oh,
yeah.
of
Dawkins
course.
figured it out like instantly because he's not stupid. He's like,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Just do a test if you think, this is the issue. So,
Yeah, this is
And
exactly
obviously-
what I was saying. They shouldn't be making a big deal about this.
and it's insane because this has literally fucking nothing to do with the trans conversation.
Nope.
It has nothing to do with oppressed classes or whatever.
Nope.
You know, at all. You have a person who you find, listen, all these people talk about is doctors wrongly assigning people sex at birth. They finally got one. They finally got one. They finally got the thing they wanted, okay? Iman Khalif was wrongly assigned the wrong sex at birth. Maybe because it's just hard to tell. Maybe because Algeria and they're very not LGBT friendly, right? You finally got the thing you wanted, and you're like, no, I refuse to acknowledge the truth here. No, they're just a woman, and let them have this completely unfair advantage, this massively unfair advantage in female sports.
Yeah, they don't care about the truth. They just care about their political ideology.
Okay.
And they want to rag on Dawkins. That's all they care about.
Yeah.
I don't.
Did you hit that back button?
I did.
Okay. Oh, hold on. We're at 14:30. I gotta scrub back.
I should look into this. Maybe it's not a legit source. And yet it just took off, because as soon as that misinformation started spreading, who started spreading it? All the people who just love trashing trans people.
Yeah, but who's spreading misinformation now? Right now, today, in this video. Who's the one spreading misinformation now?
These two chuckles.
Yeah.
Not just athletes, mind you, just trans people.
Now, okay, let's get into part 2. You said there's part 2, and I'm ready for it.
Okay, part 2 is that Richard Dawkins said, my Facebook account has been deleted. He said, seemingly, no reason given.
These guys are a bunch of fucking Karens. I can't believe this.
I know.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
Well, it's funny because it's supposed to be like, oh, I have some ideological reasons that I don't want to support Dawkins, and I want to, challenge him on the issues and blah, 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 blah. Now let me talk about like a bunch of, like gossipy, like reputation attack stuff, as opposed to whatever the issues are.
Yeah, of course. Total bullshit. Like, this is not a crime against humanity here.
Right.
So
because I tweeted that genetically male boxers such as Imani Khalif, XY undisputed, should not fight women in Olympics. Of course, my opinion is open to civilized argument, but outright censorship? So
this is later, right?
Yeah.
Like, Dawkins is tweeting that out later, now that he knows, now that it's been confirmed it's XY. Because they're in this video, you would think that he's tweeting out XY and he's incorrect, but he's actually correct.
He is correct. Or I haven't seen anything refute that French journalist having that medical report. I have not seen a single person come out and say, oh, this is a fake medical report. The trainer was wrong. I've never seen anyone refute that at all. So I'm going to assume it's all correct.
Right.
Spreading the lie that Khalif is genetically male, that it's undisputed what her chromosomes are, like very much they are disputed. Okay. But that then got amped.
You see, you like he doesn't actually.
He's
he just
hedging.
goes.
He's hedging.
He's super hedging. He says it's a lie, but then he says it's disputed, and he just makes a funny face. So apparently that's how you argue like the case. You just say, "Oh, they're a woman. Make a funny face. I'm right."
Yeah. Yeah. The most reasonable position is that we don't know because it is disputed, but I don't know. I'm leaning towards. Just from the pictures, I'm leaning towards the XY. I mean, look at these pictures.
Yeah, well, that's what's ridiculous. I mean, people, you saw the pictures. We all saw the pictures in Montclair. Like, wow, we've seen what like muscular women look like.
Yes.
Looks pretty like a man. It looks like a man. Okay.
Those broad shoulders.
Yes.
Those thin hips. Yeah.
Right. Looks like a man. Then we hear this thing. You go, okay, well, maybe that Russian guy is not like the most, reliable source. That's fair enough. But you go, okay, but that's still, you don't get to just say, well, he's not reliable, so therefore, automatically, I know that this person is born a woman. It's like, well, no, you don't actually know that because there's no evidence has ever been supported to show that they're actually a woman whatsoever. And then you have someone claiming to have a medical report that's never been contested.
Yeah.
So the evidence is so far very strongly in the camp of no, they're an intersex person.
Yeah, they're XY.
Amplified. Elon Musk responded to that with wow, and Facebook can never be trusted. So like,
I wonder why would Elon Musk want to trash Facebook? Like,
why would Elon
what's
Musk
his motivation there?
I know. Could he possibly have one? Why would Elon Musk have a problem with trans people like his daughter who never wants to speak to him? Like, and none of that made any sense, because why would Facebook punish you for something you said on Twitter? That's weird. Why would Facebook punish you for bigotry that is routinely shared on Facebook? Because I've seen plenty of anti-trans stuff on Facebook. So what happened? Well, guess what? Facebook, or Meta's actual person who works for them, like the public affairs and communications director at Facebook's parent group, said, yeah, dog, this wasn't censorship at all. We think your account got hacked, so we took down your page so that the hacker wouldn't get in, and you basically just need to go in with your password and say, it's me, Richard Dawkins, it's my page, and then everything will be back to normal. But Dawkins didn't know any of that, and it had nothing to do with any post he made anywhere else. So they called him out on this, and they said, what are you talking about? We censored you. We're trying to protect you here.
We can leave out.
I'm losing brain cells just listening to this nonsense. I can't believe these guys are using this as some sort of argument against Richard Dawkins. The dude's like 100 years old, okay? He's a fucking boomer, okay? Leave the guy alone. It's
right.
Like
That's true. He doesn't know how to use Facebook, right?
Yeah. What the fuck? Why is this a crime against humanity that they're making it out to be? You guys look like such losers bringing this up.
Right.
Yes.
So I have the post that Richard Dawkins put up on his Substack where he acknowledged that he was wrong. And
oh my God, he's the most reasonable man in America.
Right. So number one, he did say it's called I got it wrong. So number one, he did get it wrong. He does apologize to Facebook for publicly, besmirching their reputation. Okay.
Right.
So that's number one. Number two, and I'm going to read it because it's not super long. When you actually read it, now he shouldn't have jumped the gun here 100%. Should not have jumped the gun and assumed why his account was deleted. But when I read you the situation, it's a lot more reasonable why he interpreted it that way, as opposed to the way that they're sort of characterizing events there. Okay. They're making it sound like that, oh, Richard Dawkins' Facebook account was closed, and the next day he's on Twitter like, oh my God, Facebook banned me. But that's not what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is the article. This article was on August 14th of 2024. On July 30th, my Facebook account was closed with no reason given. Associates of mine got in touch with a kind lawyer, Stein Hofel, very experienced in exactly this kind of case, and he offered pro bono to negotiate with Facebook on my behalf. I appreciated his generosity and accepted his offer. He approached Facebook and received no reply. Okay, so on July 30th, he literally reaches out to a lawyer, and the lawyer tries to contact Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Because no reason was given for the shutdown and no reply to the lawyer's overtures, I am sorry to say we jumped to the wrong conclusion. Might it have some connection with my contemporaneous stands against genetically male boxers fighting women in the Olympics? I then tweeted what turned out to be a false suspicion of Facebook's motives, and I deeply regret this. On August 10th, I received an email from an official at Facebook saying he was looking into the question. Okay, so it took them, 11 days to react to this. He sent me a second email the same day giving a full explanation. Facebook records showed he explained that one of the admins with access to my account had been hacked as long as June 22nd, and the hacker added a flurry of unauthorized admins. Their subsequent behavior alerted Facebook, who closed the account down while they worked on the problem. My Facebook account was restored on August 11th, and I am very grateful. We knew none of this until August 10th, 11 days after the account was shut down. Now I'm left in the mortifying position of having unjustly imputed an ignoble motive to Facebook. I must say it's a pity that whoever decided to close my account, certainly not the kind official who eventually was brought in to investigate the problem, admitted to get in touch at the time. Nevertheless, I accept responsibility and publish this to correct the record and apologize.
Wow, look at that. How magnanimous.
Right. So definitely a much definitely a much better sort of, different situation than sort of like the way they kind of cast this as like, oh, boomer Dawkins here.
Right. Very reasonable. Does care about truth. Is caring about spreading misinformation. Correct.
Right.
Going out of his way to correct the record.
Mm-hmm.
Completely the opposite of the characterization that they're trying to give of Richard Dawkins is just someone who doesn't care about truth and is out there trying to spread disinformation.
Right. Now, I'm trying to see, when did he actually write that post?
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like I'm looking at this. If he only wrote, it looks like he didn't get any response from Facebook until he posted on Twitter to Facebook and made a big stink about it. So it's like, on one hand, it's like, okay, he was wrong. But on the other hand, it's like, well, that's
maybe he wasn't wrong.
Like that's what got them to pay attention. So
wow, a lot of times you have to do that anyway.
No, okay, it took them like 7 days to respond. It looks like. So on Twitter, so it wasn't immediate, but that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. It took them that long to respond to what I assume would be a decent sized account on Facebook.
Yeah.
Anyway,
just complaining about this is horrendous. Like,
it is really stupid.
Give us the goods.
Right.
Yeah. Show us about him. Like, give us him cheating on his wife or something.
Or give us, him making some kind of argument, or someone making an argument to him that's not true, and explain why it's not true. Right. Don't talk about he's wrong about his Facebook account.
Right. Completely off topic.
Out entirely the idea that Richard Dawkins is some kind of like hate-driven bigot or something like this, and still criticize him and essentially throw out his credibility based on just the misinformation that he spreads alone. The conversation about his bigotry is just the cherry on top, especially from the perspective of someone like us, who our entire brand is, and Dawkins' supposed brand, is about countering misinformation.
And you're following...
like that his bigotry is just assumed. Dawkins' bigotry is just the cherry on top.
No, I hate that. And this is why I can't stand these people, because like I constantly say, they stand under the banner of science. They present themselves as, the arbiters of truth. And it couldn't be further from fact. They're just spreaders of disinformation, cherry-picked nonsense that aligns with their ideological beliefs. They are the thing that they rail against constantly. So I fucking hate these people.
Mm-hmm.
For like Facebook is out to get you? Like, come on, that's gotta be one of the biggest, easiest to foil conspiracies out there. Facebook doesn't care about you. There are bigger names than you out there, Richard Dawkins. But also, even after he got debunked to his face, and even after he...
They're still talking about Facebook, Sitch.
Yes, I know.
This is like the ultimate Karen. Can I speak to your manager, please?
This is very important to talk about this.
He got this Facebook account wrong. Oh my God. End of the world.
He actually put out something saying, I deeply regret...
Oh my God. They bring up the...
I know.
Why are you talking about this if he corrected the record?
I know.
You've got nothing.
I know.
You've got nothing.
It's so bad.
Oh, these people.
Making a false suspicion of Facebook's motives. And yet even after he acknowledged that, he's like, might it have some connection with my contemporaneous stand against genetically male boxers fighting women in the Olympics? Like, even after he's like, all right, I was wrong to slander Facebook. Now let me go back to slandering trans people, or whoever I think is trans, because I fell for clickbait online.
Look, he corrected himself. He's like, oh yeah, It's not a trans person. He's not actually slandering trans people.
They've gone through this entire story, not address the actual intersex claim at any point.
Right, because they don't care. They honestly don't care.
Fine.
Now, I want to go over a few things that I noticed specifically in the Helen Joyce interview that, if I was there doing the interview, that I would have pushed back on.
The gender delusion. Dawkins is like swinging for the fences here.
Yeah.
The gender delusion.
Good
Look,
for
it's
him.
gotta be painful for him because, like I said, he's a evolutionary biologist. So he's like, what? Third gender, third sex? Get the fuck out of here.
So let's talk about a few claims. So one of the things that Helen Joyce says and that Richard Dawkins then echoes is just this idea that now we are, instead of seeing a gender nonconforming child as potentially gay, we are seeing them as definitely trans.
We are turning potentially healthy gay adults into sterile, straight simulacra of the opposite sex.
So there's this idea that gay kids are being eliminated in favor of trans kids because parents would rather have a trans kid.
One of the points you make, I think, is that there are certain parents who would rather have a trans child than a gay child. And
yes.
Is that part of the motivation?
Yeah, and I don't think it's always stated up front.
Which on its face is ludicrous if you just look at this from a social standpoint. But if you...
Oh, so he just... Citation, please?
Mm-hmm.
What's his citation?
Well, I don't even remember if he gets any sort of argument here. If he just...
That's just ridiculous.
Right. Like, I understand that you go, okay, like on its face, you could just say, intuitively that seems wrong. Intuitively, it seemed wrong to me at first. But when I went, when we had our argument about it, and I went and I read her section about it, and I mean, that's what people were telling her. I'm like, okay, I mean, it's what fucking people are telling her. Well, I'm not, accusing her of being a liar, and they talk about that in the Tavistock report as well. So,
yeah, Helen Joyce is not involved in the Tavistock report at all, and those are clinicians that are pro-gay, pro-trans, like they literally work in a gender clinic. Yes,
right.
So, I'm sorry, and I just look, if you think about it, as a person, if you're going through adolescence, you're noticing a big difference between you and your friends. They're going crazy for the opposite sex and you're not experiencing that. You have same-sex attraction. I think it would be very easy for you to say, okay, I'm going to identify as gay or I'm going to identify as trans, and doing a calculation on how you're going to be perceived in society and what is going to be the best path, the easiest path for you. That just seems normal. It seems totally normal. Like, people do that calculation with all sorts of identity markers, right? They decide, look, my dad wants me to follow in his footsteps in pre-med, but it seems like too much work for me. I want to smoke weed and surf, right? You're like, I want to go this path. It makes perfect sense. And just to dismiss it out of hand, just to say, oh, that's just ludicrous from a social perspective. Give us your logic on it, or cite some source.
If you look at this from an actual informed standpoint when it comes to the science of things like gender nonconformity, the way that things have been, I don't really believe in diagnoses for gender nonconformity, but diagnoses that have happened in the past 20, 30 years, what has actually happened is the complete opposite of this. So, as viewers of my channel might know, in the...
Okay, before he gets into
this,
blah,
blah.
He's going to destroy his entire argument. Okay.
Right.
He's going to annihilate his entire argument. But before, I want to go briefly to that Dawkins conversation with Helen Joyce here.
Oh, okay.
Play this part of it. Because I think that they're doing a massive disservice, which I mean is obviously intentional, to Helen Joyce here, by not including this part about like kind of what her thought process is, because it shows that she's like, even if you disagree with her, I don't think she's coming from some sort of like negative, anti-LGBT bigoted space.
Hey, look, she's an atheist. She's not some hardcore Bible thumper.
Right.
Yeah. That's got to be what's most painful for them, is that all of these people who are making these arguments are atheists. They're making them from rational scientific perspectives.
Right.
Yeah.
Gay kids. I have a gay son myself. I am a woman. That is just a fact about me. And so I sat there and I listened to these young women. And, I have a very soft spot for gay kids. I have a gay son myself. He's never had gender dysphoria. It's important to say that. He's never had any theory that he's a girl or anything like that, but I have a soft spot for these kids because they're quite non-conforming, and finding your way as a teenager is difficult anyway, but for these kids it's a little bit more difficult because as they're growing up they're also realizing they're different.
I mean, how many of these children do you think are just simply gay anyway?
Well, I mean, according to the Tavistock Clinic, which is the UK's main gender identity clinic for children, the great majority of the children they see are same-sex attracted. There's a strong statistical
So they could have been perfectly happy growing up as...
Yes, so we are turning potentially healthy gay adults into sterile, straight simulacra of the opposite sex.
One of the points you make, I think, is that there are certain parents who would rather have a trans child than a gay child. And
yes.
I just want to pause here too, because it's interesting. There's never like a pause of like, oh, the fact that this person, is not homophobic, obviously, shouldn't that give you a pause to be like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't just assume that they're automatically like a transphobic bigot?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, they come at it from a very progressive frame of mind, right? They're saying there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that part of the motivation?
Yeah, and I don't think it's always stated up front. And, some people think that that's very implausible. But I think that they don't realise the dynamic in some families and in some cultures, as in, local cultures in school or whatever. It's really hard to be gender non-conforming, like right bone deep gender non-conforming. I don't mean someone like me who's a fairly normal woman.
Oh my God, what a bigot. What a bigot this woman is, right? Oh, she talks about how everyone needs to be gender conform. Oh, wait, she says the exact opposite. Okay.
Yeah, she says it's okay to be gender non-conforming, but it's difficult. Society works against you. Yeah, look, it's very, very, I feel like I'm watching a progressive podcast.
But did a PhD in maths. I mean somebody that everything about your style and your taste and the way you move and your interests just really screams, camp for your boy or butch if you're a girl. And you have to be let a lot of freedom to be yourself, and not a lot, nothing has to be made of this by the grown-ups around you. And if things start to be made about it, you start to question yourself and think, like, why am I so different? Like, why am I a boy who only likes the girls? And why am I a girl who only likes the boys? What's wrong with me? And then the thought comes up in your own mind, was I meant to be a girl? Was I meant to be a boy? Like, we knew this already in about 2000. The research had been done. The papers had been examined. We know that the gender nonconformity comes first in these kids, and the gender dysphoria, the distress, is a result of the gender nonconformity and the meaning that is made of that. So if no meaning is made of it, you just grow up. And you might be an unusual straight person, but you're quite likely to be gay. But if a lot of meaning is made out of it, you interpret that as being that there's a woman inside or there's a man inside. And then the people around you may think that too. And your parents may find this very hard. Like a man who's all...
Okay. So
it's so strange because it is the social pressure. It's a thing that the gay community has been fighting against forever.
Right.
And now you have all these people who they're basically just saying, oh, we're major trans activists, doing the exact same thing, putting the exact same social pressure on them.
Yes. And it's so ridiculous. They even talk about this, Richard Dawkins talks about this in this interview where he's like, it seems like we've gone backwards where they're like, oh, it used to be, oh, if you're a boy, you can be feminine, or if you're a girl, you can be masculine. Now it's like, oh, if you're a boy and you're feminine, well, it's because you're really a girl. It's because you're really trans, right? Yeah. You've almost gone completely like against the progress that was made, 20 years ago.
Yeah, it's just the solution that they pull out to deal with the gender non-conforming problem. When I think the far more reasonable solution is just, it's okay to be gender non-conforming.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So sad.
Okay, let's go back to the bad video.
Okay. I was quite enjoying that other video, though.
I know. I was like, oh, look, it's a person who's saying something that seems reasonable and, interesting. So,
I mean, it would be interesting to get, obviously, Drew would never come on because he's he's inside his ideological echo chamber. But it would be interesting just to do a live stream and respond to the Helen Joyce video with him. Because you could point to sections like that and be like, my God, man.
I know.
What is your interpretation of this? What do you think is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Where is the internalized homophobia?
Oh, it's deep. It's deep.
Because she seems completely fine with homosexuality.
Mm-hmm.
Like she probably supports gay marriage for her gay son. Look, and she says she's an atheist. She doesn't seem like a Bible-beating Christian. She's probably against gay conversion therapy.
Yep.
So why are you out there trying to savage her reputation for some little fucking internet clout? Anyway.
Because. So, okay, this part, you hit back on the video?
I did, yeah. We're at 1922.
Right. Okay, so this part, Drew accidentally destroys his entire position. On anything
Good.
trans-related.
This is why we love Sitch. Sitch is always pulling out the tiny little argumentation.
Believe in diagnoses for gender nonconformity, but diagnoses that have happened in the past 20, 30 years. What has actually happened is the complete opposite of this. So as viewers of my channel might know, in the DSM-4, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual Edition 4, that came out in, I believe, 1993, did have this disorder called gender identity disorder. And you could be diagnosed with this if you met the criteria of preferring different gender, different sex playmates, liking games or, dolls or things like that that are associated with like a different gender. And you didn't have to have a persistent identity as a different gender. So by those standards, I would be diagnosed with gender identity disorder. To this day, most of my friends are women, always have been. I would never really like to play very violent games as a kid. I preferred to play house or something. So that would mean
gay. Oh, sorry.
Oh my God.
I, according to those standards, could effectively be officially diagnosed as transgender back then. This is something that was not upheld going forward with future research. There actually were higher detransition rates when people were diagnosed with something like this. And now instead we have the idea of gender dysphoria. But having...
Okay. So let me go back a second here. Okay. So to be clear, what Drew just said was that under the old criteria of the DSM-4, there were higher detransition regret rates because the criteria was shitty, right? That's what he just said. I'm not strawmanning him. That's what he just said. And he honed in on these two things. He said a strong preference for playmates of the other sex,
liking,
and an intense desire to participate in the stereotypical games and pastimes of the other sex. And he says that these are stupid because if this was the criteria, it would apply to him as well.
Right.
But now we're in the new future. Okay. The new future where the criteria is different.
Perfect.
Right. So say if, some individual had, I don't know, did even the basic amount of research to open up the DSM-5 to see if the same criteria exists or not. And if it does, that kind of would mean that Drew's acknowledging that everything he's saying here is bullshit.
Oh my God. Are these criteria in the DSM?
Because Drew's argument was that the old criteria was bad.
Yeah, garbage.
And that's why there was detransition, and now the new criteria is better.
Right?
Oh,
let's see the new criteria.
Okay, so I sent you a picture.
Oh no. Okay. Well, let's see.
I sent you a picture because I think it's funny.
Okay.
Here and you can bring it up. And I have the side-by-side criteria.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen.
I had the side-by-side criteria for the DSM-4 and the DSM-5.
Drew, you little disinformation spreader.
Okay. So I want you to see here. We got on the left here, we got the DSM-4, and we have the fourth criteria It says manifested by 4 or more of the following. Okay. And here the number 4 here is intense desire to participate in the stereotypical games and pastimes of other sexes. Now, if we move over to the enlightened new DSM-5 on the right here,
so enlightened,
the same number 4, a strong preference for the toys, games, and activities stereotypically used or engaged in by the other gender. Oh my God, it's the exact same fucking criteria. It's even the same number, Drew. Look at that. Wow. And let's look at number 5 on the left. Strong preference for playmates of the other sex. Drew said that's ridiculous. He said that's insane. Okay, he was friends with more women. Let's look at the DSM-5 here on the right. A strong preference for playmates of the other gender. Oh my God, it's exactly the same. I mean, I guess they switched out the word sex for gender, but it's exactly the same.
Well, that's good when 5 of your friends are transgender, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Okay.
Oh my God.
And if you actually look,
hilarious,
right? This is insane. And I don't know if it's just because it's just a coincidence too. Like when I was in school years ago, I don't remember like what year this was, but it was like around the time that they were going to start switching to DSM-5. And so I literally remember my psych teacher talking about how the gender identity disorder, gender dysphoria diagnosis was switching. And the main difference is, the number one main difference, really the only really substantial difference, the criteria is somewhat stricter in the DSM-5, which we'll go over in a second, but the only real difference, and they even say this, was that in the DSM-4 gender identity disorder, they were saying that having this identity that did not align with your sex is a disorder. And then in DSM-5, for basically politically correct reasons, they said, oh, well, having that identity isn't the disorder. It's the feelings of anxiety, depression, dysphoria that you feel from having that identity is the disorder.
No, the disorder's fine.
Right. So having the identity is fine. It's those feelings that's the disorder.
The distress. Yeah.
The distress. That's the only real substantial difference between the DSM-4 and DSM-5. And Drew here's making it out like there's some sort of magical, crazy criteria change when no, it was just to destigmatize, the disorder. That's the only real substantial thing here that's different.
Well, you got him, Sitch. You totally got him.
Yes. And if you see, look, it's almost exactly the same. Okay. On the DSM-4 says a strong and persistent cross-gender identification, not merely a desire for any perceived cultural advantages of being the other sex. And if you look at number 1, it says a marked incongruence, or let me go to A, a marked incongruence between one's experience and expressed gender, assigned gender of at least 6 months duration. And it says number 1, a strong desire to be of the other gender or insistence that one is of the other gender or some alternative gender different from one's assigned gender, which is the same as in the DSM-4, repeated state desire to be or insistence that he or she is the other sex. It's the same criteria.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Number 2 for the DSM-4.
They even stress it's a desire. That's interesting.
Yes. It's a strong repeated desire. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then if you look, number 2, in boys, they talk about preference for cross-dressing or simulating female attire, girls' preference for dressing as boys. Number 2 for the DSM-5, literally the exact same criteria.
Yep. Number
3, strong and persistent preference for cross-sex role plays. Number 3 in DSM-5, exact same thing, a strong preference for cross-gender role plays. And then we went over number 4, number 5. Now, the only difference, and this is just for children, by the way, because this is what he brought up. This is the diagnosis criteria for children, that in the DSM-5, they added 3 additional possible things. Okay. And they said you have to have at least 6 of the following, one of which has to be the first one. Okay. So you give them a little bit of credit. It is slightly more things required here, which is number 6, in boys, a strong rejection of typically masculine toys or activities. Girls, strong rejection of feminine toys. Number 7, a strong dislike of one's sexual anatomy. Or 8, a strong desire for the primary and or secondary sex characteristics that match the one's experience gender. Okay. So the criteria is very similar. It's almost exactly the same. And if Drew here is making the argument that the old criteria leads to massive amounts of regret, then he's just kind of destroyed his entire fucking argument. And he would have to also acknowledge that the criteria for the new DSM-5 is literally almost the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
There's no substantial difference that would lead to catching people to make sure that they're not accidentally transing people that shouldn't be transitioning.
This is hilarious.
And this guy here is like, he's like, oh, if Richard Dawkins and Helen Joyce did a modicum of research, they would understand they're wrong. And he gets like the most basic information about this so fucking wrong. It's wild.
So is my claim that these guys are complete blithering idiots starting to sink in for you? Are you
Yes.
starting to
Mr. I studied this in college,
realize?
Gets the most basic fact about this completely wrong. Yes.
Are we dipping into Dunning-Kruger areas here?
We've not only dipped it, we're swimming, we're underneath, we're 10 feet underneath the Dunning-Kruger water at this point.
It's just so sad.
We're drowning in a tar of Dunning-Kruger.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's one other thing too here he says, which is hilarious that I want to point out.
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual Edition 4 that came out in, I believe, 1993, did have this disorder called gender identity disorder. And you could be diagnosed.
Wait, hold on. It's skipping for me.
That came out in, I believe, 1993, did have this disorder called gender identity disorder. And you could be diagnosed with this if you met the criteria of preferring different gender, different sex playmates, liking games or, dolls or things like that are associated with like a different gender. And you didn't have to have a persistent identity as a different gender.
What did he just say? What did he just say?
I wasn't paying attention. What did he say?
Oh, God. Listen real close here.
As a different gender.
Okay.
As a different gender. I heard that part.
Things like that are associated with like a different gender. And you didn't have to have a persistent identity as a different gender. So by the...
You didn't have to have a persistent identity as a different gender.
Yes, he just said.
That's not true, though.
He just said that DSM-4 says that you did not have to have a persistent identity as the other gender. Okay.
Right.
On the screen, right at the top, the first part of the entire...
strong and persistent cross-gender identification. Yes. That's like the first thing.
The first part of the fucking page says the exact opposite. How the fuck did he put this in the video and not edit out his dumb fuck audio comment?
It's so weird because this is obviously written by progressives because it says not merely a desire for any perceived cultural advantage of being the other sex.
Well, no. It's not progress. They want to make sure that you're just not like living in a society where women are second-class citizens, and so you want to do it to get ahead. Because that's not really
I know
like a
that's what it
disorder.
means.
Right. Yeah, it's not like a disorder. That's just you trying to get ahead. So
right.
But it's ridiculous. He says something that's completely fucking wrong, the complete opposite of reality, and then somehow he puts it in the video and he edits the picture of the criteria, and he still didn't catch that it was there, that he was wrong. He didn't say, oh, editing Drew here, I got this wrong, or let me just cut this little piece of the audio out here. No, it's right there for everyone to just pause the video and go, what the fuck's he talking about? It's right there.
They don't do that, though. Look, he's just singing to the choir, okay? Nobody questions this stuff.
Oh, my God.
There are no atheists in the Church of Gender Ideology, okay? Drew doesn't allow it.
Embarrassing, Drew. Embarrassing.
Right. Yeah.
Those standards, I would be diagnosed with gender identity disorder. To this day, most of my friends are women.
Look at him. It just sits there and nods. Oh, yeah. So smart, Drew.
So smug. So smart.
So intelligent.
I know.
We, the atheist community, are such big
God.
brain brainiacs.
Jesus.
Always have been. I would never really like to play very violent games as a kid. I preferred to play house or something. So that would mean...
Oh, my God. I preferred to play house.
That I, according to those standards, could effectively be officially diagnosed as transgender back then. This is something that was not upheld going forward with future research.
Wrong. Wrong.
You misinformation spreader.
Oh my
There
God.
actually were higher detransition rates when people were diagnosed with something like this.
That still exists today because it's exactly the same.
And now instead we have the idea of gender dysphoria. But having gender dysphoria is having this persistent stress surrounding the fact that you have a persistent identification with another gender for a prolonged period of time, but that your environment or circumstances prevent you from embodying that identity. That's where the stress, the dysphoria that requires remedying comes from. And again, this gender identity...
It's interesting that he's like, your environment or your circumstances. Yeah, the circumstances of being born, the sex that you're born. It's a pretty substantial circumstance. It's not like your environment. They always do this like weird thing where some people like do this insane nonsense where they act like, oh, well, if you were trans, but you were born in a completely open society, you wouldn't actually have to transition. You would totally feel fine. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you would still have to change your body. The stress is caused by your body, not your environment.
It's so retarded.
Yeah.
Like people can experience distress, like if they come out as trans and, their family says, fuck you, like you're not trans, like obviously that's not going to make you feel good. Right. But they just this complete lack of understanding of like, this is an internal, mental process.
Why not just make people comfortable in their own bodies, Sitch?
Well, if you can, you should do that.
Solution.
It's if that is feasible. It's not exactly clear how feasible that is, but for people that actually have gender dysphoria.
Oh, so much of that I think is resolved by people going through adolescence, coming to terms with the fact that they're gay or straight or whatever, and then, enjoying their bodies.
Right, but I would say that those people don't actually have gender dysphoria. Those are just
of
kids
course
going
not.
through puberty. Yeah.
Right. But that's a problem because as soon as you misdiagnose someone, and they engage in hormone therapy or, God forbid, surgery, and then they never get to experience the pleasure of their body. Oh my God, fucking, what have you done?
Mm-hmm.
What have you done?
Identity, it doesn't have to do with like you're a guy that likes to wear eyeshadow, or you are a girl who prefers to climb trees rather than play.
It's funny, if I didn't read this until just now. If you actually read the paragraph above this, it's actually explaining whatever webpage he pulled this out of. It's actually explaining how the difference between the DSM-4 and DSM-5 is only just that they want to, not stigmatize it and make it the dysphoria that's the issue, not the identity themselves. It literally spells all that out. And he still fumbled and fucked up, his comparison here.
Right.
Play with dolls. So just this entire concept that gay children are being like forced down the road of transitioning is completely ignorant to the way that the actual psychiatric and psychological communities are looking at and dealing with gender diverse populations. If you
whoa. How's that even correlated?
It's not.
Yeah.
That's the neat thing.
That doesn't make any sense.
He just declared it so.
Yeah. Weird.
So it shall be.
If you pull a psychologist that deals with this stuff, or just a counselor with a master's degree, I mean, like, I didn't even complete my master's degree and I know this stuff because I...
Oh, look, you have your answer right there. Drop out.
Learned it in like sophomore year. If you pull someone like that into the room with Helen Joyce and Richard Dawkins...
Well, apparently he doesn't know it because he got such a fundamental thing wrong that he actually destroyed his entire fucking position on anything related to trans topics, but okay.
Yeah.
Joyce and Richard Dawkins, they're going to say, what are you talking about? You obviously haven't done the basic reading here. To touch...
Oh my God, the irony. The irony.
Oh.
And Richard Dawkins would be right.
Oh, the irony. Zibba-zibba-zoo.
You obviously haven't done the basic reading here, Drew. Jeez.
True. Yeah. How did, like, this one's really bad. How did he not crack open the DSM-5 before he made that claim? To just look.
Just to
to
make
just say,
sure.
it'd be like, oh, is that the same criteria here? Let me see. Let me just do a little check-a-rooney right here. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Doesn't matter. He doesn't care about the truth.
God.
He just cares about, his channel.
On a final point of pseudoscience here.
Yeah.
This was something that I found.
A final point of pseudoscience.
Mm.
My God, the hits keep coming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, it's such pseudoscience.
In both his interview with Kathleen Stock, which is kind of a gender critical philosopher. She's a professor. Again, no expertise in this actual subject, and you can tell by the things that she says. Helen Joyce also echoes this. It's kind of a conspiracy theory of sorts. And it's the idea that the reason why people transition is because it is merely a fetish. And this is specifically levied at trans women. The idea is that they are autogynephiles. They are like men with autogynephilia.
There are significant numbers of men who find it very sexy to think of themselves as lesbians.
Look, he does. Even in the clip that he selects, she doesn't say all transgender people are autogynephiles.
Mm-hmm.
She says there's a significant number of men.
I know.
Probably as many of those as there are actual lesbians.
Most trans women, that is men, who identify as women, are heterosexual. And they have a fetish. Yes. I mean, that's the other thing that I might as well say, because no one, in polite society...
See, she doesn't even say all trans people are autogynephiles. She says a lot of them are.
Mm-hmm. What even Blanchard? He didn't say every.
No, he didn't. Not at all.
He was saying it was only what he called them heterosexual.
Yes.
What was it? I forgot the typology. It was from his view. It was people who transitioned but were still attracted to women. He said that he thought they were primarily autogynephiliac,
and they tend to transition later in life. There's all these criteria that he outlined. He studied them. Yeah, there's a huge difference. They present as typically masculine as opposed to the men that are predominantly feminine and are same-sex attracted. Yeah, a giant difference.
But there is a fetish called autogynephilia, which a man may have.
And again, I mean, if you've done some of the kind of basic research of this stuff, you know the history of the development of ideas surrounding human sexuality just in the last 20, 30 years. You know that this is a typology of transness that was created by Ray Blanchard in 1987. In fact, in 2009, there's this kind of wonderful study that surveyed women to see if women had any kind of traits or thoughts that could type them as autogynephiles. And it turned out that if you said, have you ever been sexually aroused by the image of yourself as a woman, or thinking of yourself as a woman, or in women's clothes or in lingerie, this, over 90% of women could have been classified as autogynephiles. People with this.
What is this fucking argument, Sitch?
This is quite possibly one of the dumbest fucking studies I've ever seen in my life.
This is so crazy. Women who think of themselves as sexually attractive are turned on.
So
what? Like, yes, obviously.
So autogynephilia is the idea that there's some men that are sexually aroused by the idea of themselves as women.
Right. Which is they're not women, right?
Right.
They are the opposite sex.
Right.
Yes.
So a man fantasizing about being a woman, and that turns them off.
Right.
Okay. So
and a woman fantasizing about being a sexy woman is like every woman.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I'm surprised it's only 93%.
Right. So this guy, Charles
like 100%.
Moser, does this like batshit crazy retarded study. I say study in like quotes here because he basically got a sample of like 51 nurses in the same hospital. Like it seems like he just like decided to like
51 nurses in the same hospital.
He's like, I'm at like the hospital I work at. Oh, here's a funny thing. Let me just ask them a bunch of questions and see if they answer right. Like this seems like such a fucking like bullshit, study.
This is ridiculous.
Right. So this guy who, by the way, he writes a paper, criticizing Blanchard here. So this whole thing seems to be like him just trying to give an excuse to criticize the autogynephilia, concept. So he's like, let me ask to see if women themselves are autogynephilia, which doesn't actually make sense because as you're saying, yeah, if a man thinks, oh, I'm turned on by the idea of being a sexy woman, you're like, oh, that's weird. That's like unusual. But if a woman's like, oh yeah, I'm turned on by the idea of me being like a sexy woman to other people. That's normal. That's the normal thing for every woman to do, right?
Of course.
That's like saying, oh, well, if a guy, fantasizes that he's going to be attractive to women and that's going to turn him on, oh, that means he has like a fucking, weird fetish here, or he has like some kind of weird, like psychological thing.
No, that's normal human sexuality.
It's so dumb.
That's like what people do to attract the opposite sex. You dumbass.
So he's at this one hospital that all these women work at. They're all like nurses. And I think he like even says he's like asking them like in between shifts and stuff. Like they're like at the nurses station. He's like, fill out this fucking questionnaire. Okay. And so
no way.
Out of the 51, he got a response rate of only 29. So oh my God, this video is crazy. Drew does this. He just makes these like very declarative statements like, oh, anyone that's done research knows that Ray Blanchard's like an idiot and this autogynephilia is bullshit. Everyone knows that. And then his only piece of evidence is this ridiculous survey that conceptually makes no sense. Only 29 people were asked these questions. Okay, he's using this as his one piece of evidence here. Let me tell you, these are the questions. These are the questions.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
Asked.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you have the questions.
Okay. Number 1, I have been erotically aroused by contemplating myself in the nude.
Oh my God. What? Yeah, okay.
We have 9 said never, 15 said on occasion, and 2 said frequently.
Never mind the fact that a coworker has given you this fucking questionnaire. A fucking coworker.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Oh my God.
The second question. I have been erotically aroused by contemplating myself wearing lingerie, underwear, or foundation garments.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, see, this is so stupid because if you ask a woman this question, like the implication in the context is very different. Is it that she's like, oh, I'm just literally just aroused at looking at myself wearing lingerie? Or is it I'm wearing lingerie because it means I'm about to get some, right?
Yeah,
I'm doing
totally.
it like it's very, very different than asking a man, do you get aroused thinking of yourself wearing women's lingerie? Like, that's a completely different fucking question. And this retard is asking women this to be like, oh, well, women have autogynephilia. So,
Yeah, I saw this the first time and I was like, oh man, this is beyond stupid.
Yeah.
This is totally beyond stupid.
Question 3. I've been erotically aroused by contemplating myself fully clothed in a sexy attire. Number 4. I have been erotically aroused by dressing in lingerie or sexy attire for a romantic evening or when hoping to meet a sex partner.
Oh my God.
Listen,
totally normal.
If you've ever been aroused by dressing in something sexy for a romantic evening with someone of any sex, well, that obviously means you have autogynephilia, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. Some would think not, but
I have been erotically aroused by preparing, shaving my legs, applying makeup for a romantic evening or when hoping to meet a sex partner.
Oh my God.
I have dressed in lingerie, sexy attire, or prepared myself before masturbating. Now that's a little weird. That's kind of strange, but okay. And that actually had the lowest. 19 of the respondents said never. 10% said on occasion, and 0 said frequently. So that one was just kind of weird.
Just normal women coworkers who were like,
there
what the
go.
fuck? John, why are you giving me this?
From our 29 nurses, okay, that responded to this questionnaire. I have been erotically aroused by imagining myself with a sexier body. That was another question. I have been erotically aroused by imagining that others find me particularly sexy, attractive, or irresistible. That one had obviously the highest amount of positive remark.
Of course. Yeah. So. You get a smile or a look from somebody that you find attractive. You're like, yeah,
And then the last one was, I've been erotically aroused by using specific articles of clothing, odors, or textures during masturbation. So that one had the second highest non-respondent of 16 said never. 0 said frequently, and 13 said on occasions. This is just this is such a ridiculous study. It's one of the dumbest studies I've ever read in my entire fucking life. And the fact that Drew just brings this up is like, this is proof. This is proof.
If you've done the research, Sitch, okay?
If you've done the research.
If you've really done your research.
You gotta do your research.
And you're not just trapped in your ideological bigotry.
Do your research, okay? Autogynephilia is obviously ridiculous because women, they feel that same fucking feeling. So obviously it's fake.
Oh my God.
That's like saying, I don't think being gay is real because, there's this whole like weird concept that like, some guys are into other guys. But then when I asked women if they're in the guys, they said, yeah, and they're not gay, they're straight. So how can gay be real then?
I know. That's like exactly what's going on.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. Gay's not real because women are into guys too. What?
Logic.
Yeah. What the fuck? Logic.
Obscure trans fetish, right? Now, if you take that to, have you had these experiences or thoughts or fantasies or arousal multiple times, then it's something like 25 to 30% of women could be classified. And cisgender,
like, he's like 25% of women of the 29 people that responded to this ridiculous question.
I know. It's fucking science, dude. Think about it. Think about it.
Oh,
your whole channel is supposed to be pro-science. You're talking about going after Richard Dawkins because he's not sharing truthful information in the world. You fucking idiot.
Mr. Dawkins, did you know that 25% of women get off on the idea that people might find them attractive?
Oh my God.
Case closed. Trans dismissal.
Richard Dawkins would be flailing around as I completely destroy him with these identical definitions from the DSM-4 and DSM-5. No. Why would Richard Dawkins not want to deal with you, Drew? Let me take a guess here.
Classified, and cisgender women, right? Like people like Helen Joyce and Kathleen Stock. What's the takeaway there?
Now he's trying to say that Helen Joyce is autogynephilic. Oh my God.
I don't think he's saying that he's saying that she's like believes the concept of it, right? Not that she is autogynephilic.
No, I think he's saying that she is autogynephilic.
Wait,
she's
what?
like 25% of women, including Helen Joyce.
Oh, wait, hold on.
What would she say if we labeled her autogynephilic?
Right, okay.
She would be upset about it. But yet
Helen
she goes
Joyce.
around labeling all of these trans women autogynephilic, even though they label themselves autogynephilic. I like, there's so many trans women that don't seem put off by the idea that they are autogynephilic.
Right.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Women could
We
be
obviously need to
classified.
ask Helen Joyce about her masturbation habits.
Cisgender women, right? Like people like Helen Joyce and Kathleen Stock. What's the takeaway there? Maybe it's not weird or a fetish or anything like this to be aroused by this, but also that this isn't something that has anything to do specifically with being trans. There might be trans women who might be aroused by this, sure, but it's not a typology of person that motivates transness. That has never been actually verified in any way. And it's spread by these like transgender experts on a science podcast.
Yeah, but you see, Drew, that word has many syllables and it sounds science-y and Latin-ish. Therefore, like, that's it.
Oh my God. I
Irony,
can't.
right?
It's so hilarious. Yeah.
It's terrible.
The fact that they're making themselves out to be like the big brain science researchers here.
I know.
It's so comical. It's just, oh God. It's complete fiction.
Yep.
It's just a farce. It's a fraud. It's a total fraud. Oh, it's delusional. It's delusional. Super delusional.
He just goes with it. I mean, this is the same guy. Dawkins has also said, maybe this was in that Helen Joyce interview, that there was peer pressure and teacher pressure to be trans, which again, not how it works. You know how I know that? Because I've spoken to at least one trans person in my human life. Again, this is such an easy thing to debunk.
Yeah, like the trans person is going to say, oh, yeah, I was totally socially pressured.
Yeah, like Ray Blanchard or any of these people have never talked to a trans person in their life.
Of course. Well, look, if
Oh
you
my
talk to
God.
any detransitioner, what is the first thing they're going to tell you?
Yeah, exactly.
I was socially pressured. I was totally socially pressured.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Of course, they're ignoring all of them. They're like, oh, that social pressure doesn't matter.
Debunk. Forget the you need to know the history of this word to understand why it may not be used the way you think it's being used. Like, he's falling for basic bullshit.
Definitely.
The autogynephilia stuff is basic bullshit. None of these guys have done any research on this shit.
Now, I want to talk about something else I saw in the Helen Joyce interview here. Richard Dawkins said,
how has one side managed to kind of capture the dominant dialogue, really, the dominant half of the dialogue? Why does all the abuse go one way? Why is it such a, why does all the bullying go one way?
And what he means is, why is all the abuse being hurled at Helen Joyce, at him, at someone like Frank Turek, who's a Christian, evangelical Christian apologist, who also says this exact same line? Why is all the abuse hurled just toward them?
Why do trans people have it so easy everywhere? And why are people so mad at me for contributing to the harm that trans people have faced?
Right. The ACLU in 2023 alone tracked something around 500 anti-LGBT bills, the majority of them having to do with the permissions of trans people to exist in public spaces at all.
Yeah. And what Dawkins is talking about when he says he's being bullied.
Yeah, bullshit.
Well, first of all, the bills weren't about existing. There were a bunch of bills. There's like bathroom bills and child transition bills. So to just say like they're not allowed to exist in public spaces is not, that's completely not correct. Okay, that's completely made up. But then also I want to play the actual longer clip of what Dawkins was talking about, because they're not really doing it justice what the actual conversation was about.
Right. There was a bunch of parental notification bills, obviously, too.
Right.
Which they are against. If your teacher wants to transition your kid, then that should be fully allowed in their eyes.
Right.
And you shouldn't, of course, you shouldn't be in a moral panic about that.
This is also one-sided. I realize there are two different points of view here, but how has one side managed to kind of capture the dominant dialogue, really, the dominant half of the dialogue? And constantly it comes up that if you dissent from that, you're called a bigot, and so people don't want to dissent because dissent, and so I don't want to call it cowardice, but it's pardonable cowardice because nobody wants to be called a bigot. But why does all the abuse go one way? Why is it such a, why does all the bullying go one way?
I mean, there are so many different.
So it's very clear if you actually listen to the full question. He's not just saying like, oh, why is all the bullying going one way? Oh, but look, all these anti-trans bills. No, he's saying why in the public conversation, in the scientific conversation, and in any of these professional spaces, why do you have to adopt this 100% just trans affirmative thought process or you get attacked? That's what the question is.
Yeah, why can't you question it from a scientific perspective, which is ultimately very reasonable?
Right, right. So pretty bad faith of Drew to sort of clip the question in such a fashion to do this like gotcha attempt.
Of course, but this whole video is aimed at that.
Okay, we can go back. So we'll show you that. Drop me the beginning. I don't know if it dropped you.
Dishonest Drew.
Lots of evangelical Christians, people who have had some formative experience, like I think probably you sticking with atheist rationalism while the new atheist movement degenerated.
Hold on, we're not at the right spot.
I like this spot though.
No.
No.
With the permissions of trans people to exist in public space.
Exist in public spaces. Yeah, it's such a weird framing. It's such a dishonest framing of the situation.
He's got to play up the trans genocide.
Is there exist in public spaces? Like, he's making it sound like these states are like, oh, if you're trans and you're walking out in public, like the police are gonna like beat you over the head with a billy club and drag you away to
the
jail
trans
cell.
police, yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah.
You're being incarcerated for transgenderness.
Yes.
Spaces at all.
Yeah. And what Dawkins is talking about when he says he's being bullied is something like, well, one time I had an award rescinded by a humanist organization, an award, by the way, I promise you virtually no one knows about. Like, they once took it away from me because I was a bigot. Like, again, even if you want to call that cancel culture or bullying, I don't think it's either one. But even if you want to acknowledge that's the case, if that's the worst thing that happens to you, again, take a broader view on this. Why do you think that amounts to bullying when we have seen the repercussions of anti-trans rhetoric?
I mean, there have been bomb threats.
That's just such a dumb argument, because the bullying is in situations where professionals are being bullied and just being silenced, even questioning the science around transgenderism. Like, normal people are being bullied. It's not just Richard Dawkins. Obviously, the Tavistock book is full of people who are being silenced, who actually have access to evidence that they're on the wrong path.
Yep.
In schools, in children's hospitals, there have been actual murders linked to things like libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh's content. I mean,
I was curious. I went through all these things because I was curious about all these different things that they were talking about here. So this bomb of the school thing, like, this was what happened was there was a video that came out that showed it was in like 13-year-olds in some middle school bathroom. And there's a claim. I mean, you can't really tell because the person's face is like blurred out, but there's a claim that there's like this, like a bigger girl or a bigger person in the girl's bathroom. And she like gets into some fight with this other girl who's smaller than her and like drags her out by her hair and is like punching her in the face into the hallway. And people were saying that the claim was, I guess the students in the video was claiming that this was a boy who was, saying they were trans or something. And so some 13-year-old from the school who was related to that incident, like, called in a bomb threat. I mean, so it's not good, but like, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with like Richard Dawkins or like a broader conversation about like transgender things in society. Like, someone in a fight, like, calls in a bomb threat.
He's trying to make the argument that one in society is against trans people, and they're constantly trans people are constantly a threat.
Right.
Which obviously seems silly.
Yeah.
Bomb threats in schools, in children's hospitals. There have been actual murders linked to things like libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh. Okay,
so this one is, and this is a sad story, don't get me wrong, but so he says murders linked to libs of TikTok and Matt Walsh. So I remember when the story came out, a lot of people thought that this person was murdered, this next person, but it actually turned out that they committed suicide, and they had some altercation right beforehand where, again, they were in a bathroom. They claimed that they heard a group of girls like talking shit about them, and so they threw water at the girls, and the girls like attacked next and like supposedly like beat the crap out of them. And then they went to the hospital. They told this to the police, and then they were released. And then they died the next day, and they found that they had taken some sort of fatal amount of medications, presumably intentionally.
Sad. Super sad.
It's really sad, but it's weird because like to say like this had nothing to do with like libs of TikTok or Matt Walsh. I mean, I don't like libs of TikTok or Matt Walsh, but like they're making it sound like somehow libs of TikTok or Matt Walsh like got somebody killed. Like it has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Right.
Content. I mean, as far as I understand, the minority that is the victim of the most actual physical violence, especially outright murder in the United States, is gender non-conforming people of color. So basically, usually black trans women. Those are the people that are murdered the most. And yeah, if your bullying is people saying, you know, uncharitable things about you on Twitter or having an award from 1996 taken away.
You know, man, I really need to get new RAM. My computer is just really not doing well here.
Keeps dropping out on you.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Get some RAM. It's okay. Get some RAM. I'll pass to you tomorrow.
Okay. Is the issue is with the crime statistics is, first of all, when you talk about like black trans people that are killed, it's like a very small number. It's like 20 or something, like 20 people, 50 people. So any increase is like, oh my God, there's been this like double massive increase in like, you know, trans black murders because the numbers are so small. That's the first thing. And whenever the people do this like statistical analysis of this, they don't do one to say like, oh, any of these people were killed because they're trans or because they're black. It's just they were just black and trans and died. And I did find one statistical analysis of the murders from like, I think it was like 2013, 2022 or something. And it was like overwhelmingly done by, like the murder was overwhelmingly done by people they were in relationships with.
Right.
And and often romantic relationships with. So it's not exactly like it's not like, oh, the person was, you know, walking down the street and someone's like, oh, they're trans and they killed them. Like, it was like, no, they got into some sort of domestic abuse with someone that they were in some kind of long-term relationship with, and that person killed them.
Right. Their boyfriend was a big transphobe.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I would assume not, right?
Look, and those numbers map onto cis people, like heterosexual cis people, right? I'm sure there's tons of people killed every year by their significant
I don't
other.
remember when he wrote that email, even, but just a few months ago, he got.
Oh wait, can you?
No, I will not do it.
That video, because I had to close the tab, so now I'm back on the wrong video.
Oh, you.
Can you put the video back in there?
Sure.
Let's see
here. Let's do it. You know where we're at?
No.
I'll just guesstimate.
Figure it out.
Where's that? Oh, here we go.
Especially outright murder in the United States is gender non-conforming people of color.
It's so funny that he was accusing Dawkins of doing talking points. Have you heard anything but talking points from this dude?
No, yeah, nothing but talking
all these are talking points. None of these are original ideas. This is all tried and true. We've heard this before. Boo hoo hoo, the trans people everyone hates. It's a genocide against trans people. You have to shut your mouth about the science because trans people. Yeah. I think Dawkins nails it when he says cowardice. It is so much cowardice. But look, he said it's understandable cowardice, you know. Professional people, they don't want to throw their entire careers away over this stuff. So
nope.
Yeah.
So basically, usually black trans women. Those are the people that are murdered the most.
Oh my God.
And yeah, if your bullying is people saying, you know, uncharitable things about you on Twitter or having an award from 1996 taken away while you just sit there with all of your millions of dollars and complain. No, these things are not comparable. The abuse does not go one way in the way.
And I want to be clear, when
these guys are such fucking idiots, Sitch. I can't fathom this. The question was about the bullying going towards other people, you fucking idiots. Not towards Richard Dawkins exclusively, okay? He's talking about you guys being on the internet bullying everybody else. How are these people so dumb, Sitch? It hurts to see people this stupid.
a lot of times when they're criticizing him online, I can speak for myself here. These are not ad hominem attacks. I'm literally quoting the things he says. And for him to say, why does all the bullying go one way? It just tells you how little awareness he has of the consequences of what he says.
Oh man, the irony. The irony.
Well, you know, they went over all the Facebook thing. Is that like really diving deep into the arguments?
Look, you can go on. If you question any of their narrative on Twitter, obviously a bunch of people are going to jump in and fucking give you pushback. A bunch of the well, I don't know. They might all be on Blue Sky now. They might have all jumped ship on Twitter. So
I also think that he's very much unaware of what the gender critical movement actually looks like in real life, because I do think he's just kind of sitting in his ivory tower in his literal mansion reading about this stuff kind of on Twitter and vaguely feeling some kind of affinity to it.
In terms of what? He's not aware of what it looks like in terms of...
I'm not sure if...
Yeah, Drew, tell us about the gender critical movement. We want to hear about your movement.
He's completely aware of the type of people who are active in the gender critical space as much as he might feign to be. And I think that something is really revealing here that Helen Joyce said in his interview. She said,
in this movement, the people who are willing to speak on this issue are often people who have been through some crucible beforehand. And those can be good, bad, or indifferent things as far as I'm concerned. Lots of Brexiteers, lots of anti-vaxxers, lots of evangelical Christians, people who have had some formative experience, like I think probably you sticking with atheist rationalism while the new atheist movement degenerated into gender woo. You know, you've already been cast out in some way.
What do you hear when you hear anti-vaxxers and evangelical Christians and multimillionaires and billionaires are being persecuted there?
Yeah, right. It's funny, there are Christian...
Isn't she saying that the people who are speaking out are people who are used to being called bigots anyway?
Yeah.
I think that's the argument that she's making.
Yeah.
Which just seems to be going right over their heads. They don't even understand that argument.
So again, they keep you know, clipping the quotes in such a way, right? So they can have these like retorts that are not actually
right. So she's just basically lumping them all together. She's saying, look, it takes a certain amount of willingness to take the slings and arrows that are going to come from unfair people are going to make unfair accusations about you in order to speak up against this gender stuff. And she's saying the people who are most likely to do it are people who spoke up against other things already and are used to taking that kind of abuse.
Well, so the reason for this, and here I'll bring up the clip here, is because Dawkins specifically says that he's on the left, or he's been on the left his whole life. And so he finds it like weird that now he's getting this association. So
yeah, they immediately call you right wing.
Right.
They did the same thing with Sam Harris. Look, everybody that took a reasonable position on this, they immediately call right wing.
Mm-hmm. And now that it's just a testosterone level is all that.
Wait, hold on, where I gotta go for a little second.
All right. Got it now? Got your good spot?
Yeah.
I've been politically on the left all my life, and I find myself now being blamed somehow. I find that people think I must be right-wing because the only people who agree with me about this tend to be politically on the right. That's not really true, but they often think it is. I mean, do you find that?
I mean, there's a very significant movement here in the UK on the left of the women who came up through the unions and who, you know, are very good organisers, who are sex realists. And so I think here in the UK, it's really easy to say, oh, look at Woman's Place UK. I mean, J.K. Rowling, look at her. She's not exactly right-wing. So you know, it is often said, but it's an American thing to say. It's because of the American polarization, and it's part of the Americanization.
That's right. I should have said that's American.
Oh, but it gets said to us too. I mean, I get told that I'm funded by the Heritage Foundation, you know, that I'm getting money from shadowy right-wing American groups. I'm not. You know, it's a joke among the women, that I work with. You know, people are always saying, "Have you got any of your far-right money yet? This must be stuck in the post." You know, no, we haven't.
So they cut out all this context of them saying it's only in America that there's like this left-right divide. That in the UK, that there's a lot of people on the left that have this feeling. And they cut all this context out, right? It's just like kind of that clip to respond to.
This is what's so dishonest. I mean, I wish they'd just play the whole thing and respond to the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah.
This little, I'm just gonna pull out little tidbits to make some dishonest point is bullshit.
We don't get funding from them.
Do you want to back it up or keep going?
Just keep going.
It is very irritating, and I suppose I find it less irritating because I never thought of myself as either left or right wing. Mm-hmm. I wasn't even a left wing student politician. I'm
left wing, Sitch. So just
I've always been a very include me out person. Like I've voted for every party, every one of the three main parties here. Honestly, don't know who I could vote for now. But you will find that in this movement, the people who are willing to speak on this issue are often people who have been through some crucible beforehand. And those can be good, bad, or indifferent things as far as I'm concerned. Lots of Brexiteers, lots of anti-vaxxers, lots of evangelical Christians, people who have had some formative experience, like I think probably you sticking with atheist rationalism while the new atheist movement degenerated into gender woo. You know, you've already been cast out in some way. And if you've already been cast out, well, you've got used to it. You know what it's like, and you know that you can survive it. And so I do see a lot of...
That last one is me all the way, because I used to totally be on the atheist side. It's so funny because I did, as soon as I encountered Jonathan Haidt and sort of the research around religion being kind of a group level adaptation, I immediately thought, oh, wow, this is going to completely transform the atheist community. And that's when I had the rude awakening that atheists were just big fucking ideologues like everybody else, and that they were only atheists for their own egomaniacal reasons. They didn't really care anything about science. They just wanted to hate on others. It was just a movement in opposition to everyone else. And I was like, fuck this.
Right.
Fuck this. And I have that attitude where I don't care. Fuck, who cares what people are going to say about me? So.
Very varied people who have already experienced being cast out.
Right. Well, we'd probably better come to a close.
That's the one thing I admire about Richard Dawkins, because look, I think Richard Dawkins has the wrong views of religion. Like, he hasn't really addressed a lot of the criticism about religion being a group level adaptation. Obviously, he's an evolutionary biologist. He kind of just dismisses group level selection out of hand, which I think is wrong. Mm-hmm. Like, I think Dawkins should engage in some sort of dialogue with David Sloan Wilson or any of the people who have made the best arguments for group selection, instead of just walling himself off in this ivory tower. So, I mean, I have plenty of criticisms of Richard Dawkins, like him being critical of the gender ideologues is not one of them. Like, he's completely courageous about that stuff. So,
true.
Would you like to?
Okay, we can go back.
All right, back. Here we go. Let's hope it does its thing. What? Oh, no, it went right. Yeah, right spot.
Figure out what the truth is. And you're not just going to let your name be used.
No, it didn't.
Oh, okay.
We're at 2950. We got a lot. We got more to go.
Oh, okay.
You're like, oh, we're almost done.
2950.
Okay, I got it.
It's Christians and multimillionaires and billionaires are being persecuted there.
Yeah, right.
These guys are just, I mean, they are the stereotype of leftists. It's freaking comical. Like, they can't have this conversation without throwing the millionaires and billionaires under the bus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's funny, there are Christian pastors, I've posted video of this online, but Christian pastors who are citing Richard Dawkins to promote their own anti-trans beliefs. And I don't know, man, if the stuff I was making videos about was being used by people who I think are causing active harm in this world, and they were using me to say, you guys, even this guy agrees with me, so let me just continue giving the sermon I was already giving. Maybe that should make you think twice about.
Look, he's basically saying, if you're saying true things and other people are repeating those true things that you're saying, you should not say true things anymore. You should just adopt my totally ludicrous, untrue worldview so that those people can't repeat what you're saying.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
If people you don't like repeat what you're saying, you should just stop.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
About the sort of stuff you're saying, it would at least give me pause. And I don't think he lives in that world where he cares about that. But yeah,
because he cares about truth. Remember the thing that you were talking about in the very beginning of this? The thing that you supposedly care about?
Well, okay. There's a way to have this conversation. These two are not capable of having this conversation, right? They're not intelligent enough or nuanced enough or good faith without this conversation. There's a way to have it where it's like, okay, you could have a situation where Richard Dawkins, who, by the way, in that Helen Joyce interview says that he's fine, calling someone by their preferred pronouns, and that his big, problem is just this, like, you just have to accept this idea that, like, a trans woman is on a sex-based level a woman, right? That's what he is, a female. That's what he has a big problem with.
Right. He thinks it's delusional.
Right. But he doesn't have a problem saying, like, oh, if someone's transitioning, and you call them, she, her, whatever. He doesn't care. He's totally fine with that. Right. And so if there's a situation where, like, Richard Dawkins has this kind of specific take, and it's, it's not the exact, extreme version of, like, trans people are fucking evil demons who are here to destroy your children or whatever. And there are a bunch of people running around using Richard Dawkins's, like, words or language or whatever, and they were framing it in the context of, like, trans people are evil demons sent from Satan to destroy, your children. I would say, like, okay, I think Richard Dawkins, when he talks about it, should be like, well, let me be clear. This is my specific belief. I don't agree with the people that are, taking it to this extreme level, right? When he brings it up. And there are some people that don't ever do that. There's some people that will just, extremists will, like, take their words and they go even extremer with them, and they just never address it. And I think it's intentional because they don't want to, like, cut off any sides of their audience.
Boat.
But Richard Dawkins doesn't do that. And most people don't do that. Most people do draw the line of what their belief is. And I think if you do that, then if someone who's more extreme than you or that you disagree with takes your argument and uses it in a way that you don't like, that's not your responsibility if you differentiate your opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Anti-vaxxers are like, who agrees?
What?
Well, I said, obviously, I think transgenderism is real. I just think you got to make the distinction between adults and children, because children are looking for an identity. And if you're giving them this identity that's probably going to make their lives miserable, you're a fucking dick.
Yes. Yeah.
Who agrees with me? Like, maybe you've done something wrong. Maybe.
Yeah, the through line between anti-vaxxers and evangelicals is not persecution. It's an anti-science posture that Richard Dawkins has been trying to fight his entire life.
Right.
They don't even understand the argument. It's fucking hilarious. I'm glad you went back to the other clip. Like, you guys are fucking idiots. I wish you just watched the clip all the way through so we could bask in what retards you are.
Yes.
And who is he trying to speak to at this point if those people are, like, on his side and he's not trying to piss them off in any way? Don't you think there is something wrong when the people who believe the most, again, vile, obnoxious, harmful, anti-science beliefs they happen to be with you on this issue that goes right down to the core of the thing you've been fighting for most of your life? Maybe you went off the track somewhere.
No, this is completely stupid. Look, I'm an atheist. I'm completely pro-science, 1000% pro science. I'm not one of these Bible beating evangelicals. And I'm with him. Like, just show me the fucking money. Show me the evidence. You guys have not done that. And you're just acting as though you have, which pisses a lot of people off. A lot of pro-science people. Okay? It's easy for you to point to the evangelicals and say blame them. But look, a lot of just regular people are on Dawkins' side.
Yep.
But again, that would require people close to him to pull him aside and say, dude, you're...
Oh my God. And go to fucking Karen Town on his ass.
Yes.
He's a fucking adult, okay? Not only that, he's a world famous science communicator. Who the fuck is going to pull him aside, dude? You sound ridiculous.
Well, he's not even, and again, I have yet to see, they haven't showed it. If Dawkins saying or doing anything that was like, oh, they're like, oh, look here, he's totally wrong about this.
Yes. Right? That's how science works. Like, he writes a paper and you write a paper saying, no, this is wrong. It's just so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. This is like sewing circle level shit.
Yep.
Wrong on this issue. Let me get you in a room with people who understand this better than you do. Privately. We're not trying to publicly embarrass you. They could do that. Again, he has all the pull he needs to talk to people who could set him straight. But he's decided that's not worth his time, money, energy, whatever you want to call it.
At this point, does his rhetoric around this, his entire idea that there's a grand conspiracy, that this is just like wokeness turned into its own religion, that there's media censorship, does this sound any different than the narrative being spread by evangelical Christians? No, not at all.
No, or right-wing.
Yeah, because their evangelical Christians are actually right about the narrative, so...
But they can't be because they're evangelical Christians. They're not allowed to be right about anything.
Look, Jonathan Haidt is totally right. Morality binds and blinds. The evangelical Christians are blinded by their personal moral system, right?
Yep.
But they can see your moral system perfectly clearly.
When you're in the wrong and they're in the right, they could see it super clear, right?
Yeah, it's crystal clear. It's crystal clear. They can see how you're caught up in this belief system that's completely untrue. Yeah, but you don't see it. You don't see it.
Right-wing secular conspiracists, and there are plenty of those too.
Yeah, and I think something I'm going to have to do with this video a few times is just point back to the fact that I have debunked a whole bunch of these claims, these anti-trans claims, these trans panic claims, things like this over...
Oh man, this is like a well...
I know, I gotta go back.
Here.
I know.
Jeez. The debunker here.
The past year and a half or so, and I've always positioned them as, oh, this is fighting misinformation coming out of religious circles. But this is misinformation coming out of secular circles as well, but it's the same misinformation. I think Richard Dawkins may have slightly different motivations in a way. You know, he doesn't have a theological position exactly.
No, he's doing it in the name of science in his mind.
You know, it's weird that he says slightly different motivations. Don't they have like drastically different motivations?
Hugely different motivations.
Yeah, if someone believes that this is wrong scientifically and someone believes this is wrong on some kind of religious moral level, those feel like very significant differences in opinion.
Yeah, totally.
Right. He's doing it in the name of science in his mind, while Frank Turek does it in the name of theology.
Right.
But their sources, their rhetoric, their tenor, it's all exactly the same. And
that is such fucking bullshit.
Their tenor's the same.
Well, and their sources. Look, I think Richard Dawkins is obviously going to point to evolutionary biology.
No. Richard Dawkins picked up a Bible and he said, listen.
That's such bullshit.
It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and...
Yeah, that is such bullshit.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna point to evolutionary biology and say he's gonna debunk it on scientific grounds, not on theological grounds. So just everything you're saying, Drew, is complete and utter bullshit. Look, and you are not even engaging with this on scientific grounds. You pulled out a study with 51 people,
29
29 people. Yeah. Drew, you're not on firm scientific ground here. So you need to shut the fuck up.
Has the exact same effect, which is to scare people into supporting far-right politicians and religious extremists.
Oh my God. He's
That's
like,
awesome.
look, if you accept the truth, you're just supporting far-right politicians and religious extremists.
Well, I'm glad he said that, because that really shows you what's happening here. This is why so many people on the left and right are so afraid to call out their side, is that they're like, I can't give ammunition to the other side because then people won't vote for the things I want them to vote for. And so they allow the extremists on their parties to just, go fucking wild because they're
run rampant.
Yeah, they just run rampant because they're too afraid to call them out. And then ironically, that is what has the exact effect that they're worried about. Because then if nobody calls out the craziness on their side, then everyone on the other side goes, oh, look, that side's crazy. They all believe in trans and the kids. They're all white nationalists or whatever. That's what always happens if you don't call out the extremists. It creates the exact problem you're worried about.
Cowards. These people do believe in transing your kids, so not afraid to say it at all. They're so dumb, they don't even realize that's what's going on. So fucking dumb.
The friends of Richard Dawkins.
Oh my God! Oh no! The guilt by association.
The friends.
Let's pull it out.
Dun dun dun.
I mean, I've really never heard anything bigoted come out of Chris Williams' mouth.
No,
that's Chris Williamson, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah. He does a lot of interesting conversations with people, and he seems completely rational and just like a normal person.
Yeah, but he talks to a lot of Daily Wire people, so obviously that means he's evil.
Yeah. Oh, is that what's happening?
I mean, that's literally the argument he makes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, if we look at not just the past associations that Richard Dawkins has historically had, like especially with someone like Jerry Coyne, but you just look at the people he's associating with and platforming and all of these things on.
Jerry Coyne is the one that went after the whole transgenderism thing pretty fucking hardcore. So, but I think Jerry Coyne is obviously a famous evolutionary biologist, so this completely gets under his skin.
His tour, and his North American tour, his last.
Oh, speaking of autogynephilia, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, impossible autogynephilia, J-Mac for $20, says, I feel sexiest when I kick my wife's ass in magic.
Oh my God.
What is that called? Automagiphilia? First of all, oh my God, Jay. That should be like domestic abuse right there. You're getting
you're supposed to let your wife win. So
yeah, you're getting off on beating your wife. You heard it here. J-Mac gets off on beating his wife.
You get to win later in the bedroom.
There you go. How dare you? And look at this. What a terrible name this is. Anime sucks, Cope and Sneed for $20. Terrible. Says, hello, gentlemen. Hope all is well. Actual Jake and Hannah Reloaded used to fawn over Richard Dawkins, but they turned against him because the same way this guy did. I mean, I'm not surprised, especially after Hannah, transitioned. So that's the way they all were.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me because there's this person that they supposedly have all of this respect for, and you'd think they would look at his arguments if they honestly did have the kind of respect that they claim to have, and think, okay, well, if Richard Dawkins has a certain particular opinion on this, maybe I should re-examine my understanding of the issue. But they don't do that. They just do like a cursory look. Look, all of this stuff is completely driven by clout chasing goblins. Like all it is about is basically trying to make a living, developing an audience that wants to hear these certain claims. It is indistinguishable from what most atheists conceptualize religion as, which is why it's so ironically delicious, because it is just catering to, they're preaching to the choir. That's exactly what they're doing. They've developed their own church. This church has an ideology, a belief system, and they don't care about science. They're just going to preach that belief system regardless of what the reality of the situation is.
Damn goblins.
It is, yeah. Fucking cloud goblins. They're everywhere, Sitch. We're surrounded. So evil. Sitch, say it with me. Evil.
Evil.
Oh, nice. Nice, yeah.
Tour ever. It is people like Colin.
It's Colin. Poor Colin Wright.
Yeah, how does Colin Wright get hit with the bad stick here? What did he do?
Yeah. I don't know. He believes in science, I guess. Shame.
Colin Wright, who is an evolutionary biologist like Dawkins, who again doesn't have any actual expertise when it comes to psychology, when it comes to gender care. I've seen him horribly.
This is the guy who I unfollowed and muted because he was talking about the woke right. The irony. The irony. He's on Twitter calling out ethno-nationalists, and
good for him.
Here Drew is saying,
right.
"Oh, this guy's far right."
Well, and you like his big attack on Colin Wright is like, well, Colin Wright is an evolutionary biologist. Okay, he doesn't have a doctorate in sex education and gender studies, which, first of all, neither does fucking Drew. Okay, so fuck off. But secondly, I follow Colin Wright on Twitter. I've seen a bunch of videos that he's done. Like, he's very, very well versed in this topic. He's done a lot of research on this topic. So this kind of like dumb dismissal of like, well, he doesn't have the proper like doctorate certification is pretty retarded, especially coming from my fucking YouTuber.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. He definitely knows the topic more than most. So
more than this guy.
That's why he's great. Oh yeah. I think he might have done a talk. Colin Wright might have done a talk with Rationality Rules, and it's pretty rich because
really?
Colin actually destroys him. Yeah,
I mean, that's not remotely surprising at all.
Yeah, a dumbass ideologue next to an actual scientist. What could go wrong? It is so funny to me because all of these atheists, they thought they were like so big brained. They would go into these debates against evangelicals about like young earth creationism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's obvious all of them are just fucking stupid. Like it's just easy for them to assemble a bunch of talking points that they're correct on, and they look like, master debaters.
Rationality Rules did a debate with Colin Wright, and I think Peter Boghossian moderated on gender. So I get to watch this at some point.
I did watch it. I
don't remember.
It's pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
That's when I was following the storyline that Rationality Rules was trying to save himself from his audience. He was just completely backpedaling on everything he had said about trans women in sports.
I thought he said that trans women shouldn't be in female sports.
He did for like one video, and then like he got massively downvoted, and his whole audience turned on him. Probably lost like half his patrons.
Spaghettios.
He was like, "How dare you? Don't you understand?
Right.
You're in a cult, motherfucker. We've abducted you for our cult."
Mm-hmm.
Strawman gender affirming care is having something to do with having a physically or biologically wrong brain in the wrong body, that is not what gender affirming care is based on at all. Colin Wright also works with.
Okay, so first of all, again, he keeps doing this, like the bad faith attacks here. First of all, a lot of people, I don't know what Drew's talking about here. I've heard very consistently people say this, like, about trans people, like, oh, you were born in the wrong body.
Yeah, right? No, that's it. They say it all the time.
Yeah, your brain is in the wrong body. I've heard that very constantly. So that's like a weird attack. Secondly, and I actually went and I found that clip that he was talking about. Colin Wright talks about that this brain, this immutable sex characteristic in the brain thing, which means you're trans. He talked about how this is actually used as a legal strategy in a court case. And I looked up, and the court case was Gavin Grimm versus Gloucester County School Board. And part of the case was, it wasn't the full reasoning, but part of what was argued in the case is that in American law, if you have an immutable characteristic, it's like you have a more protected status over that immutable characteristic.
Yeah,
And
for
so,
obvious reasons.
Right. So the argument is that if there's like this brain sex that's different from your body sex, which is what Colin's saying doesn't exist. If there's some difference between that and it's immutable, then you would, get extra protection from the government. And that's what was being argued in the case. That's what he's referring to.
Right. Yeah.
PragerU. I mean, PragerU has released content in the last 48 hours as of this conversation with Colin Wright. They have produced multiple videos, shorts, things like this with Colin Wright.
See, this is what's so weird. Like where...
So?
Yeah. It's like there's no left or right to science. They just, in their heads, they have this stereotype of right-wingers that are anti-science. No, there are plenty of right-wingers that are completely pro-science. You idiot.
Everyone's pro-science when it aligns with what they want to align with.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that is the truth of the matter.
Right.
Science seems to be the first thing to get thrown under the bus whenever it differs with what someone wants to believe. So,
right.
Yeah. You got to have a certain
this conversation that we're listening to.
Of course. Yeah. This is great evidence. You got to have some level of humility to embrace science. So,
who's an atheist, but is primarily on the side of the literal religious right. People who are saying that the reason why our civilization is falling apart is because young women have a voice.
Again, think about what family you are putting together here as.
That's so bad, Faith.
There's a lot of PragerU videos that I think are really fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
There's good ones out there. Depends on the speaker. There's a lot of shitty ones out there. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't remember the PragerU video that said that society's falling apart because women, aren't in the kitchen and have the right to vote. I missed that PragerU video. Okay.
I would watch out. I think if you might find that video though.
I might find. Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't. That's a bold
bet on
assertion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen that one yet though.
They invite some crazy people on that channel,
Okay.
so there might be one talking about, oh yeah, repeal the 19.
There you go.
As voices you want to platform using your name. He is not just bringing on science communicators, people who have, and there are some of those on his tour, but man, he's platforming a lot of people as guests hosts for his.
He's platforming a lot of people, and they've got a lot of problems.
They do.
Now, some of those people, Dawkins platforms, I assume, are good people.
Right. You just assume.
His tour, where if you think about the output they've created over the years, it's a really disturbing one. And again, if I'm not expecting Dawkins to be as online as we are, but you're telling me nobody in his circles knows the problem with all of these people? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I want to hammer home a point I've been making, which is if we just look at this as an idea or a problem with spreading misinformation, then it stands on its own. It justifies this level of criticism, I think. And that is, in my city of Austin, Texas, he co-hosted his event with Chris Williamson, who is an ex-reality TV show star, essentially, who has a podcast called Modern Wisdom.
Okay.
And his primary guests seem to be the cast of The Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, Brett Cooper, Michael Knowles. And now I've looked at some of Chris Williamson's episodes that are a little bit more recent, specifically
Sam Harris. Oh, God.
With like Tulsi Gabbard, with Eric Weinstein, and with Graham Hancock, the guy who thinks that ancient aliens were a thing and that there's a lost ancient civilization that we have come to call Atlantis. That's his big thing. So Tulsi.
Okay, so we're so far down the path. We're so detached from the argument of actually being able to say, here's Richard Dawkins. He made a claim here about trans people. Here's how he's wrong on the claim. Or even we're so far removed even from like, here's Richard Dawkins having a conversation with someone and agreeing with them making a claim. And here's how it's wrong. We're so far removed from that. We literally are just like, Richard Dawkins, was friendly with this guy, and this guy interviews people that I don't like.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one of those
So
people
sad.
is Graham Hancock, who, yeah, I don't know if anything Graham Hancock says is true, but it's definitely entertaining to listen to. Okay.
I should check that out. I miss the Graham Hancock, so
He's been on Joe Rogan a bunch of times
right.
talking about Witepli Becky or whatever it's called. So, I mean, this is like, if this is the critique you have to get, we're like, this is bottom of the barrel scraping here.
Yeah, I told you, bottom feeders. That's what I call them. You know why they're bottom feeders? Because they eat shit. That's how they survive. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, science. So the crazy thing is that,
look, that's the thing. Where has Chris Williamson had any sort of anti-science argument himself? Like, where has Chris Williamson come out and said, you know, he thinks ancient aliens exist?
They
don't have it. They don't
play the
have
clip.
It. They
Roll
don't have
the
it.
clip. Oh, it's not there. Oh,
Chris
okay.
Chris Williamson just seems like a regular pro-science guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get to the truth like all of us. Not trying to gaslight people into transing themselves.
Tulsi Gabbard is on Chris Williamson's podcast talking about how the left hates religion and there's basically an atheist cabal that people like Catholic Joe Biden are a part of to try to destroy the United States from the inside by corrupting and destroying religion.
Well, look, I don't know about the Joe Biden stuff, but these two guys fucking hate religion. So she's not far off there.
That is where this is coming from. It comes back to power and them seeing those who believe in God or who are following their particular spiritual path or faith as not being willing to bend the knee to the power of the Democrat elite and the positions that they hold in our government.
Then he has Eric Weinstein on, who essentially says the same thing.
No, that's a stupid thing. But
what's that?
Listen, Tulsi Gabbard's stupid. Okay.
You didn't like that?
It's not. I went and I listened to the longer content.
Did you really?
Yeah, it's a stupid concept. But
yeah,
she's saying
Tulsi's the one who may face the toughest fight for confirmation, but I guess now she switched. Everyone's pissed at her because she switched her position on the spy apparatus of the United States. Now she's like, I guess they twisted her arm and said, you can't really fight against the CIA. So she's like, okay, well, I guess.
Right.
I want the position, so I'll shut up.
The irony too of Tulsi talking about like the Democrats, you know, you have to bend the knee to their religion, blah, 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 blah. The irony to that is, and I didn't know this until recently, did you know Tulsi's part of a cult?
What? No, come on.
She's part of some Hawaiian cult.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, man.
So
that sounds cool.
She might not get confirmed because of that.
Because of the cult?
Yeah, because like it's not just like she's part of it. Like I forget the guy's name.
She runs it.
Like
she is the cult.
It's called the Science of Identity Foundation.
Really?
Founded by someone named Chris Butler.
Tulsi used to be a Democrat. You realize that, right?
Well, it makes sense if she's part of some weird,
of course, some weird spirit cult.
It's like a yogi guru cult.
Yes.
So like the guy's like a guru, you know, in like the yogi sense. And like apparently this guy like officiated her wedding and is like always bragging about her because he has like some ideology of like he wants, and there are other people that are involved in this cult that are like politicians in Hawaii because there's some idea of like, you know, you got to be influential in society in order to enact specific changes and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
So, I mean, that could hurt her chances.
Look, I'm not sure I want anyone in government that's in a literal cult. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I like Tulsi. So, but I'm sad to hear about the cult thing.
Yeah. It's not great.
This isn't some Tulsi derangement syndrome going on, Sitch. We really know about the.
You can look it up. This is public knowledge.
I'm gonna have to
She's
look into this.
Never denied, you know, being in this cult. I think she tried to downplay it, but
I'm sure Shifty Shift will bring this up at the confirmation hearing for sure. Poor old Shifty Shift.
Right.
He's doing the rounds now. Now that he let the whole fucking city burn down, he's like all over all over trying to blame the Republicans and climate change for his own ineptitude. Hopefully Patel gets his ass.
Wow, look at that. I'm trying to set me off here.
What do you mean? Look, I'm sure you agree. Shifty Shift is the worst.
On Cash Out, Cash Patel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cash is going to sail through the confirmation hearing.
We'll see.
Everyone's going to fall in love with him. He's going to bring his Trump bling.
You're right. He's going to start, he's going to have like a t-shirt cannon that shoots Trump shirts. He's going to start shooting at people.
Oh, that's right. Shooting Trump shirts out to the crowd. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to set up all his stuff for sale out in front of him on the desk.
Oh my God. That feels racist. I don't know why, but it feels a lot.
Does it? Oh, well, look, I like
stereotype.
I like Cash Patel, so I don't mean any racism by it. Okay. Look, I'm the one. I am the one talking about how, look, a little bit of grifting doesn't hurt anyone. Come on.
Course.
He's trying to make a living. He's got
just
a family.
A little bit of
feed.
grifting, right? Yeah.
I saw him on some podcast and he begrudgingly promoted his book, and I thought, well, that's a bit off. I mean, the brand that he's out
Sucker.
there. Oh, you think it was performative humbleness? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. It seems sincere. Okay. We'll see what happens.
Same thing, calling people like Kamala communists and communist sympathizers who, again, want to destroy the United States essentially through atheism, weaponized atheism.
Can you please try and explain to me what you interpret by what can be unburdened by what has been?
I don't know if I should say. It basically says you have to wipe out what has been to arrive in the new. If you think about what Mao had to do to wipe out Chinese history, what Pol Pot had to do, you're trying to wipe out memory because the memory has all of this burden. Why is it important to go after doctors and lawyers and teachers and professors? Because in some sense, they are going to resist the new order that you're about to impose. You're looking for a blank slate.
So like a tether to the past.
And then he has this guy.
I can't stand Weinstein. What's his? Because I like Brett. I like Brett Weinstein. It's funny, but I can't stand Eric Weinstein. I think he's super pretentious. It is a kind of a little bit of a like a irrational, because he says things that are obviously very smart, but I just think he's super pretentious.
So I understand the vibe you're talking about. It is definitely there.
Yeah.
I like Eric. I don't have a problem with him. Sometimes he says things I think are pretty smart. Sometimes he says things I think are like very suspect. But the funny thing about that clip that he just showed is that in that clip, throughout the entire clip, Chris Williamson is like, he's not agreeing with him. He's like saying like, yeah, he's like, I don't think Harris means it that way. I don't think she's sophisticated. I don't think that she, has this knowledge. Like he's just constantly like just disagreeing with Eric in that clip. So it's kind of ridiculous to be like, oh, look, he's having all these people on his podcast. He's literally disagreeing with him in the clip.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my take. See, that's probably why I probably listened to this and was like, yeah, that's right. Push back on this pretentious fuck.
Well, I'd be okay. I mean, I don't buy the whole like unburdened by what has been is some kind of socialist dog whistle claim either. So
it's more like a bumper sticker that she latched onto and was like, oh my God, this is my my big meaningful thing that everyone will remember me by.
Right.
Yeah. This is my Martin Luther King saying. So when I'm in the history books as being the biggest loser in history. Oh God. It's just so many of these. They all think, oh my God, they're going to be the next Abraham Lincoln. They all think that. Yeah. You could tell. I can see it in my head, that sneak peek that Kamala Harris did with Trump. She's like, oh my God, he's going to be Lincoln and I'm not. So mortified. So mortified. People are so wrong. The world is so racist. That's what she's thinking. Whatever.
Graham Hancock on.
This is shitty content, Sitch. These two just, I mean, they're basically making out for an hour here.
Oh, it gets worse. There's a part that's so like,
oh my
like
God.
it's like ridiculous. I was like, how is this? How am I watching this?
Oh my God. Well, at least it's not homophobic, right?
No.
To promote pseudo-archaeology about lost civilizations of ancient super beings, but also to badmouth actual credible archaeologists, you know, real scientists like Flint Dibble, who have dared to debunk Graham Hancock's garbage before. I mean, these are all the things that Richard Dawkins, in a lot of ways, has been trying to buck up against, but because Chris Williamson has a giant platform, and because he is massively in opposition of trans people, they're like natural allies now. This makes very little sense.
You know what's so funny? This whole video. What is the title of this video?
Why I turned down working with Richard Dawkins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this guy says, I refuse to talk to Richard Dawkins.
Yeah.
A lot of people who have this position on trans stuff refuse to talk to Richard Dawkins. They refuse to talk to anyone that has any sort of belief they code as anti-trans. And yet he then turns around and says, how dare you talk to Chris Williamson and people that will actually talk to you?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? If you don't want Chris Williamson and all these other people that you don't like to have power in this space where they can get guests, maybe you're fucking dumbass and all the other people that share your beliefs, dumbass, shouldn't clam the fuck up and should actually be willing to have these conversations with people.
Yeah, the truth is, Drew, you're the one that's going to be flailing around because you're not smart on this shit. Yeah, and look, you're terrified to engage with Richard Dawkins on any sort of level. So I think there's a lot of cope going on in this video.
There's maximum cope going on in this video.
A lot of headcanon going on here about the situation. Yeah. So, anyway.
Neglected to mention in my discussion with Hemant that another of Dawkins' co-hosts on his tour was Andrew Gold of the Heretics podcast. His brand revolves around being anti-trans.
Okay, this is like the most bad faith attack in this video. This is crazy. All right.
Especially spreading moral panic over the false idea of an epidemic of transition regret. Now, I've covered the actual statistics of medical transition regret on my channel before, and it's extraordinarily low, much lower than regret rates for surgeries like knee replacement. So this is just...
They always go to the fucking knee replacement.
They always go to this.
If I hear knee replacement one more time.
Right.
Please, oh, God, please make it stop.
Yeah, it's the same argument. It's so frustrating that no one's ever dealt with it. Oh, the regret rate's so low. It's like, yeah, because all those long-term studies are before they started giving kids puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones.
Yeah.
That didn't exist when they did all these long-term studies, so we don't really know what's going to look like now.
Yeah, could change dramatically.
Yep.
Stoking fear through misinformation in the exact same way that anti-vaxxers will highlight stories of vaccine injuries, even though vaccines actually benefit the vast majority of people who receive them. Aside from the anti-trans stuff, Andrew Gold spreads panic by hosting guests like Tommy Robinson, founder of the violent racist group, the EDL. Robinson actively spreads misinformation about immigrants and Muslims in the UK, has incited violent riots, been imprisoned multiple times on charges related to his activism, and been surrounded by supporters giving Nazi salutes. Gold has also hosted Edward Dutton, a white supremacist operative for the Human Diversity Foundation, an organization which funds and publishes falsified scientific studies to prove the genetic superiority of the white race. This organization is a rebrand of the Pioneer Fund, an organization founded by the Nazis in 1937 to produce research proving the superiority of the white race and distribute Nazi propaganda to American schools and churches. Dawkins co-hosted with Andrew Gold in Ireland, where, according to Gold at least, they talked about trans people on stage to great applause. So, Dawkins, you're too bored of the topic.
Okay, so this big attack on Richard Dawkins is that he had one event that he talked to Andrew Gold on stage, and Andrew Gold once talked to Tommy Robinson and once talked to some guy who's a white nationalist,
I think it was,
ethno-nationalist, right? Okay. This is how like deep down we have to go here. You were on stage with someone who talked to someone that I don't like, who's racist, right?
Yeah,
So
totally.
I
Guilt
didn't watch
by
the Tommy
association.
Robinson interview, but I did find the interview where he talked to the DNA
The Dutton
ethno-nationalist
guy?
guy. Right.
Okay.
He doesn't agree with that guy's stance on race realism or ethno-nationalism. And he's and they have a conversation where he's disagreeing with him about those issues.
Yeah, it's
Now,
hard
not
for me to imagine Chris Williamson as an ethno-nationalist.
No, it wasn't. It's not Chris Wishu. This is Andrew Gold. It's a different.
Oh,
person.
yeah, Andrew Gold.
Right.
You're right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now he's not screaming at him. It's not like there's not, some fiery, like screeching at debate, but he's like, questioning him. He's disagreeing with him. He's saying, well, why do you believe this? That races can't live together, blah, blah, blah. Like, so it's not like he's just on the platform, just spouting all of his fucking ethno-nationalist shit. Andrew Gold's just like, oh, that's very interesting, right? He is providing pushback to all these things. And yet this guy here is criticizing Richard Dawkins for interacting with someone who did this. So under this framework, you can't talk to anyone or disagree with anyone publicly on any sort of contentious topic because that just allows it breathing room, I guess.
This
right?
is so crazy coming from someone in the atheist community.
Yes. The irony of this too.
Massive irony.
And this is probably, and genetically modified skeptic here probably believes this, which is why he doesn't want to talk to Dawkins, because he's like, well, I don't want to be on stage with Dawkins because he says things I don't like. And if that's your attitude, then guess what? Then Dawkins is only going to be able to talk to people you don't like, because all the people you do like won't fucking talk to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's scared people are going to make the same accusations he's making if he talks to Dawkins. He's basically the coward. He is the fucking coward. I would love to talk to Richard Dawkins, but look, we're not big enough to talk to Richard Dawkins, so oh well.
To hear opposing viewpoints, but you're happy to speak about it on stage with literal Nazi sympathizers.
So he just called this guy a Nazi sympathizer because he disagreed with someone who was an ethno-nationalist.
Right.
That's so disgusting.
Yeah. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Look, and he's so far up his own ass, like he won't take any kind of criticism. So he is the morally righteous. Like he's basically a Bible beater still.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sad.
What a brilliant, brave man you are.
You gotta love the smugness about him too.
I know.
He's just so, oh man. That's the kind of smugness that is only achieved through utter ignorance.
Yeah, at this point, it has to be said. We absolutely can criticize and dismiss Dawkins and his friends' credibility just for spreading misinformation, but we should also call them what they are: bigots who enrich themselves by spreading hatred and moral panic. Contrarianism over skepticism among atheist public figures.
I would also point this out. When you think about the God delusion, when you think about what he's done for evolution, what is he famous for exactly? It's that he has taken a kind of contrarian approach to things a lot of people reject. And the thing is, when it comes to evolution, he's right. When it comes to atheism, he's right. He is so used to being the guy calling out the emperor for wearing no clothes. The guy who says, you're all wrong about this thing, but I'm right about it. And listen, atheists have a reputation for being obnoxious about this, but guess what? We're right about this. So...
yeah.
Let's focus. It's notable. Look, he didn't even mention Dawkins' largest scientific contribution, a little book called The Selfish Gene. So
that's not his largest contribution.
Oh, that's totally his largest.
No, his largest contribution is the word meme,
which is in the book.
Yeah, but
Gene.
I understand that, but it's more important than the book. Who cares about genes? Okay, we care about memes here. Memes, not genes.
Yeah, look, memes as a cultural level of gene. Yeah, totally.
Yes.
That is also a giant contribution. So, yes, my favorite part of The Selfish Gene, and it comes up every time we bring up The Selfish Gene, is when he hypothesizes a evolutionary reason for blowjobs. Now that, now that everyone should contemplate, right?
That's when we get into the realm where I'm like, okay, I think sometimes Evo Psych drifts into the just so stories, and it gets a little post hoc ridiculous.
You think he makes a great argument for
no,
why
it is a bad argument.
You don't like the argument?
I don't like these arguments where like literally every single behavior has to be thought of some like specific evolutionary like principle.
Just so you guys know, so he hypothesizes that blowjobs are a way for women to inspect the health of a male before she has sex with him. So you don't think that's a good?
No.
You don't think that's true?
No, I don't think that's true.
You don't think that's penis inspection going?
No, I don't think penis inspection day is the point of a blowjob. No.
Okay.
I don't buy it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Selfish Gene, guys, you got to read it. It's a great book.
Oh, I think when it comes to trans people as well, he thinks all of you have bought into this lie about trans people, but I know the truth, and I can talk to people who agree with me. And so, yeah, the fact that you're all mad at me, the fact that you and me are having this conversation, that just proves I'm right. Because you know what I'm good at? It's being the voice in the room that tells you the truth when everyone else is wrong. Except that doesn't work when you're actually wrong about something. And I don't think...
I also want to point out, Andrew Gold, by the way, is a very interesting guy. I listened to a very interesting podcast he had on, oh my God, who was he talking to? Because he used to work for the BBC.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've listened to a few of his talks.
Yeah, and he had this talk with...
Yeah, we covered one, the sports woman.
Yeah, that sports woman who, I forget her name, escapes me. And she was all like, couldn't understand that the BBC would discriminate against him because he was white.
Yeah, no, she was...
It was a very interesting
real ball
conversation.
buster in that talk. I think we might have covered it because it was so insane.
I don't know. I watched it, or maybe we covered parts of it. So... And calling him like a Nazi sympathizer is pretty despicable.
If there's anyone in his life willing to tell him, dude, no, you're just wrong about this. What is the point of having a platform if you're not using it for the very reasons you're talking?
Oh, also, he's Jewish, by the way. So calling him a Nazi sympathizer is extra disgusting.
Yeah, he obviously is Jewish, so...
or he's an atheist Jew, but still. Because I was like, Gold, that's a Jewish last name. Let me look into that. Oh, look, it's true. Call him a Nazi sympathizer.
About if you're not going to call out Richard Dawkins for the stuff he's saying, why do you want a platform? Is it to allow misinformation to spread, or is it because
it's just this whole misinformation fucking bullshit? It's like they understand how science unfolds. Okay, science is constantly being revised. So previous scientific understandings that are like proven false in the future, that's misinformation. Come on.
Never.
Especially in our worlds where it's maybe pro-science or atheism or what have you. Yeah, we think we're right about this stuff. Yeah, we want to get that information out there. But the one umbrella that is over all of us is we care about the truth, right? And if you're not going to call out...
Moment of silence.
Obviously.
For that one.
Bad information where you see it, even if that means cutting ties with someone who might be more famous than you, what the hell are you doing at that point?
Why we refuse to be funnels for Richard Dawkins. Okay.
Oh my God.
This is just like, this part is just... Oh my God. I don't even know if we should cover it. It's like 4 minutes of just, it's so like self-aggrandizing, masturbatory, boring, like, oh my God, I'm so good. I'm not going to be a funnel for Richard Dawkins. People are going to watch my content and then they're going to get sucked down the right-wing rabbit hole funnel.
Yeah, these guys are so out of it.
Well, let me jump ahead a little bit here. This part is kind of funny.
To the gold part.
Disinformation. Like, and again, let's be clear. Dawkins, with all due respect, has more name recognition, right? And so this is a lot harder for you than it would be for someone like him to say, all right, you know what? You're offering me this platform and I'm going to say no to it.
Yeah.
I think that it takes a lot to say no to that. And by the way, there are plenty of people who were in the same shoes as you were who said yes, because they don't have that sort of respect for their own brand or for caring about the truth or for being associated with the sort of people Dawkins now pals around with. So I think that's a courageous thing to do, but also I think it speaks to how much you value the work you do. It's the integrity of it all. But, and I say this for myself too, as someone who actually read his books and
oh my God, you have so much integrity, Drew.
Yeah.
Oh, just pat yourself on the back. Oh, bend over. Let me reach deep inside your pocket here so you can be cocky all day. Oh, yes. You have so much integrity for not talking to Richard Dawkins. Oh, we're so good.
Was him and Mehmet invited, or he didn't get an invite?
Like, just is so, it's like, why would you put this in the video? Really? I would be embarrassed. I would be like, listen, I'm kind of.
This whole video is so embarrassing.
This is like horrible.
This is like so cringe.
Should be
the
so
type of
proud
people
of
that like
ourselves.
this video, I would be mortified.
We're so proud of ourselves. Okay, we're so proud.
Yeah, we're living in our echo chamber.
Oh my God,
we're inside our cult. We don't go out into the world. There's evil in the world. Don't be corrupted by the world.
and loved his books, I don't see any need to keep promoting him. And what bugs me to no end.
See, this is the whole thing. Just when you conceptualize it like that in this sort of social promotional type thing, you're so far from searching for actual truth. It's just nonsense. Yeah. Engage on the ideas, on the substance of the ideas.
Is when people think about atheists, he's a name that comes to mind. Reporters, what have you, they don't go necessarily to people on YouTube, to people who are writing about this stuff day in and day out. And until that shift happens, that's why it's so important for people like you to stand up against the bullshit that Richard Dawkins is promoting.
You're so important.
I feel the need to do that myself. Like, I don't like writing about why Richard Dawkins is wrong about so.
God, you're so important. Thank you for standing up against Richard Dawkins. He's such a piece of shit. Oh, yeah.
What you've done. Yeah.
Oh, my God. You're a hero.
It's amazing. Yeah, exactly. You found a study with 29 people on the internet from your first Google search.
Oh, you couldn't bother to read the DSM-5. Oh, you're so impressive with your pushback against Richard Dawkins.
Yeah. You dropped out of grad school. You failed out of grad school.
Oh,
you giant thinker.
So brave, so bold.
So many things. But man, there's a lot of fodder right there. So I feel like, well, who else is going to do it? Well, okay, then I'll go ahead and do it, at least as much as I can. And if they're inviting you to help platform him and promote his science book, which, by the way, I haven't read the new book. I'm sure it's fine, to be honest. But if you're asking me to platform Dawkins, that means I'm basically platforming all the other stuff he says around it. And if you're not going to give me an opportunity to call him out for the harm, in addition to promoting the science, then I am not going to lend myself to doing that. And I think that's why it's right for you to say no to that as well.
So, to some of you, it may be surprising that Dawkins has parroted Russian propaganda and that his secular friends so actively partner with the religious right, conspiracy theorists, and white supremacists.
Yes!
Oh my God. As someone who has been in the atheist sphere for a while now, though, I am not at all shocked. Atheists, at least in the United States.
So here's where we get into the whole atheism plus, if you're not a socialist, you're not a good atheist. Okay.
Comedy gold. I love it.
Yeah.
I totally
are the
love
most
it.
consistently left-leaning, LGBTQ supporting, and politically engaged religious identity group there is. Localized atheist communities, while
hey, he forgot smug asshole.
often including plenty of the atheist stereotype of college-educated white men, also consist of a great number of women and queer people. people who often serve as the social glue of these communities, but who do not have the social or financial capital to become popular atheist public figures. Being an outspoken, left-leaning atheist woman or queer person does not pay. A few people might be able to.
I mean, I don't know. I look around. There's a shit billion queer YouTubers, Instagram, TikTok people all over the place talking about all sorts of political issues. So I don't buy this whole like, oh my God, there's so many queer people that are the glue of society, the glue of culture, and they just can't get any recognition on YouTube because everyone just fucking hates them so much.
Right. I mean, there's some pretty big queer YouTubers and stuff like that. So, but there are also obviously a bunch of YouTubers that are tiny. So,
to make a modest living on YouTube these days, but this is far from true wealth or celebrity, and it's always met with massive amounts of hatred and harassment. So, the popular...
Stop harassing Sitch.
Sorry.
This guy deserves to be hated, though. Totally. So, I'm throwing my hat into the hatred. I hate you, Drew. I want you to know that. I want you to know how much I hate your guts.
You want him to know, yeah, okay.
Well, look, he's a liar, and I don't like liars, so he's kind of a lying piece of shit. So
that is true.
I think he deserves hatred. Hatred and scorn.
Okay, fair enough.
Trying to foist that 29 people survey on, oh yeah, on innocent young people. How dare you?
Public figures who have come to represent atheism on the global stage are wealthy white men who, despite their atheism, have always shared many of their societal interests with the religious right and other conspiracy-brained powerful white men. They're wary...
Oh my fucking God.
I know, this is so fucking bad. No. He totally goes there. He goes there.
God.
That's like the straight white men. Check your privilege.
You're a straight white male.
Drew is a straight white male, so he's he's self-flatulating right now.
Richard Dawkins only believes what he believes because he's sharing the power of the straight white male. That's the reason, the straight white male power. He doesn't want to give it up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes.
This is despicable. This is so stupid.
Of multiculturalism, LGBTQ activism, and anything else which threatens their white cultural Christian hegemony.
That Richard Dawkins is white male Christian hegemony is being under attack. He's being threatened.
It's so ridiculous.
So fucking stupid.
I know.
Just as likely to propagate great replacement talking points as white conservative Christians. The mission...
Oh my God. He's accusing him of great replacement theory now? What?
Wait, is that what he said? Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
They're white and other conspiracy-brained powerful white men. They're wary of multiculturalism, LGBTQ activism, and anything else which threatens their white cultural Christian hegemony. They're just as likely to propagate great replacement talking points as white conservative Christians. The mission of the woke is to destroy Western civilization. This being the case,
I mean, true.
It makes sense that
he's a gender critical feminist, right?
I know. Well, that's what's the irony of all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. How is that not going to destroy Western civilization? You're literally in favor of sterilizing children, Drew.
Right.
Yeah. You should probably meditate on that before you go wagging your finger at other people.
Secular content creators who seek to work with these atheist elites, despite their blatant bigotry and peddling of misinformation, also happen to be those who collaborate with right-wing institutions like PragerU, The Daily Wire, and even worse folks than that. They realize that in this new media landscape today, this political space is where the money and fame is to be found, even if you're an atheist or agnostic. Meaningfully critical.
Yes, Richard Dawkins at his age is like, how can I grow my brand and make more money? I know, I'm going to join the white nationalists and attack the transes. Finally, I'll be getting the success that I never achieved.
Yeah, so ridiculous.
Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit.
Ridiculous.
Like, this is so despicable.
Confession by projection.
I
That's
know.
exactly what it is. He's so desperate to be somebody.
Like, fucking...
Yeah.
Ugh.
Drew is the one that's desperate to be somebody, obviously. Like, that's
yeah,
his...
like, yes.
And look, he's going to feel guilty about it because he's a straight white male. So
yep.
He's going to be like, so look, a trans person deserves to be here.
Status quo, pointing out the misinformation it depends on or the systemic injustice that it perpetuates.
You didn't point out any misinformation.
I know.
Oh my God.
Saying that the emperor has no clothes does not pay well, and I don't think it ever will. If you want power, wealth, and fame, working within existing power structures is always the most certain way forward. Don't get me wrong.
The entire, oh my God, until like the latter half of last year, the entire power structure in the mainstream on trans issues was all one direction, completely 100% in the affirmation, Drew fart sniffing direction.
Yeah,
they do this massively disgusting, dishonest thing where they just keep pretending like we're so out of it. We're so powerless. No one agrees with us. So we can just do whatever the fuck we want. And it's so not true. It's just a complete lie.
Yeah. Why did Kamala Harris do that clip where she said incarcerated criminals should get free transition surgeries?
Yeah.
Why'd she do that clip? Why does that clip exist if people are so fucking powerless?
I know.
Ridiculous.
I know.
Completely ridiculous. Devoid of reality here. Completely devoid of reality. I do think there's like a lot of preference falsification going on because of the bullying. But I think we've reached the tipping point where people are like, yeah, I'm not going to be a coward. I'm not going to sit here and be lectured by some 20-year-old college dropout who wants to fucking wag his finger at me about how good he is because he found a fucking scientific study, air quote, scientific study on the internet after 30 seconds of Google searching with 29 participants.
Yeah. And he couldn't bother to fucking look up the DSM.
Yeah. Look, you're not the arbiter of truth, dude. You're in an ideological cult and people see right through it. So we're going to laugh and point at you.
Yep.
And look, your white straight maleness is not even going to save you from it. So
no.
Yeah. Get fucked.
Wrong. You can disagree with the powerful to a degree, and that alone will not prevent you from gaining something from them. Remember, left-leaning, trans rights supporting me was invited to promote Dawkins. I could have taken that opportunity, and I could have gained from it. I probably could have even told Dawkins that I disagree with his takes on sex and gender, just as long as I framed it as a simple disagreement of personal opinion, and not a criticism of the power structure from which he, and by extension I, would...
I know, it's so funny. Because look, there is a truth claim here.
The power.
It's not a mere matter of opinion. There's a fucking truth claim. Why do you think Dawkins is so adamant about this issue?
Because he's a bigot and he's being threatened.
No, because there are people going around trying to say that the sex binary doesn't exist. It's ridiculous.
His white straight maleness is being threatened at him. Okay,
No,
if you don't acknowledge that,
oh my
because
God.
you're a bigot.
Yeah, it's all about his white straight maleness. You're exactly right. Maybe it's because it's this anti-science position. Like, he already fought off the Christians who were trying to put creationism into public schools. Now you've got a bunch of woke people trying to put all of this, like the same kind of creationist mindset, into public schools, just covertly. Nobody's down with it.
Benefit. My position on this issue differs from yours, sir, but at least we can have a civil discussion instead of canceling each other. I mean, religious right-wing propagandists like Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, and Jordan Peterson often platform and debate atheists. They'll even compliment their atheist interlocutors and share their work, but only when the debate is framed as a cordial disagreement on philosophy, and there is no genuine investigation into what actually shapes the talking points of the religious right, namely the funding they receive from oil billionaires.
Oh my God, we got to the oil billionaires.
Oh, okay. So
it's all just greedy. It's all
Dawkins?
greedy grifting. They don't actually believe the things that they're saying. It's just the oil barons pay them to say these things.
Jordan Peterson's being paid by oil barons.
This is like the stupidest fucking argument. Look, if you're an oil baron and you want to pay someone off, like, why would you go to someone who is ideologically opposed to you and try to bribe them? Why wouldn't you just go to somebody who agrees with you already and say, hey, I'd like to fund you?
Right. Well, I mean,
that's so ridiculous.
That's what these interest groups on both sides do.
Of course
They'll
they
find
do.
people that agree with them. Yeah.
But look, he's framing it as, oh, this is just, they don't believe these things. This is completely dishonest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
They're only flip-flopping so that they can believe the no sane person would believe anything different than I believe, because I'm God in my mind.
The ease of gaining a paying audience by stoking moral panic, the misinformation which
oh God, I just want to fucking slap him so hard. The whole moral panic thing. You are the one that's in a moral panic. Look, you are literally like calling people Nazis and shit.
Calling Jews Nazis.
Yes, of course. Look, you're the one trying to stoke a moral panic. Everyone's laughing about it because it's so ridiculous, but you're still trying.
Drives their platforms and the power they enjoy as a part of a system which privileges them over all other sorts of people. In this way, existing power structures appear to meet their critics with an open mind and on an even playing field. See, we engage with our critics, we're open to discussion. Meanwhile, their opposition met them on terms which could only benefit the power structure in the first place, and that opposition did so in order to benefit by gaining proximity to power. In the business world, companies regularly...
Okay, listen, this is all just cope. That he didn't want to talk to Richard Dawkins because he gets his ass fucking blown out. Okay, that's all this is. This is all just mad. This is all just insane levels of cope about why it was okay for me to not talk to Richard Dawkins. Okay, boo, 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 boo. That's all this is.
I would be destroying him, and Richard Dawkins would be flailing on the ropes, begging to...
He'd be begging for mercy, but, I just truth to power and, speech, and it's too much. Yeah. It's just too much. You don't understand. Okay, it only benefit him.
They deal with their competition not by genuinely outcompeting them, but by buying them out. This doesn't have to mean absorbing a competing brand into another, though. Company A may buy their competitor, Company B, but keep running it as a competing brand. This way, Company A can ensure that their profits won't be hurt by the existence of Company B, while giving the consumer a comfortable illusion of choice between the two. The marketplace of ideas is no different. It is literally a marketplace where ideas are sold, profits are made, shareholders protect their own interest, and competition is bought out. We atheist content creators, writers, and...
This is such mind-numbing bullshit. Like, the whole idea that there's knowable truth. How does that fit into this diatribe here? I mean, there is reality that we're all trying to discern. So
the reality is that gender is a performance, Adam.
No, I don't buy that. When I look at birds, different species of birds, like the male cardinal and the female cardinal are so different. Is that like gender expression? Does a cardinal decide, oh, I want to be red and flamboyant?
Yes.
No. Something tells me it's just something in their genes.
Speakers are literally small business owners. There is not much real power, wealth, or fame in criticizing existing power structures as most of us do. That means that if we want more than what this offers, we have to...
Not only that, all of this is factually incorrect.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Alex Jones. You think Alex Jones, like, why is Alex Jones rich, Sitch?
Because he sells bullshit supplements to people.
Well, and he challenges the established power structures.
Right.
Like, what's all this fucking talk about the deep state and shit if it's not challenging established power structures?
Right.
Like,
right.
you can get insanely rich fucking challenging established power structures.
Right.
Like, conspiracy theorists are based on challenging established power structures. So everything he's saying is even bullshit.
But he has this delusion that he's the one who's really speaking the challenging, like the left is the one that's challenging.
He is the fucking establishment.
I know.
Yes,
they have it totally
you
backwards.
are the establishment shill. Everyone is pissed that this weird gender critical ideology has taken over our institutions that are supposed to be meritocratic and science based. Okay. And you are the one, Drew, enforcing those weird fucking power structures that you claim to be standing up to.
Yep.
And that's why everyone hates you except a small niche group of Russian bots who are paid by China to watch your videos and respond as if you're some sort of luminary.
To lend or sell our brand to our competition, the religious right. We have to become...
He sees himself as competition of the religious right. What kind of competition are you in?
At least at times, they're controlled competition. In this market...
I bet I could start going to church and just tell everyone, oh yeah, I'm an atheist, but I just like the stories. And they would fucking welcome me with open arms and be like, okay, welcome.
Well, they're hoping that they change their mind, right?
Really?
I assume.
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, they're not going to kick you out unless you start causing trouble.
I wouldn't cause trouble. Totally.
Right.
Marketplace, it appears to me that the atheist world, at least nearest to the top, is being bought out.
There are a lot of Christians because you interact with Christians online, and there are a bunch of Christians that are just total pieces of shit. They're like, yeah. So I sometimes have a romantic notion of Christians because like I have this idea of being Christ-like from when I was a Christian, when you're supposed to be humble,
Right.
you know, generous. There are all these qualities that are good qualities to have, forgiving, right? So those are the things that I often think, oh, you're a Christian. Those are the things that you try to strive for, right? But then you encounter online Christians in the real world and you think, this motherfucker's not humble. What the fuck?
Right.
Not humble, not forgiving, not generous, not anything.
No.
Yeah. So it's super demoralizing. And I start thinking, oh yeah, people are people. They just want to be tribalistic. Tribalism is such a horrible thing.
Well, speaking of that, there was, I don't know if you saw, Benny Johnson, who's
I did, yeah.
himself as
I did.
Great Christian.
That grifter.
Right. Yeah. Him and it's so funny. Candace Owens is such a fucking grifter. And so like Benny Johnson did some interview with Andrew Tate.
Yep.
Who is probably like as far away from like religious Christian moral behavior as you can get. A person who, got women to do pornography, who scammed men and women out of money relating to pornography, who is, possibly raped and abused people, possibly sex trafficked people, just as far away as possible as you can get from
the Christian mindset. Yeah.
Right. From a godly man. And so Benny Johnson does this conversation with him, and people were mad saying that, number one, you're talking to him, which I don't agree with, but they were mad that he was basically, not challenging him on any of this stuff whatsoever. He's just doing this kind of puff piece interview with him. And people were mad about that, saying, how can you as a Christian and religious person,
rightly mad in my estimation. I mean, I was liking a lot of the people who were calling him out.
Right, right. Well, to be fair, I haven't seen the interview, so
I didn't watch it either.
What they're saying,
I just agree with what they're saying in principle. Like, why are you fucking talking to this guy?
Right. So they were really mad about that whole situation, and he was getting a lot of pushback. Now, mind you, Benny Johnson is a person who, like, every day criticizes the left. Every day criticizes anyone he doesn't like very, very, very harshly. He's very critical of these people. And as soon as he gets pushback for his interview with Andrew Tate, he tweets out like, "Let he who is out sin cast the first stone."
Oh, look at that. Yeah, he's going to hide behind Christianity.
And I was like, bitch, all you do every day is cast stones 24/7. And the fucking second this motherfucker gets hit, he's like, pull the plank out of your own eye. I was like, what? This is awful.
That's it. Look, I'm glad you brought that up because that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I have this stereotype of Christians being humble, forgiving, and magnanimous, and so many times you encounter them in the real world, and they're like, "Man, you're just some fucking grifter."
People are people. I mean, you're correct. People are people. So.
Yeah. Yep.
Out. Some creators are happy to work with the very religious people who seek to eliminate the kinds of folks who populate atheist communities in real life. Some act as controlled opposition to religious propagandists for the sake of gaining a larger audience. And those same creators shared a stage with a man whose talking points regularly echo the blatantly false, pseudo-intellectual, conspiratorial religious rhetoric we claim to oppose. I won't. I can't do that. Even if it means turning down career opportunities which would massively help my platform grow. The atheist community that has given me so much, my platform, everything I have, really, deserves better than to have yet another of its public figures prioritize his own proximity to power, his own wealth and fame, over marginalized people's very well-being.
What a hero.
A huge thank you to...
Oh my God. What a hero. Oh.
I know.
I'm crying.
I'm crying too.
I'm tearing up. Oh my God.
I'm crying with laughter in my heart.
What a brave soul this man is. Okay. He's pushing back against them.
This might be the most pretentious motherfucker on YouTube. Oh man.
That's pretty bad.
Call me when you have found your cure for cancer, Drew. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Listen, he heroically chose to not talk to Richard Dawkins. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
An old man.
Because he pussed out.
He heroically pussed out talking to
He
Richard
did.
Dawkins.
He totally pussed out. What are you talking about?
Yes.
He was like, I'd be questioning him, making him look like a fool. He'd be flailing about.
Yes.
In my mind. Anyway, good job, Drew.
To Hemet Meta for speaking with me about this.
Thank you to Hemet Meta for sucking my dick for 30 minutes.
Yes.
Hemet's work was a part of my inspiration to start this channel almost 8 years ago, and I feel incredible.
He's sort of fallen off. You know, he kind of came up in the blogger era, so he never really transitioned over to YouTube, but
oof.
Yeah. But thank you, Hemet. You not so friendly atheist.
Incredibly lucky to be able to work with him today. We recorded even more than I included in this video, and if you want to hear our full conversation, it's up now on.
If you want to see the full makeout.
Oh my God! There's more to this?
It's on my Patreon.
Jesus
you can go over to Patreon and see where we actually kiss.
Oh God!
My Patreon. Thank you for watching. I've been Drew of Genetically Modified Skeptic.
Look, and just to make it clear, you guys, if you want to see Drew make out with him at Meta, look, I got no problem. You knock yourself out. I don't want you to think I'm some sort of homophobe. If that's what you're into, more power to you.
More power to you, baby.
Yeah.
A special thanks to my patrons for their constant love and support, and
you guys are the dumbest people on the planet.
Keeping me going despite the opportunities I turned down.
Oh my God. You know they're pissed. Every single one of those patrons are like, what the fuck? We're paying you so that you can blow up your profile. And you're doing... Remember when Hassan, his audience was giving him a hard time because he wouldn't go on Piers Morgan? That's exactly what those patrons are thinking. They're like, you fucking idiot.
Was that Is that why he wanted Piers Morgan, or was it after that?
Oh, it was after. It was after his audience gave him a hard time.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of it. He's like, why do you I don't want to go on Piers Morgan. That'd be challenging.
Right. That's funny.
Anyway.
If you want to support my work, subscribe.
Oh, so I found an old video of it's very interesting of Drew here, like way back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Okay. This is like an 8-year-old video of him at a rally.
Okay. He hasn't learned anything in 8 years.
I have done my research. I've done my research. You're fucking old. Old. You're fucking a white male. Yes. In America. Yeah.
There he is.
Oh my God, you're right.
There he is.
Holy shit.
That's Drew. Look, it's Drew.
I have done.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. You're doing that.
Done my research. I've done my research.
No, when you press on the thing, it messes up. But anyway.
You're fucking old. Old. You're fucking a white male. Yes. In America. Yes.
There he does. He's done his research. You're old and a fucking white male. I mean, listen, I gotta give Drew credit. When he was younger, he was far more succinct,
articulate,
and to the point. You know, he didn't waste our time with all this other stuff. He just got straight into like the meat of the argument.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're old and you're a fucking white male. Like in, out, we're done. Okay. You have to waste everybody's time with, studies of 29 people and all this other stuff.
Right. Yeah. No, this is epic. I'm so glad you found this. This is perfect. All right. I guess it's time to read some super chats, right?
Yes. Oh, I do want to play one more clip from the Richard Dawkins interview. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Let's see it. With Helen Joyce. Hey, what's up with the music?
Very odd stuff happening here.
Now this is...
And that turned into my book, which came out in 2021.
It is a very odd phenomenon because I'm used to continua wherever I look. I mean, there's tall versus short, fat versus thin, old versus young. All these things are a smooth continuum. The one thing that isn't is sex. I mean, sex really is binary. There's no question about it. You're either male or female, and it's absolutely clear. You can do it on gamete size. You can do it on chromosomes. And so it is, to me, as a biologist, distinctly weird that people can simply declare, I am a woman, though I have a penis. That seems to me to be a strange distortion of language, because language is useful as something to express your thoughts clearly. And so I'm bewildered by it, and I was fascinated to read your book, and I learned a tremendous lot from it. And while I'm about it, I could recommend a couple of other books.
So I just thought that was fun. Like, that's just his explanation of, what's motivating his thought process here.
Yeah, it's anti-science. He sees this stuff as being anti-evolutionary biology, the same thing that he's been talking about forever. Yeah. Which it's just funny because so much of the atheist community was formed around a battle against Christians who wanted to get intelligent design, which they perceive as creationism, some scientific form of creationism, shoved into public schools. And now, look, they've completely taken over the public schools with this stupid non-binary gender fucking bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
You understand why people are pissed.
Yeah.
They've literally been backstabbed by the people that were fighting with them in the last battle against this pseudoscience nonsense. And Drew is part of those backstabbers.
100%.
Yeah. All because their audience is like, they're in a cult. They're in a religious cult. Stephen Woodford, Rationality Rules, tried to stand up to that ideological cult. Noel Plum totally stood up to them and was like, you all crazy. Like, he's done a ton of videos on the trans women in sports nonsense. I think Pine Creek is another atheist YouTube channel that's totally stood up to them and been like, you guys are fucking insane. But look, it's funny that he keeps bringing up the moral panic because, you know, Drew wants to just ride the wave of all the people who've been ideologically possessed by this and socially indoctrinated. He's like, look, there's a big audience there and I want to cater to it. I want that to be my tribe.
Yeah. Or he's just a socialist, wacky person. So,
Why?
which is what it sounds like from the end.
It's
of his
so
statements
weird.
here.
It's so weird because why? What pairs socialism with like this gender non-binary bullshit?
I mean, it's just
like, why is that a thing?
Because it's like this obsession with, oh my God, society is so
Oppressive. Okay. Yeah, I guess you're
everything
right.
is so oppressive. And actually, there's a part that's really interesting here. Let me play.
Look, if you're like a unattractive person, that is oppressive. That is totally oppressive. So I mean, I get it. I totally get it.
Well, you don't get it as such an attractive male yourself.
Well, look, I'm no like obviously I always say I'm like 20% soy. I was never like super jock, like male persona. So, but I'm happy with what I got. I understand people who didn't get as much, and I feel that obviously is some sort of ideological or some sort of sociological oppression. So it's funny. Nobody wants to talk about that though. They don't want to talk about that at all.
Right.
They prefer to make fun of people like that.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, but and this is what you see. It's funny because it's what you see from the left too. You know, who's the number one person or group of people they attack?
Right.
The incels.
Of course, yeah. Look, men have some advantage because they can become successful in other ways, right? They can be funny. They can be economically successful. They can become doctors and attorneys and stuff like that.
Right.
It sucks that so many men are just opting out of that because society's structured so brazenly against them. So anyway, what were we talking about?
So she's going to talk about, because you know, saying like, you know, why is this ideology, like, why is the gender stuff? How does it relate to like socialism? And you know, Drew kind of had this whole thing about, you know, you have to attack the oppressed people. You have to attack for the oppressed people. You have to attack the system that's keeping the people oppressed. You know, blah 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 blah. All this, you know, shit that we've heard like a million times. And it's interesting because she doesn't directly talk about it, but she kind of brushes up against this, like the edges of that, and notices kind of what's going on here.
Right.
Long run, maybe 2 or 3 century move towards seeing categories and classification as inherently oppressive. So people.
Hold on. I kind of went a little too far. Let me go back.
And so I've come to see, I think there are many things happening here. There's things happening in medicine, in politics. But one of the things that's happening is a long run, maybe 2 or 3 century move towards seeing categories and classification as inherently oppressive. So people think, heteronormative is a bad thing, or they think that, the traditional family is constraining. And they miss the point that these things often, like when I say evolved, I don't mean like evolutionary biology. I mean that they came to be over significant amounts of time for a reason, and they're supportive as well as constraining. But everything that's structured or categorized.
That's cultural evolution, and culture always supports biological evolution. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist.
Yep.
Or named or classified, that's now seen as something imposed upon people. So somebody like Judith Butler, for example, who's the queer theorist who wrote Gender Trouble, which is kind of the foundational text that academia uses when looking at these issues, says that gender is an imitation for which there is no original. That she doesn't see sex. She says sex is socially constructed and gender is the real thing. And there isn't any foundation for gender. It's just something that's made meaningful by performing it over and over again. Now, I hadn't come across this at university. As I say, I studied mathematics.
I just thought it was interesting that she gets into this, like, this whole, they just think categories are oppressive, like as a concept, that you need to just dismantle all possible categories.
Yeah.
I do think that that is an appealing idea to people with very, very far left moral bases, moral intuitions, I should say. Is
Right.
just, you know, everyone must be free from any sort of category whatsoever, which is obviously impossible and nonsensical, but you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let me go.
Troubling.
Yeah.
Reality is tough sometimes, so people want to dodge reality.
The Libertarian Trap for $10 says, praying for all the people in SoCal right now. Hope you stay safe, Adam.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah. I'm just yeah, it's fun. I'm seeing so many of these celebrities talking about the situation, and I'm just like cringing out of my chair because there are like normal people in Los Angeles that I'm sure their lives are going to be completely turned upside down by
Devastated,
this. Yeah, exactly. And people turning to the celebrities to be the voice of the common man. I know this is going to go south pretty quick. So right now, Los Angeles needs the world's empathy, I think. And I'm like, it's just a matter of time before people are going to be fucking sick of hearing from another celebrity who lost their home.
Oh, okay. So you think people are just gonna grow tired of hearing about it?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And I just look, so many celebrities, they're caught up in this victimhood culture, right? They're like, they feel bad because they know, oh, you know, I'm worth $100 million. Like, they're so desperate to be seen as just like, I'm just like a person like everybody else, that I just think a lot of them are going to lean into this. Like, look, I'm a victim. I lost everything. Well, but you didn't lose your $100 million stock portfolio, you know, and you've got like 2 other houses you could go to. So it's just, yeah. So yes, it's sad. Right now, people are making hay because there's the political aspect that, I mean, I do think the response was kind of inept, obviously. You can't run out of water. You can't literally have hundreds of firefighters deployed, but they can't do anything because there is no water, and think, oh yeah, that's just like, that happens.
Yeah, there's no water. There's no water pressure. Yeah, it's
there's no excuse for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even people that wanted to stay behind and fight the fire themselves, they couldn't fight with a fucking garden hose. Like, the only people who survived had pumps for their pools and shit. So,
which you should not do, by the way.
What, stay behind? No way.
That's a terrible idea.
Look, evacuating is a terrible idea. Do not listen to Sitch. You plan. If you think they're going to come in and save your home, they don't give a fuck about your home, okay? You fucking stay. You stay. You come up with a plan and you stay. I'm not for these people coming in and forcing people to evacuate so that they can like stand around while your home burns. There's several stories of people who stayed behind and saved their own home. One guy was like the gardener behind this woman's home, and they all evacuated, and the gardener is like, fuck that, I'm going back. And he saved the home with the garden hose. Yeah. So
okay. I mean, there's all stories of people literally dying because of that, so I'm not gonna support, you know, the whole, you should take that risk.
Right.
So
I mean, stand
especially
in the middle
in this water situation where, you know, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna put, like, the thing with like defending your home is like, it's a very big crapshoot. Like, yeah, if the edges of the fire are coming and you can have your little garden hose and you can put that out, that's, you know, yeah, maybe you can protect your home. But if like the middle part of a fire is like raging towards you, I don't think you're gonna be able to save your home from that with your garden hose.
There was another story of a dad and his kid. His dad, the homeowner's dad, told him, you know, these wildfires are getting too close. You got to get this pump that you can pump from the pool. And it has sprinklers set up. So the sprinklers run on the roof of the house. And you get like a big firefighter type hose. Him and his kids stuck it out. They saved his home and 3 of the neighbors' homes.
Okay.
So I'm just like, everyone's got to make that decision themselves, but I'm not going to be forced out of my home. So look, I'm going down with the fucking ship, man. The idea, well, the situation obviously depends upon your property. One of the guys was obviously in a very wooded area, and he's like, I got scuba gear, and if things get too hot, I'm going to put on the scuba gear and get under the pool. I'm going to go in the water.
Would that even help
wait
you?
it out.
I mean, aren't you just going to get boiled alive if like the fire rages all around you?
Look, I don't think the fire is going to be hot enough to boil the water. Come on now.
Okay.
And
well, actually, wait. Okay. And I mean, how much air do you have in that scuba? I don't know. Like that sounds like a terrible idea to me. I'm going to put on my scuba gear, get under the pool. Like
these firefighters are out there in the street fighting the fire. They're surviving. What do you think? Why don't you think you'll survive in the street? What does the firefighter have that's magical that you don't have?
Well, first of all, okay, the firefighter isn't going to stay in the home in the pool when the fire's coming. They're going to go in the fire truck and they're going to go in the other direction. So
right, but they're going to go into the neighborhood and they're going to fight the fires. Like many of the fires, there was like fires on the houses all around.
Mm-hmm.
And the firefighters were just standing around. They were fine. They weren't dying from the fire. They're not running into the building. So you could stay.
Okay. Listen, if people, okay, I don't know. I'm skeptical of this whole situation.
If you want to get out, if you
the people that are like, I'm going to fight the fire, and then I don't know how much time people have to make that decision where they say, oh, I can't win this fight. I'm going to get in my car and flee. Oh, wait, I can't because as I'm like in the backyard trying to keep the fire is raged to all the houses around me. And so now it's like there's just fire everywhere. And yeah, maybe you can get out of that situation, but you know, I think that your life is probably not worth it at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, everyone can make that decision themselves. So
I'm gonna survive, man.
Okay.
Look, I know a bunch of you guys are survivors too. You're gonna work it out.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be out there fighting that fire. You're gonna be like, look, I'm officially a volunteer firefighter right now. I'm saving my home.
Okay. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, glad to see Adam's okay. A-Team remains burn free. Also, did you guys ever get around to watching When Teenagers Run Virtual Democracies video yet? I have not watched it.
I did not know.
No. Nigel TRC72 for £10 says, this is the guy who went on Alex O'Connor's podcast and tried to claim that Satanism was not anti-Christianity. I can't believe I used to watch him and Rationality Rules.
Yeah, look, Alex O'Connor is so much smarter. I have my differences with Alex O'Connor too. I think obviously Alex O'Connor is a little ideologically possessed by the anti-theism bug, but he's obviously way, way smarter than these other two individuals. So
Eagle Shadox for $5 says, I see we're digging through the trash tier video essays. Me. I. My life and brain are worth more than yours.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. William Vance for 31 months. Thanks so much. Discipline equals freedom. Says Palisades' massive water reserve was drained and is why they had to use the water tanks, which were the backups. Allegedly, it was for maintenance, but no work is being done currently. Bad management.
Yeah, I saw that clip, and there is an insane clip where Gavin Newsom says that all the reservoirs were filled, like he's tooting his own horn about how well prepared they are. And then the reporter asks him, mentions that this one reservoir, the one that feeds Pacific Palisades where the fire began, was empty and has been empty since I think September of last year. And Gavin Newsom, without missing a beat, says, oh, yeah, and that's why I ordered an investigation. Like, so you knew the thing was empty when you just said all the reservoirs were filled. You fucking liar. He lies thoughtlessly, Sitch.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Gavin Newsom's not a good guy.
Can we trade governors for just like, what do you say?
No, thank you.
Can you imagine?
No, thank
This
you.
is another thing. Gavin Newsom gavelled in a special session of the California Congress so that he could ask for $25 million to sue the Trump administration for various stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to war with the incoming Republican administration when we desperately need the help of the federal government.
Right.
What a he spends, I'm sure he spends 85% of his time running for president, and the California taxpayer gets 15% of his time and energy on actual problems that Californians have.
Mm-hmm.
I hate our political system.
Yoni Saggy for 8 months says, I trans your children. I like the I drink your milkshake, but with children. Okay, gotcha.
They don't have any answer for that.
Right.
All they do is laugh and smugly laugh and say, "Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh my God, nobody's doing that. Oh, you're such a fool."
Right.
Even though literally the reason why Ron DeSantis did that bill that they all say is anti-trans is because I think a teacher and 2 administrators, 3 people did that exact thing to a little girl in some school in Florida, and they didn't tell the parents about it or anything. They socially transitioned her at school and just kept it a big secret
until they tried to Minecraft themselves.
Well, until the girl, tried to commit suicide. So yeah. Oh, that would never happen. That never happens except for when it does. So look, that's got to be happening. Like, I can't imagine being in a California school at the moment. Oh my God, the shit you'd see.
There's a part in the Richard Dawkins conversation with Helen Joyce, which everyone should watch the whole thing. It's very interesting, where he says that he got a letter from some girl in America who was like in middle school, and she was talking about how, she felt pressured to not be straight because like all the cool kids were not straight. Like being straight was considered like lame or boring.
Wow.
So, and I mean, I've literally heard the same thing from, my friends who have kids that age. So
that's so bizarre. That is so crazy bizarre. People are being pressured into being gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that conversion therapy?
Yeah. Gay, trans, non-binary. Yeah. Ace for $5 says, I'm super happy that you guys did this video. It is nice you guys are willing to listen to your community. I appreciate it. Well, thanks for the recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys ever see videos thrown at us, because I usually, even if I don't respond to you, I usually watch the video. So
yeah.
And I add it to like a backlog of like, we should do this video one day.
This one was super painful.
Yeah.
The atheist community is so smug. Just smug and self-entitled.
It's funny. People who you like used to be part of something and then move away from it. They're always like the biggest haters.
Just because I had,
and that's you.
I know. Well, I'm 100% me. I mean, I remembered when all this happened. I was like, oh my God, this Jonathan Haidt stuff is really going to change the atheist community, because like he's done his research. He's done everything. Nobody wants to hear it. They're like, fuck that.
No.
They don't care. Nobody cares. Whatever.
Christoph Keating, thanks so much for the €10. Says, imagine someone holding forth on biology whose only knowledge of the subject is the Book of British Birds. That's a rough idea of what it feels like to read Dawkins on theology, the London Review of Books.
Oh, really? So they're going after Dawkins. Look, obviously, that's so funny.
Religious people are going after Dawkins from the beginning of time. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess that is kind of a religious perspective, isn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, Dawkins obviously has an incredibly negative view of religion that is, heavily biased. So, in my
opinion. I think it clouds his judgment on the biology side. Because like I said, when you brought up the clip about cultural evolution, and like I think this is pretty much the standard belief across the social sciences now, is that if it's some sort of cultural adaptation that serves the genes, it continues, and if it doesn't, it goes extinct, right?
Right.
So religion is obviously a cultural adaptation that is nowhere near going extinct. So it must be doing something useful as far as serving the biology, the genes. So anybody who's scientifically minded would start looking for what that thing is. But no, atheists, they make this claim, oh, it's just vestigial. It's something that we no longer need, like the appendix, which is funny that they use the appendix example, because now they believe the appendix is not vestigial. It's actually useful. It's you have a certain amount of gut biome that's useful for digestion and stuff like that. And when you get sick, all of a sudden you're vomiting out all of that gut biome. The appendix is supposed to hold a small sample of that so you can repopulate your gut biome faster. So it's not necessarily vestigial. They just didn't know what it was being used for.
Right. Well, I mean, it's only recently that they started understanding, looking at gut biome stuff, so that makes sense.
True. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it is funny that their go-to thing is, oh, this is something that we no longer need. That's no longer adaptive. And the example that they use is something that is actually still adaptive. It's not even vestigial. So,
Right.
But their claim is that religion is vestigial and it's no longer useful. And I'm just like, okay, whatever, you think so. Like, citation needed, maybe do some science on that stuff, but none of them ever do any science on it. They just gripe and start YouTube channels and drop out of grad school.
Terrible.
Well, it's true.
Not
It's true.
untrue.
I love I love that in Jonathan Haidt's book where he says, one of his grad students made an honest man out of him because he's like, we need to do some research. Like, this is a great idea, but let's prove this shit, right? Let's start doing some survey work and figure out if this is actually happening. And he
Ace
didn't
for
just
$10.
ask 49 students.
Ace for $10 says Jonah Olson Kennedy, top expert in trans youth healthcare, said that if young girls cut their chest off via transitioning, if they regret it, they can get new chest. She is evil. Yeah, I've seen that clip. It was pretty. I've seen actually multiple doctors related to trans healthcare make very flippant claims about, like, well, you can just get fake tits or like crazy shit like that. Like, you can transition back with surgery. I'm just like, oh my god, like, what the fuck.
Well, not to mention, breasts actually serve a purpose if you're going to breastfeed. So it's just
Well, that doesn't even that literally never enters into the conversation either.
It's so fucking. Oh, I hate these people. I hate these people.
Ace for $5 says you guys should have gotten Jesse single on for the episode. Yeah, that would have been smart if this has been planned out before yesterday.
Right.
Jesse still owes us. He still owes us.
Does he? Jesse doesn't owe us anything, but if he wants to come on, we'd love to talk.
No,
to
he
him,
does.
so.
Remember, because I went on his show and I said, "Okay, you owe us. You have to come on."
Oh,
our
you're
show."
right. You're
And
right.
He said, "Sure," and then we never pressed him for it because he's like, well, like he's always doing stuff, and we didn't. And I just didn't want to bother him. So.
Well, I think he's been on our show a few times already. So.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I meant after that. Being on our show was great. I like Jesse a lot.
Yeah, seeing him vindicated in these circles is great too.
Well, it's funny to see now he's getting so insanely attacked on Blue Sky. He's he's like the number 1 or number 2 villain on Blue Sky. It is ridiculous. Like how he's such a he's such a not threatening person. It is funny that he's the one that they gets all this hate.
Yeah, this is something that Drew could have addressed in his video instead of just gaslighting and making it seem like, oh, no one gets any hate from trans activists.
Right.
He's such a fucking liar.
He says he would be the best person on earth to react to this video. He would destroy it. That is true. He's obviously hyper knowledgeable about all these subjects.
Yeah.
Cliff for $2 says the woke atheist Pope, Dillahunty, Meta, or Valkai.
Dillahunty for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Pope himself.
He's the one everyone looks to.
The chosen one.
So sad.
Ace for $5 says trying to paint Colin Wright as a bigot is completely gross and a total lie. Drew doesn't have the backbone to debate Colin one-on-one.
Yeah, because he saw Rationality Rules got destroyed.
I gotta watch that conversation.
Yeah. Colin is smart, and he's done his homework. So.
Tommy Simonson for 50 Donkey Kong dollars says, how old is this video? Are they intentionally lying, or did they not get the update yet? 2 tests now. Agree, mail. This video is from, I think, like 2 weeks ago. So
yeah, it's not very old.
Yeah, it's not old.
They're just
they just
lying.
haven't. Either I think that they're intentionally obfuscating the truth because they didn't.
Obfuscation?
Yes, because they didn't bring up the intersex point at all. They didn't even address it. And I don't know why you wouldn't address that unless you were uncertain about it and didn't want to breathe any life into that conversation. So,
which is, yeah.
Which, if that's how you feel, then don't bring it up at all. Don't bring up like a half-truth version of it. That's bullshit.
Look, they only had 2 points. And that was one of them.
You're right. The 2 points were
the Facebook thing and the
wrong about
intersex
Facebook
thing.
The Iman Khalif thing, and then he also, talks to people who talks to other people that I don't like.
That's not even a point. That's not even a valid
You
point.
didn't even get that one.
Well, look, their argument was that he spreads disinformation. So talking to people that they don't like is not spreading misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, talking to people that talk to people that they don't like, it's like it's even one removed.
Right.
Yeah.
Christoph Keating for €10 says, number 1, everything that begins to exist has a cause. Number 2, the universe began to exist. Number 3, the universe has a cause, necessarily exterior and powerful, aka God, just like how you know you're trans, sure.
Mm-hmm. That's the argument.
Wait, how does that? I'm confused. How does that relate to the trans thing?
Well, the argument that I've never heard that specific argument in the trans situation. I think it's called the column cosmological argument. Is that what it is?
Oh, okay. You're saying
cause
that like
first mover.
I gotcha. You're saying that the theist argument is just this sort of like just so argument, and you're saying the trans argument is like a similar one.
The column cosmological argument is the argument. The one that I always hear is I just know God exists because I feel it in my soul.
Right.
That's the one that I always hear, and that's the one that is most prevalent in trans people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, the problem is that there's no other really way to measure it. So
it's interesting that they use the word desire. I guess sexual orientation is a desire, right? I guess it is.
Right.
But there are just so many things that I think of that can be a desire that are not immutable, right? Like if you desire to be an actor or a filmmaker or a doctor or an attorney or a evolutionary biologist, that's not immutable, right? But you have a strong desire.
Callum cosmological argument.
Yeah.
I don't understand the argument though. Whatever the premise 1, whatever begins to exist has a cause. Okay. Premise 2, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, the universe has a cause. Yeah, but why would that have anything to do with God?
Because
the cause doesn't have to be a God cause. It could be some physical explanation of reality cause.
Yeah, well, they think it's God, though.
Well, I understand. Like, I get it. Listen, I get it. I believe in God. I'm just listen. As someone who believes in God, I don't buy any of these like logic arguments to prove God through logic. I don't think any of them hold up at all. Ben Riley for $10 says dysmorphia focuses on appearance, dysphoria centers on identity. The latter is non-delusional, where the former may be so or more OCD based. Also, will you have GMS on sometimes?
Sure. I mean, but I don't think he'd come on. Look, he's too big a pussy to talk to Richard Dawkins. Why would he talk to us?
Yeah, I would talk to genetically modified skeptic about this subject.
Look, I even promised to be nice.
Okay.
Completely nice. Completely cordial. Give him the thing that he was like. And look, he can be as mean as he wants. He can be an ornery old cuss. He just comes on and just, you know, we'll flail around a little bit too. Just
we'll flail. Yeah, we'll do some flailing. No, you are correct. Dysmorphia, body dysmorphia focuses on some appearance level thing, where dysphoria centers on the identity, or it's supposed to. What I'm bothered by is that, and we even read it in the DSM-5 categories, is one of the symptoms is like having a strong dislike for a body part that's related to your genitals. And I do worry and feel like when I hear a lot of these young kids giving these statements about going through puberty, that it feels like they either just have body dysmorphia or they just are not comfortable going through puberty, which is somewhat of a body dysmorphic like symptom. And they just, that gets wrapped up into this identity because they're just trying to process what's going on. I mean, this is what is weird. I feel like the way in which people understand or communicate how the human brain works, both to adults and children, is just so woefully inadequate. Because, you know, they talk about, like, I remember when I was a kid and you watch all those dumb videos about like, you're going through puberty, your body's changing. Like, you remember these like fucking retarded videos that we had to watch? You know,
of course I do. Yeah.
You're growing hair in places you didn't expect. Like all this dumb shit. None of them is like, none of those videos ever said, oh, and by the way, there's like all sorts of fucking chemicals that are going up to your brain that are going to make you feel weird. Like you're going to feel like extra emotional. You're going to feel horny. You're going to feel depressed. You're going to feel anxious. You're going to feel angry. You're going to feel all this like weird extra emotions, but that's okay. Those will go away, you know, with time. So you just kind of have to weather it out and understand that that's not you. That's just chemicals going into your brain, making you feel certain ways. No one ever said that to me. And I feel like I've never heard anyone say that to any kid when they go through puberty. And I feel like if that was just like a common understanding of going through puberty, a lot of problems kids had going through puberty would be like, oh, okay, I can weather this. Because so much of like the depression, anxiety kids go through at that age is when you're young, it feels like when you're young, both physically and psychologically, time moves slower. Psychologically, time moves slower because you just haven't been alive as long, so you don't have anything to really compare it to. But physically, and they've actually done very interesting experiments on this, is like, I forget what the actual term is, but it's basically like the refresh rate on your eyes and brain is faster when you're younger. So time literally, you perceive time slower. That's why when you're a kid, like it really feels like time moves way slower. You're like, oh my God, I'm in this class forever. And when you're an adult, you're like, holy shit, like where did the day go? Where did the week go? Like time just moves faster. And when you're a kid, a lot of like feeling anxious and depressed is just that you feel like there's never going to be an end to something, or that you feel like however you feel at that moment is the way it's going to be forever. And it's really like, it's really not going to be like that forever. You know, you're going to grow out of that. And I do think that would help a lot of kids with a lot of these, like have these fears and concerns about going through puberty. Cause like, listen, you're just going through puberty. You're going to feel a certain way. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have gender dysphoria. You know, statistically, you probably don't have gender dysphoria because it's such a tiny, tiny rate of people that actually have that. So just relax.
It's not just the puberty though, because adolescence is just a time of turmoil. Like you're trying to struggle to fit in with a social group. You're struggling to find out, you know, who you are, what you want to be. Your parents have certain expectations of you. Your friends often have different expectations of you. It's just, it's a turbulent time. So
yes,
you are going to feel a lot of normal distress.
Yes,
normal
right.
distress that you're doing the wrong thing, that you're friends with the wrong people, that you're dating the wrong people, that you're just, your life is going in the wrong direction.
Right.
And when somebody comes in and says, look, I can tell you what that distress is from. It's transgenderism. You're susceptible to that being an answer. You are.
Yeah. Right.
And I feel like it's wrong to offer people an identity that many people will struggle to achieve, but never quite get there. Never really feel comfortable. Never really feel like they've achieved that I am now the opposite sex. Okay. I understand many people engage on this path in adulthood because they do, the stress persists past adolescence into adulthood, and this is like a thing that they can't get out of their minds, and they have to do it. That's fine. But introducing this to every single boy and girl on the planet who are completely susceptible to this being a solution, when there are also other solutions, right? Join the fucking jiu-jitsu team, right? Like there are all kinds of identity creation that people can be successful at without going down this path, which just may be wrong for them. For me, it's so crystal clear. It's so crystal clear that people are being offered the solution and they're turning to that solution for the wrong reasons, totally the wrong reasons.
Ace for $5 says the intersex boxer was groomed by a regressive society that views anything not obviously male as female. They may be a real grooming victim. True. Yeah. Mason Jordan, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, welcome.
Ace for another $10 says another intersex boxer who never defeated a Russian boxer was banned by the IBA as well. They never bring up that fact, showing the IBA may not be biased against Imane. Yeah, they always talk about that they beat some Russian boxer and that's why they banned it. But they banned, I don't remember if they're Chinese. They banned the Chinese boxer that also won a medal at the Olympics too, in a different weight division as well. So
yeah,
that's a good point.
They even banned the
CS Paffy for $10 says, what even is a gender identity? I don't understand the trans thing. I understand gays because the way I feel towards gals, they feel towards men. But gender identity, do I feel like a guy? I don't know. Yeah, it's something that I mean, I don't understand. And I don't know if anyone understands it that's not trans. Like, do people walk around and think like I guess there are times where you'd be like, yeah, I feel manly, right? But that feels more of like kind of I don't know if that's like an innate biological thing. It's just like you're doing something and then you kind of have this idea of like, the social ideas of what it means to be a man. So it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, this feels manly. I'm doing this like manly thing. But I don't walk around my life normally feeling like I feel like PSA Sitch a man. So I can't really relate to that. I assume other people, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the autistic weirdo, but I assume most people don't walk around like feeling whatever their gender identity is, innately, unless something calls attention to it. Like, oh, I'm in a space I shouldn't be in, or I suddenly feel threatened by sexual violence or something, right? Unless something calls attention to it, I assume people don't really feel their gender identity.
Yeah. Yeah. I obviously, like, this sexual attraction is some small portion of your brain. The thing that that's interesting to me is when you learn about biological sex differences and you're aware that there are vast differences between males and females in like eye structure, the way we see, the way we hear, our parasympathetic nervous system, the way we react to pain. Like there's so many huge differences between men and women. So when I think of it as, okay, you're in a male body or a female body, you have all of the apparatus, right? All of the sense-making structures of a female. How are you like, no, I feel like a male. It seems like some sort of like characteristic of the brain.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you can actually experience it. Like if there was some like Neuralink future technology where you could put on the helmet and you could experience what's like to be someone else. He could somehow like feel it. Then you'd be like, oh wow, maybe there could be a female sense and a male sense that you could kind of grapple onto. But obviously, since you only feel what it's like to be yourself, I don't know, how someone could feel like how do you feel how do you feel like you're not yourself when you're always yourself?
Sexual attraction, though, is such a huge part of who we are as human beings that I just think, okay, if someone has same-sex attraction, that obviously overwhelms all of these other senses. Like you could see like a male, but if you have same-sex attraction, you're going to constantly be questioning, okay, am I born in the wrong body, regardless of how you see.
No, but right, but like the sexual attraction thing is because you and I and basically everyone else feels the sexual attraction. And so someone is just saying they feel it in a different way. You say, okay, I know what the feeling is. I can just now in my mind logically understand how someone feels on a different target. When it comes to like feeling like it being a man or feeling like a woman, feeling like being the wrong, like and the average person doesn't have any experience to like map that onto. So it's just not a conceivable thing to understand.
Right.
Zero for $5 says Drew is part of the reason I still go to church. I followed him while questioning my faith, but so many of his arguments and videos are just so shallow. Oh wow, well, not very good. Drew. Kind of failing at your job here.
This. Yeah, we don't try to convert you here.
Ace for $5 says they never bring up the cast review at all in this vid, and the cast reviews support many of the claims they make in this video. Yeah, obviously they're not going to bring up the cast review. So
yeah, cast reviews against him, right?
Yes, that was the Tavistock.
Is that review for the Tavistock? Okay.
Yeah.
Was cast review the report that they buried and then resurrected? Because they did some big review and then they buried it from a lot of people. So when it came back to bite them a second time, a lot of the people were like, we should have done a review. And they were like, oh, well, we did do a review like 4 years ago.
I thought, if I could be wrong in this, I thought that they did like an initial review that was not the cast report.
Okay. So that's a later review.
And then the cast report is kind of came out, and that was like the big thing that drew everyone's attention to it. And then that's why England and some other countries started to change their protocols. It was sort of like oh, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So,
wow, we're fucking up a lot of kids here.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, have you ever been turned on by wearing a 16th century codpiece? Must be an auto-androphile. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
True. Ace for $5 says, Jesse, single to this day, still being threatened, harassed in real life and online by trans activists, and somehow trans critics are just crybabies.
Right, yeah.
And it's funny. It's not funny. It's weird. It's interesting how, like, Jesse Single has a pretty similar, I believe, view on the issue as do you and I, Adam, in terms of just questioning, like thinking, I believe his belief is that it exists, but it's in a very small minority and he doesn't really trust the medical science to ferret it out. And he thinks there's a lot of problems with the way it's all being handled. So he's not like, there's a lot of people out there who have way more fucking extreme views on it. Matt Walsh is like, we need to eliminate, trans ideology, from society, right? But there's a lot of people that have like way more extreme views on the issue than Jesse Single. And it's interesting. It always feels like the people that get attacked the most on either side are not the people with the most extreme positions. They're the people who kind of are like in the middle somewhere. They seem like they get like way more hate. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jesse Single wasn't he like a reporter for a big newspaper? So he had like received huge platform.
Oh,
huge
maybe that's
over
it.
the yes.
Yeah,
so I do think that plays into a lot of it. They're like, I don't think they go after us because we have a smaller platform. So they're like,
yeah,
fuck those guys.
Because he used to write, I think, for the Atlantic.
But they do obviously go after Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, and like those are staples of their channels.
But there's like there's a special level of like hatred that they throw at people like Jesse Single that it just doesn't hit the way it hits Matt Walsh. And I don't know if it's because Jesse Single like interacts more on social media, maybe. So they feel like a more personal attachment, or I don't know if it's because Jesse Single isn't extremely on the other side. So they feel in their minds that like he's a betrayer because he's like still maybe on the left. So they're like, oh, he's a betrayer. You know, people always psychologically get the most put off by betrayers than anything else.
Right.
A long story short, for $5 says, according to black-based YouTuber AK News Nation, he says that black trans have DL relations with thugs, then threaten to out them, then get deleted. Huh.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know anything about the validity of that, but okay.
So a lot of the trans women are going after the certain personalities and threatening to out them as trans lovers.
You know, it's interesting with all the Diddy stuff. There was an old Boondocks episode that was all about how like all the rappers are really gay, and it's all like it's all like some sort of like weird
really? Wow.
Like gay op thing. It was a funny episode. Harrison Jodit for $5 says, the lesson is not really that atheists are smart, but that young earth creationists are really dumb. They lose an argument with a drunk hedgehog.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Young earth creationists, the flat earthers, they're always fun. But
yeah. J-Mac or Surrogate Father, thanks so much for $20. Daddy J-Mac says, to be fair, I think it's sexy when my wife beats me at magic too. Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, wow. So you're getting turned on by it.
Equal
that
opportunity.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay, you got some role switching going on. That's good.
Fun.
Yasuke, I can't say the last name.
What is that last name?
It's the N-word Saki for $5. Says Biden and Pelosi are, quote, Catholic or pro-LGBTQIA and support abortions in the third trimester like all Catholics do. I think people just basically change or kind of sell out for politics.
Their political goals, yeah.
Yeah. And that's what always happens.
What do you think of Biden saying that he could have won? He could have easily beat Trump. Yeah, I think he also said Harris could have beat Trump too, which I'm like, what? Well, didn't she run against Trump?
I don't think so. I think that's absurd. I think that's crazy. So.
Poor Biden.
Yeah.
Poor Biden. Marching up to take Jimmy Carter's place.
Mm-hmm.
His approval, his poll numbers are like way down too. So it's not like people think he was this great president.
Mm-hmm.
Stug for $2. His genetic modification was an extra.
There you go. There you go.
Oh,
like
is that it? Isn't that like the Down syndrome?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
PC for $5 says they'd be on board with ancient advanced civilizations if those civilizations were multi-gendered and pro-trans. True.
Oh yeah. Then they.
That's what they always do. It's funny. That's what they always do when they talk about. Oh my God, what's it called? There's like that one gender clinic the Nazis burned down.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It was
yeah.
trans Mecca. Oh my God. It was trans Mecca. They were like the most advanced Germans. They had all the trans technologies already in like 1929. And then the Nazis burned it to the ground in the 30s. And you're like, well, I'm skeptical, but okay.
Yes.
Let's talk about prepping for $2. Says Galileo is the original misinformationist.
Oh my God, so true.
There you go.
So true.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says DSP didn't even self-pleasure this much on camera.
Who's DSP? Somebody who self-pleasured on camera, probably. Is that gamer guy who got caught with his camera on?
There was a gamer guy who got caught with his camera on?
Yeah, he masturbated on camera. You don't remember that?
No.
You didn't know that?
No.
He forgot he forgot his camera was still on and he started whacking off.
I remember there was the CNN guy.
Jeffrey Toobin?
Yeah, Tubin got caught with that.
But that didn't broadcast though. I mean, that was like in a.
It was at a meeting. Oh,
a CNN meeting. Can you imagine? Oh my god.
There was the Coney guy who like had a mental breakdown and was like walking around LA naked, jacking it in public. Or no, San Francisco. Or San Diego. Oh, San Diego.
Typical San Franciscan.
San Diego. Okay. There's a good South Park song about it. Ace for $10 says to claim that being left-wing isn't a safe position, a profitable position is to ignore the rise of BreadTube and DeWalt style YouTubers who can do anything and not be held to account for it. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I don't know that BreadTubers are getting rich off of YouTube though. So I don't know.
Well, they're getting out. They have to go to Twitch and suck off a song.
It's true. True. They do seem to blow up pretty quick. They get like millions of subscribers overnight.
Yeah, you're like, what? Aaron is dizzy. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Harrison Dill for $5 says, I never liked Modified Skeptic. He is too nice. I watch Angry Atheists like The Amazing Atheists. There you go.
Yes.
Drew the Dogman for $5 says, gender binary comes from patriarchy, which comes from capitalism. It leads to inequality. Therefore, it's bad. Capitalism is private property. A-Team rocks.
Yep.
There you go.
I mean, about the A-Team rocks, obviously. Thank you, Drew.
That is the thought process, yeah. The Mongolian Leprechaun Surfer Man from Saturn from $10 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, if someone were to give you $10 million to dress up as Dracula from the 1931 film every day for 365 days a year until retirement age, then when you do it? Fuck no, wait.
$10 million? I mean, yeah, why not?
Every
Dracula?
day for...
Hold
well,
on.
listen,
What
Adam's
is
an old man, so he doesn't have a lot of time left, okay?
What is
me? You want me to dress up as Dracula for like the next 30 to 40 years?
I mean, it's not about. Let's check out the look before.
I'm not doing that. I'm not dressing up
Oh,
as...
look. I'm fucking 100% down.
As 1931, is that the Bela Lugosi look?
I'm 100% down.
Is that the Bela Lugosi Dracula?
Yes.
No,
I'm adding this to our Patreon.
Listen, I'm pretty sure Sammy would like break up with me if I dressed up as Bela Lugosi every day for the next 40 years.
I brought up a picture of my new look, guys.
Okay.
This isn't bad at all. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I mean, you're worth $10 million. You basically don't need to work anymore. So
that's true.
Yeah. This is better than the dress, Sitch. Jeez.
Yeah, the dress I had to wear once.
This is stylish.
And wait, and yeah,
Look,
is it
and you
okay?
you don't have to think about what you wear when you leave the house either. They're kind of doing you a favor.
Oh yeah, of course. Just gotta walk around. You gotta walk around with like the cape. Wait, do you have to wear it everywhere? Do you have to like
Is there
sleep?
a cape? Oh my god! if
Yes,
there's
of course
cape.
there's a cape. He's got a cape. He's got the big collared cape on.
Okay, I'm into it.
Now
Look, I'll give you.
I was gonna dress up as if just for fun. You didn't even have to pay him. He's like, I want to be Dracula.
Right. Look, if you sign up today, I'll give you a bargain. 9,500,000.
Okay, there you go, guys. If you want if you want to pay Adam $9 million, he'll dress up as Dracula every day for the rest of his life.
This is not bad.
Do you have to sleep in it? Do you have to if you go to the beach, like what happens? How's it all work? If you're just at home, do you have to wake up and just put this on when you're at home?
This is how I dress.
Only when you go out in public.
This is how I dress at the beach anyway. So I don't want to get a sunburn. So
right.
Yeah. No. This is fine.
Look at that. Sammy's nice. She says Sitch could pull off the look.
Yeah, I know he could.
There you go.
You should go for it.
Okay. That's an interesting question, though.
0 for $5. I was going to make fun of Adam for having Newsom derangement syndrome, but after watching some videos of Newsom, I think hatred for him is justified. Oh, based. I got to love this. Where's the love for this comment here?
That's good.
That is good. Yeah. Newsom is a piece of shit. He really is. He's just a bona fide liar.
Right.
Look at I'm so sick of people using the California governorship as a platform to launch their presidential aspirations. And the people of California just get fucked. Like, why do we have a part-time governor? Why do we have to suffer under this bullshit just so he can run for president? You know what I'm talking about. You're from Florida, of course you know.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking bullshit. At least DeSantis handled his shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, with what, the hurricane stuff?
And yeah, sure. Stopping woke.
I feel like the hurricane stuff is just it's like you just gotta make sure people can evacuate and then clean up. Right. It's not really like prevention techniques the way there are for fires. I don't know if there's any like levee situations like there were with New Orleans in Florida, but actually, I had a friend who worked in those county level. It wasn't state level. He worked at some time on like water management in the county. And he was saying that in Florida, like there's all these like super sophisticated and it was one county specifically, he was saying has like the most sophisticated water management system in the entire world. And if it wasn't for that, like the city would be underwater essentially.
Wow.
And so he had a very doomer attitude about the future of Florida real estate 20 to 30 years, saying it's all going to sink. So
yeah.
We'll see. Ace for $5 says, Adam, I'm going to upset you, but I'm an anti-theist atheist. And to make you less angry, O'Connor is no longer an anti-theist.
Yeah, people have been saying that. O'Connor's not an anti-theist anymore. So, but you're an anti-theist? Maybe we'll have you on to argue with us sometime, Ace.
Who's O'Connor?
Alex O'Connor is
Alex
Cosmic
O'Connor.
Skeptic. Yeah.
Okay. Andrew Clark for $5 says, Sitch, check DMs. I sent you a video not to respond to, but I think it's interesting and tangentially related to today's subject.
Thank you, Andrew. Look, Ace,
video,
and that doesn't make me angry that you're an anti. You knock yourself out. So
there you go. This video is string theory lied to us and how science communication is hard. I've actually heard this. I think it's funny. I think it was actually Eric Weinstein I heard talk about this.
Yeah, I've heard it from other people too.
He had this very long rant. I forget. He talks about some guy. I forget. There's like a weird guy.
Edward Winton.
That's it. Yeah, who really pushed string theory.
Don't you? I know this shit, man.
I know. I'm impressed. I know we've talked about it before. They like really push string theory on everybody, and he thinks like destroyed physics. So, which is too bad. String theory sounds cool, right?
I mean, if you're looking for some sort of universal particle, yeah, sure.
Right.
Whatever.
I mean, I never understood. Like, I understood the concept. I never understood like why they thought that was the way it was. If it was just like a math thing, but
supposedly Winton was some super math genius, but Weinstein says he's full of shit and he's some math genius. I don't know. Obviously, I'm no math genius, so I don't have the ability to double check their work.
Alex Wright for $5 says, did you hear the oral arguments for TikTok versus Garland? It seems that protecting Americans from foreign adversary controlled applications act will stand. Yes, I did. That was actually something that we potentially would have watched today instead of this. Maybe we'll watch it or watch parts of it because I think it's like 2 or 3 hours. Maybe we'll watch parts of it during the week. There are some very interesting parts in it. And I was very interested to hear. It's interesting to hear because it wasn't like the other court cases that we've listened to where like there's very clear ideological lines where like the left judges on one side, the right judges on the other side. Like on this one, it was interesting to hear both judges do kind of a both sides on when they were questioning, but though they all seem to be pretty more so on the side of upholding the law and saying, TikTok's got to go. And because I was always, and I said this on stream, a few weeks ago, I was curious to hear because the leftist justices sounded so fucking stupid in that trans argument. I was like, okay, I want to hear them in like a non-political context or in a political context where I think they're on the right side of things. to judge to see like, oh, are they just blinded by their politics or are they just actually stupid?
Dumb.
Right.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So this was interesting to hear them because it does seem, because what they were saying, I thought they were making, cogent arguments about the TikTok stuff against the TikTok stuff. So it seemed like it was just a case of how your ideology makes you lose like 20 to 30 IQ points.
Yeah. I listened to the whole thing and I thought it was pretty interesting. So obviously, I mean, I think the data collection thing is more pertinent than the free speech stuff. So, because that's where the real value for TikTok is for China. So,
well, I think on the legal argument, it's easier to make the legal argument on the data collection thing as to why you have to get rid of it or why they have to divest. But I think in terms of dangers for society, I think their ability to basically propagandize the children of America, the youths of America, is more dangerous than the data part of it.
well, here's the thing. Another thing that I don't think they really touched on. They have the ability to kind of psychologically experiment on Americans.
Right.
Like they have the ability to fraudulently show that certain ideas are far more popular than they actually are just by showing some video that is like massively has a bunch of views and a bunch of likes and comments and stuff that are completely fake. So I don't know how that translates into the arguments that they were making about free speech. They were saying, obviously, if a French company wants to get into bed with Americans in any sort of newspaper or publication, like Americans are allowed to do that. But I don't know how how that sort of argument translates to this sort of fraudulent thing that can be done. Like American social media can do that kind of fraudulent stuff too. But I think there was a case against Facebook where Facebook did do some sociological experiments and people stepped in and said, hey, you can't do that. There's this whole apparatus of legality around experimenting on human subjects that you guys are breaking the law on. Right. So, but China could do that stuff, and who's going to step in and stop them, right? They could be doing that stuff today, and we wouldn't even know about it.
Of course. I mean, they like 99% probably are.
Sure, they are doing it. Exactly. Yeah, why? Well, look, they probably are experimenting on their own citizens, too. They're probably experimenting on their citizens and our citizens and kind of weighing the difference between the two. Oh, God, it's just so... Yeah, supposedly they have like a viral button. And it's funny because like Trump just exemplifies this because he's completely reversed his position on TikTok because he got on the platform and was popular, right? So look, imagine you start a TikTok account and you have a couple videos that go viral. All of a sudden you've got that buzz. Oh my God, all these people love me. But it's just a sham. You're still going to get these people hooked on your platform. They're going to constantly be making content, constantly trying to capture that viral moment that they had when they were like, oh my God, I'm on the top. Look, I'm an influencer. I'm everybody. Everybody loves me. That's powerful. That is a powerful drug that they can use on people. And I do think they're using that on people. I'm not on the TikTok platform, but I've heard and read articles about this kind of thing happening. So,
So the Facebook experiment you're talking about, this came out in 2014.
Yeah, it's quite old.
So yeah, it was 11 years ago. And they said that basically Facebook did an experiment where on some select users, they would hide, I think they would hide emotionally charged words. Like they would provide a newsfeed post, but they would remove some emotionally charged words from it to see if it affected like their likes,
their mood,
retweets or whatever with it. And apparently they did this in conjunction with OkCupid or something. Oh no,
Oh,
OkCupid did their own something similar.
Right, on
And
their
so
platform.
Right, on their own platform. And so there's an article talking about from the Washington Post where a law professor from the University of Maryland is saying that not only was it unethical to do these human experimentation without telling people, but that it was also illegal. Though I don't know if they ever took it to court to adjudicate that, but
No one sued them for it. Who would be dumb enough to sue Facebook, right? Because they got a massive amount of lawyers. But I think
Well,
Facebook said they quit doing it.
right, and also, I mean, it'd be hard to prove damages too. So
Fucking China's doing all kinds of shit
Oh,
like
I'm
that.
sure.
So look, this is the biggest argument, and it didn't even come up in the Supreme Court thing. I was like very surprised.
right.
I was like, dude, they're fucking with people's minds. That's what the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody mentioned this. They only talked about. They did kind of touch on it when they were talking about all these people have built this platform and they want to be members of this platform. And I'm like, yeah, they want to be members of this platform because TikTok has turned them into celebrities on that platform because they say the kinds of things China wants them to say. I just think the ability to manipulate people who are super susceptible into going along with what's popular is just, I mean, it's too great to be in the hands of a foreign adversary. I mean, you could make an argument it's too great to be in the hands of an American corporation too. I'm not like, make that argument as well.
Well, the problem is it's too great to be in the hands of a government, any government. Number one, it's especially too great to be in the hands of a government that wants to harm you, which China does. And then it's like, yeah, I agree with you. It is too great to be in the hands of a private corporation, but there really isn't an alternative to that, except that there's just competing corporations that can create their own products that are competing with each other.
Well,
I don't know how else you would. I mean, there should be some amount of regulations to prevent, like, you don't want it so that the corporations can just try to fucking mind manipulate you with experimentation the way that this experiment maybe was trying to do like 11 years ago.
There has been some accusations that this is going on Rumble too, that Rumble completely inflates their views. They've accused Facebook of this. By the way, they measure the views. It's like if you are on a video for a tenth of a second, it counts as a view.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think transparency in how these platforms work is probably the closest you can get. So you're avoiding a fraud type situation where you're like, the platform is pretending this thing is popular.
Right.
And then look, a lot of people on YouTube, they just watch the videos that are popular. They're like, oh, this video has 2 million views, I'm going to watch it. This video has 1 million views, I'm going to watch it, right? So it's so easy to just fake that first 1 million views. And then 20 million people have watched it because other people watch it. It's a popular video.
No, that's a good point, because usually when people talk about the view stuff, it's only in the context of advertisers, which obviously they have a financial incentive to very specific financial incentive to want to know if the views are legitimate or not.
Yeah,
and that's important. Right. But it's also important to bring up the psychological aspect of how that affects other people and their perception of it. And you're right. I mean, Congress has been very, very slow and very tepid to do a lot of internet regulation, which to some extent is good, but to some extent is bad. And one of the things that we all need is just transparency in terms of how these metrics are devised in the first place.
Yeah.
So you can know. So you can know, like, oh, are all these views people watching a video for a quarter of a second, or does it actually matter?
So look, I guess the reason why these arguments didn't come up in the Supreme Court thing was because they weren't made by the government or the response to the government. So,
well, the human testing thing, I mean, because it'd be a harder argument because you'd have to, you'd want to show evidence, not just the threat of it, but that China actually did it, which they probably don't have.
Right.
Like if they had evidence that China did that, then I'm sure they would have been part of the case.
Right.
But Cameraman 502 for $5 says, never been a fan of Kamala cosmological argument, as is typically stated in pop circles. The non-contingent cosmological argument is stronger.
The non-contingent cause.
What this is.
So when something happens, it could be a non-contingent cause.
Non-contingent cause cosmological argument. That is not something you want to say 10 times fast. Is a philosophical argument that posits that since everything in the universe is contingent, meaning it could not exist, and requires a cause for its existence, there must be a non-cognizant necessary being that is the ultimate cause of everything, often identified as God. How the argument works. Everything we observe is contingent. Wait, I know what that word means. I don't know what it means in this manner.
Contingent on whatever caused it. I'll be right back.
Okay. Everything we observe is contingent. All things in the universe could have been different or non-existent at all. Okay. Well, that's an assumption though, isn't it? I don't know if that's true. All things in the universe could have been different. I mean, there could be fundamental physical facts of reality that we're unaware of, so that maybe there are no alternatives. Maybe this is the only way in which physical reality could form. So, I mean, I guess it could be that there would have been nothing because the right circumstances never arose. Like it's possible, but a contingent being cannot explain its own existence. If something is contingent, it needs a cause to explain why it exists. Therefore, a necessary being must exist. To explain the existence of all contingent beings, there must be a non-contingent necessary being that caused them to exist. I mean, I guess. Well, number one, I'm always just I'm automatically intuitively hand wavy of all these like logical arguments to try to prove God. They always just intuitively seem stupid to me, or silly to me, I should say. But addressing this specific argument, I feel like a lot of these arguments, they rely on our temporal, time-based cause and effect understanding to explain something that exists outside of the universe or exist at the bounds of when, things existed in some sort of hyper compacted, pre-Big Bang like place. And we already do know that time gets all finicky and wonky and weird in those situations. So I don't think we have the proper scientific knowledge for someone to just say, okay, like this must be the way it is logically. Because we actually don't know how time or cause and effect or any of this stuff would exist in these extreme circumstances.
Yeah.
Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, you guys believe in asexuality, right? So we actually had, it's funny that you mentioned that. We actually had a very long conversation about that. There was, I forget her name, there was some influencer that we covered who was claiming to be asexual. Right. And she was very like conventionally attractive, and she was at like a pride parade, and people were giving her shit because she would basically dress up in like highly sexualized outfits. Where she had like her tits basically hanging out. She was wearing like short shorts, all this other stuff. She was dressed like really like hot. And she's like, I'm asexual. And we saw this and we're like, okay, this makes fucking no sense at all. Right. And both me and Adam were like criticizing her, saying this is bullshit. And you know who came on the show to argue with us about this?
Who did? Who was it?
It was Sammy G.
What?
Sammy G came on and she's like, no, you guys are wrong. Okay. I understand her exact argument because I too am asexual. And then we kind of got in this big back and forth about like what asexuality really means, and Sammy was kind of making this argument that I was like, well, you could still want to look attractive and not be attracted to people. Or I think Sammy was saying that it was basically, a lot of people were basically pressuring her to try to be a slut in college, and she didn't want to be, so she was using asexuality as like a defense to like leave me the fuck alone. Really? I don't want to sleep around. Right?
That's a good defense. That's
right.
A workable defense. Now you can just say, look, that's my sexual orientation, non-slut.
Right. Which, I mean, that wasn't really the argument that the woman that we were responding to. I don't think that was the situation.
Oh yeah, she was totally a slut. I remember.
So I don't know. I can understand the concept. Like, yeah, I understand the concept. There are definitely people that are not just very sexually into other people. Like, that obviously exists.
They have a low sex drive. Look, a lot of
right.
people have a low sex drive. So
Yes,
whatever.
of course.
What is the guy from Married with Children?
Right. I'm still, though, skeptical of that one asexual influencer who likes to dress like, half naked. That I don't buy it.
It's a bridge too far for you.
Right.
You don't buy it.
I don't buy it.
But you believe in the concept, obviously.
Yes.
Makes perfect sense. Whatever hormone that is that makes people horny, they don't have any of that. It's completely, they're empty of the horny hormone.
There's a lot of variation in human biology, behavior, brain chemistry. So yeah, obviously there's going to be people with very low sex drives, people with very high sex drives. So there's going to be like opposite atoms out there somewhere.
Of course.
It's funny. People in the chat are like, Sitch, did you fix Sammy yet?
I know. I have no idea why you're bringing this up now. This seems like the most inappropriate time.
Because it's funny. What do you mean?
Stroll down memory lane here.
I was gonna make a joke.
Is Sammy G in the chat? Let's see here.
She's in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
I guess she is. What's up, Sammy?
The Mongolian leprechaun surfer man from Saturn for $5 says, also, Sitch Adam, do you guys think you can defeat a horse-sized great blue heron?
No, obviously not. I mean,
oh my God.
Look, wait. Great blue herons are as big as a horse already, right?
No, they're not. A horse? What?
How much do great blue herons weigh?
They're like big for a bird. They're not horse-sized. Jesus.
Oh, wait. I thought it was a...
What do you think about?
I thought it was a fish.
Oh, no, it's the bird. Okay. It's like
I thought it was like a tuna.
Looks kind of like a like a big egret, big ibis kind of looking bird. I guess egret would do that. But
yeah, look, that beak is obviously made to do some damage. I guess I should bring up a picture. Like, Sitch is always.
So okay, hold on. So
yeah.
The horse-sized great blue heron would be more
formidable. Yeah, look at that thing.
It's okay. It's tough. Because, like, on
that
one
beak
hand,
is made to do some fucking put some holes in shit.
Well, here's why it's tough. On one hand, the great blue heron is going to be offensively way more powerful than the duck because it has that big sharp beak which it uses to stab fish. That's how it hunts. It goes in the water and it looks for like a fish, like a ninja. And it goes paka, and it like stabs it with its beak. Okay.
Yeah.
Which ducks
don't have that. They have a round
ducks
bill.
Don't do that. Right? So you basically are fighting this horse-sized creature that has a giant sword on its face that it uses to stab things very quickly. So that's going to be like pretty hard to deal with, right? On the plus side, it has a lot longer, easier to hit legs than the duck because the duck's kind of like a little stocky, where the great blue heron is more like, has like the very long legs, not like flamingo level, but the long legs that's kind of standing up on. So it's like a bigger target to hit. So I think it would be, I do think it would be significantly harder to fight a giant great blue heron than the giant duck, just because of that beak. It's going to go after you.
This thing is terrifying looking.
I think they're cool looking.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I'm imagining it
like a
as
giant
big as a
one,
horse. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
If that thing's coming after you, I mean, this thing's like a velociraptor. You're just like, fucking run.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a mini. It'd be like a mini velociraptor without the teeth.
Yeah.
I think you could still
clear.
I think you could still do it.
Just hand-to-hand combat? You don't even have like a gun or anything?
Well, if you had a gun, it's not really a fight, is it?
I don't know. How hard is that beak?
That would be the issue, is if can you get around that beak?
Probably just grab your bullets out of the air and eat them.
What's the name? I'm blanking on it. The what's that giant, like, dangerous blue bird called cassowary.
The ostrich. Oh, cassowary.
Well, I think the cassowaries they have. I think because they can fuck you up. I think they have like, don't they have like a raptor claw or something that they like slash at people?
Not sure.
How do people fare in a fight with an ostrich?
They get their asses kicked.
Mm-hmm.
Ostriches kick butt, man.
I mean, I wouldn't want to
They
fight
jump
an
in the
ostrich.
air and like kick you with their feet. Scratch your
Right.
face off.
Right. Okay. Here's your because ostriches. I think ostriches are pretty big. Would you rather fight an ostrich or a horse-sized duck?
I think isn't the ostrich smaller? Horse-sized duck would be bigger.
Ostriches are pretty big. I don't know.
I mean, they kind
exactly.
of got the same bill and everything. So
Right.
that's funny.
Is a duck? I guess they have like the yeah, they got the long neck though. They got a much bulkier body than a duck though. So I feel like if you upsize a duck, it would be much more fragile than an ostrich. Ostrich was like evolved to be this like big fucking tanky bird.
Okay. Ostrich weighs 140 to 320 pounds. That's
Ooh, okay.
way smaller.
I mean,
than
at 300
horse.
pounds, is pretty stocky, yeah.
But that's way smaller than a horse, right? A horse is like.
Well, horses are. Are we doing weight? Or are we just doing like dimensions? I thought we were doing kind of like dimensions.
I'm just doing well, I think weight is the important factor. So a horse is 930 pounds.
Okay.
Between 900 and 1,200 pounds.
So
that's a pretty big discrepancy.
Hmm.
So a horse-sized duck, you're talking about. Well, you always dispute the poundage. You're like, no.
Well, okay, maybe listen. Maybe we've been talking past each other this whole time because I want to revise this. I don't think if the duck weighed a half a ton, I don't think I could beat a half a ton duck in a fight.
Of course, yeah.
Right, because the weight's going to have to be distributed in
Destroy
some
you.
way that's going to make sense for the duck, right? I was thinking more of a duck that's going to be duck weight, but it's just going to be like the height of a horse, right, or the length of a horse.
Right.
But I think a duck that would be horse size, if you upscale it, would be significantly lighter than a horse.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think if the duck was like horse size but only weighed like 150 pounds, do you think he could be in a fight?
I'm not sure. Does it know any martial arts?
The duck does not know any martial arts. No,
It's just like a dumb duck.
it's just a duck.
I probably could beat it, but I would feel horrible because,
Okay.
I don't want an innocent animal.
Right.
I mean, it would have to be a trans activist horse-sized duck for me to really go after it, for me to really get in there and start fighting.
So if it was like a duck with purple hair and the problem glasses, you'd be
If it was a horse-sized duck and it was like transing like third graders, oh, I would so fucking beat that duck. I would just beat the living shit out of that duck.
Right.
I would make duck soup out of that duck.
Okay.
It would be officially over.
Right.
Be so over for that duck. That duck would wish that it never transed as third graders.
Liz and Des Wall specifically for $2 says $20 billion, but you have taste buds on your butt.
Oh my God. No. Like what kind of mad scientist is like, okay, we're giving you the anesthesia for the operation. We're going to put taste buds on your butt.
That's like the human centipede level of like derangement. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a terrible terrible
Do
thing.
not do that.
No.
Whatever you do, avoid that.
That is not worth
nonsense.
the money. Yeah.
I think part of the problem with the horse-sized duck thing is that they're just such differently shaped animals. So it's hard. Like if you like enlarge the duck so it is the length of a horse, it's going to be 3 times as tall as a horse, obviously.
Well, you're gonna have to pick one of the dimensions.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's why. I guess
Like-
you would go with volume.
I was kind of going with height. Like
Mhm.
it's a duck that's as tall as a horse.
Well,
That's
then
how I
that
thought of
look,
it.
that is an ostrich because an ostrich is maybe
Ostriches
taller
are
than a
taller,
horse.
aren't they? Ostriches
Yeah,
are like
they might
taller
be
than people.
taller. Yeah. But look, I wouldn't want to go up against an ostrich. I hear ostriches are like pretty ass kickers. And look at those legs. I mean, this ostrich works out.
I don't know how ostriches do they. I think they kick you or they hit you with their chest. I see ostriches fighting each other and they like do this like chest thing.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they like smack you with their fucking, like the giraffes. They use their fucking head and necks like a fucking ball and chain. Have you seen that?
Yeah, totally.
They like whip their head. It's like, whoa, that's terrifying. Jeez. Gonna get hit with the head whip. So I don't know if the ostriches do that.
I think the great blue heron is the real champion here.
I mean, that's definitely way more dangerous than a duck. And probably an ostrich either, yeah.
Mhm.
I like this. If you ask the Google AI, can a human be an ostrich? It says no. A human cannot be an ostrich. in a
Really?
fight.
It's just
It
categorically
just
no.
says
Fuck
categorically
you.
no, you can't.
Don't try
says-
it.
Ostriches can run up to 45 miles per hour, which is more than twice the speed of a human sprint.
Oh my god, you're not even gonna outrun that thing.
Ostriches are the world's largest bird and are strong enough to carry a human. An ostrich's kick is powerful enough to kill a lion.
Really? Oh my god.
Ow, you don't want to get kicked by that.
Well,
Claws,
do
ostriches
ducks
have long,
kick?
sharp
I mean, they're
claws.
strong swimmers, so they probably kick too.
The herons? I don't
No, the duck.
know. The ducks, they got those little flippers. I don't
They
think
swim
got-
though.
So?
Oh, I guess if they have a big webbed foot, then that adds a lot of advantage. They don't really have to have as strong legs.
Like they just kick though. I don't think they're like, I don't know how strong their legs are to like swim.
I love swimming with fins is so much fun because you're like
Yeah.
Superman. You're like, oh, look at this. You're Aquaman actually. I'm
Right, right.
fucking Aquaman.
It does, yeah, it's pretty cool.
I can go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. So ChatGPT had the same response to your asking about the ostrich as I had when you were talking about leaving, or you had when I was talking about staying and defending my home from the wildfire. It's like, no.
Fuck no.
No, Adam.
It's like, do not fight the ostrich. Yes. Right. Do not fight the ostrich.
I'm like, fuck you, buddy. I'm fighting that ostrich.
Well, okay, here's the question. Would you essentially there's a video that's like ostriches killed lions while stealing eggs.
Bring that up. Bring that video up. Let's watch it.
But then
right
it shows but then it shows like a couple of, I guess, I don't know if they're cheetahs. They look too big to be cheetahs, but they have spots. Maybe they're
now.
jaguars.
Oh, it's
or
not really
something.
a lion.
It shows it shows like two jaguars like taking, or two big cats taking out an ostrich.
Yeah, look, there's got to be a lot of meat in that ostrich leg there.
Right.
They jump on the back and like wrestle them down to the ground. Nature is so
I think they're-
terrifying.
Jaguars are the ones that have spots, right? Besides cheetahs.
Yeah.
Because I don't think cheetahs could take out a. I think they're too small.
They
to take out
might. I don't know.
ostrich.
Yeah. Cheetahs are weird.
Oh no, they are cheetahs. Okay, interesting. Well, listen, I thought cheetahs were much more pussy than that. Good for the cheetahs. Okay, would you rather fight the ostrich or an ostrich-sized duck?
The ostrich or an ostrich-sized duck?
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm going to go with the duck, obviously, because
Obviously.
maybe I gain some, maybe I actually live. I don't, like ChatGPT was pretty decisive about not messing around with the ostrich.
Right.
Maybe the duck will not know how to use its newfound strength and size to its advantage.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I've seen ducks fight each other, man.
Really?
They do this like crazy Mortal Kombat thing where they'll like flap above the other duck and they kick down like fucking Liu Kang or something from Mortal Kombat. It's pretty funny looking.
Oh, terrible.
They do like the Mortal Kombat bicycle kick. It's pretty amazing. And I was like, oh my God. I saw these ducks. I forget where I was. I was in California. I saw this. I forget where I was. There's some like beautiful lake vista somewhere in California that had like this like Greek Roman looking architecture. They look almost like an amphitheater. And there are these ducks that were like beating the shit out of each other. And it was pretty hilarious.
Ouch.
Okay. Orca for $5 says, you guys need to cover iHip News. Found them a few months ago in their delusional pick any video. LOL cow level takes good laughs. What is I? We got ducks fighting. Are they actually fighting? Doesn't look like they're fighting.
I know it doesn't, does it? Oh, here we go. Here's some duck on duck action. Oh, look at this.
Some duck on duck action.
This would be Sitch running around trying to bite the duck's butt.
Well, he's not going to try to bite it. You can try to listen. You're rolling around and try to get to the legs, sweep the legs. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's all about those little tiny legs.
Now these ducks are like pussies compared to the ducks I saw fighting. None of them are doing the Liu Kang bicycle kick. Okay. I don't know what iHip News is. Stacy Pastry for $5 says, to be fair, if Newsom was a full-time governor, California would be worse. I mean,
really? Depends upon what he was doing, obviously, yeah. Like if he was spending all his time with the DEI stuff, then yeah, probably would be worse. What was the name of the channel?
I've Had It. The I've Had It podcast. I've never seen this before. I'll check it out. Contrast. Thanks so much for 33 months. Says, good day, cunts. Thank you, Contrast. I like to hear you guys go over various song lyrics like you did with the Pina Colada song. Love, Contrast. I mean, you can't tell us to go over various song lyrics. You have to give us some song lyrics to go over, okay? You got to do the work, all right? Got to give us something. Give us something to work with here.
I did watch one video from the I've Had It podcast, and it is pretty insane. So it is doable.
M8566 for $5 says, Sitch face reveal when? Please cure me of my asexuality.
Ooh, what's going on there?
I actually had the most brilliant idea for a face reveal. So good that I might actually do it.
You got to stop talking about the face reveal. You got to like do it or not do it.
Good. Oh my God. If we do this, it'll be the best, most epic face reveal ever.
No.
So.
Got to keep it to yourself.
Okay.
Everyone's like, everyone believes you're never going to do a face reveal.
I know. That's when you spring it on them. Bam. J-Mac, thanks so much for checking forward. J-Mac Day. J-Mac for $20 says, I'm whatever orientation is the exact opposite of asexual.
Look at that.
Right.
Of course. They don't call him Daddy J-Mac for nothing.
There you go. Fadu for $2 says, Sitch, if flies, you plan to do a leg sweep? Are we talking about the duck? Or are we talking about the heron? Because if we're talking about the duck,
horse-sized duck, yeah.
I don't think, even though I said I saw those ducks that were doing the Liu Kang kick, I don't know how common that is. If the duck's coming at me doing the Liu Kang kick, I'm gonna have to keep dodge Aikido rolling away until it lands. I don't think the duck is like smart enough to just be like, okay, I'm just gonna be in a constant state of hovering. Also, it's gonna use up a lot of its energy, so it's gonna have to land eventually. With the heron, I don't think the heron, like it's gonna fly to like try to get away from you, but I don't think it can fly. I don't think it's gonna fly and like try to attack dive bomb, because that's not the way they work. I don't think. I think the way that they work is they kind of walk around and stalk, and then they try to stab the fish. So I don't know if they have the behavioral genetic instinct to try to like fucking do some anime Hunter x Hunter owl attack on me. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, I was half listening, What? I was half listening. Am I to believe Sammy G splits into two smaller Sammy Gs when aroused? I don't know. It seems unlikely. I don't know how you possibly. I don't even know what you could have heard that could have you misinterpreted as that statement.
Did that come up? Wow.
I don't think that came up.
That's like a weird. I mean, that would be a cool trick.
That would be. It's like, remember the guy, you remember the two aliens in Bill and Ted that like the two little guys like merged together?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the reverse of that.
Welcome to iHip News. Pumps, what you got?
Okay, so I wanted to talk about President Jimmy Carter's funeral.
Okay, I'm already like, the voice is already hurting
Well,
me right
we
now.
talked about this probably for like 40 minutes. I found it fascinating.
Oh, the funeral, yeah.
Yeah,
I got that.
I'm just interested in their take. Because we were like, yeah, Trump's killing it. Look, Kamala. They probably saw Kamala's look back at Trump and they're like, that's right.
Yesterday,
Right.
there were a lot of passive aggressive nature. There was a lot of very bad makeup, not only by Trump, who just looked awful asleep. Melania looked like shit too.
Oh my God, they're going after Melania.
I don't
All
remember.
these catty bitches.
I don't remember having the thought process that they like looked sleepy or sick or anything.
I cannot get enough of this. It's like the Real Housewives of Jimmy Carter's funeral.
Right, it was.
All due respect to Jimmy Carter, he's probably the only person of faith that I have ever seen that I'm like,
he acted it.
I kind of want a piece of that. Nobody else that I've ever met that's religious have I thought, I want a piece of that. So R.I.P. Jimmy Carter. Let's get to the tea. I could not get enough of all of the interactions.
No, they were great. And what was so great, there were
You're right
two
about
things
that.
that just really made me happy.
Okay,
can't
here it
watch
is.
this.
What's it going to be?
No.
Come on. I have to know. I have to know.
No.
What are the two interactions that were?
Oh my
Well, this is
God.
topical. This recently happened. Okay. This was fascinating. I think it was our Thursday show. We covered this for like 40 minutes. It was fascinating interactions, obviously. But these two women, I mean, they're like the opposite, Sitch and Adam. Let's be real here. So what are the interactions?
George W. Bush, who I'm not in love with, but he snubbed Melania and Trump so hard. And Obama bounced up, and he, as this video will show, he like hit him in the stomach. And there was a real cordial, warm greeting. It was like
a bro tap.
It was a bro tap. Nothing. It was like Donald Trump.
You know, I'm so mad. The one thing we didn't cover, because I didn't see it until after,
Was the bro tap. I know
Was
we
the
totally
bro
missed
tap.
it. You
Oh
sent it
my
to me, and I laughed so fucking hard. I was like, that's so George. That is George W. Bush right there.
Yes.
What's
Somebody
up, Obama?
Who was it? I forget. Somebody sent it to me, actually. Unfortunately, I didn't see it until after the stream.
How is that a snub of Trump? I mean,
That he didn't get the bro tap? I mean, I
well,
don't
he
think...
was already sitting down. It wasn't really, what are you going to do? Tap him in the head? That's highly inappropriate.
That'd be weird, yeah. Well, also,
Yeah.
I mean, I assume that Bush knows Obama better than he knows Trump.
Right. Yeah. The Obama was president after Bush, so they went through the transition together, right?
Right. They transitioned
Yeah.
together, yes.
They did transition into one another. Well, the Obama transitioned into Bush.
Yeah, if you didn't see it when Bush walked by Obama, he kind of like tapped his gut.
They just showed it. Look,
Oh,
it's in the
okay.
video here. If you want to see the bro tap,
Ew.
here it comes.
I'm not in love with, but he snubbed Melania and Trump so hard. And Obama bounced up, and he, as this video will show, he like hit him in the stomach. And there was a real cordial.
Do you see?
That's
Saw the
not a
bro tap.
snub. I mean, like it happens like in a quarter of a second. He can't even, you know. I'm sure he acknowledged Trump and his wife earlier in the day. Like I don't think that's like the first.
I'm
time
sure he
walked
did
by.
when he was walking out of frame. He probably waved at him or something.
Right.
So like, hey, what's up? Right.
Right.
Wasn't a snub. Come on.
Yeah. That's
cordial, warm greeting. It was
a
like
bro tap.
It was a bro tap. Nothing. It was like Donald Trump wasn't there. So I love that. Loved that. The second video that I loved
Oh, here it is.
was
I love that.
Mom Pence, Mother Pence,
Karen,
Melania, and Trump walked.
Why are they calling her Mom Pence? She's his wife.
Mommy Pence.
That makes it sound like it's like his grandma.
It's so interesting the things that they gravitate to. They're like, that's right. Pence completely snubbed Trump. Trump shook Pence's hand, and Mama Pence was like,
I mean, it's fine to talk about that. I just think those are Mama Pence.
But
Okay.
they're like they're in love with that. They're like, oh my god.
Right, of course.
You think they have TDS?
Yeah, you think?
You think so?
You think?
Walked by, and she did not look up. No sign of respect. Of course, Puss Boy shook his hand.
Ooh, Puss Boy. Oh my god.
Puss Boy.
Puss
Of course,
Boy.
Puss Boy. Now I know why the views are off the charts for this. Like, there's so much. That's where the real money is to be made, in TDS. Just catering to all the people with TDS. That's another thing that's going to be off the hook when the Oscars come. Oh my God, the level of TDS is going to be epic.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the absolute death cold shoulder.
All right, let's show that video right here.
Leland, good morning to you. We can see President-elect Trump now entering the room for this morning's service.
Al Gore, Mike Pence there with former President Trump. I'm not sure former Vice President Pence and Donald Trump have seen each other.
How's it a snub? I mean,
It was a snub.
Trump could
It's a
easily be
1000%
snubbing
a
her
snub.
too.
No, it was she
Ignore
won
the
billion
wives.
percent. I mean, we talk about it. She 1,000,000,000% snubbed him. Which
Well, I've
it's
changed
funny.
my mind now that I know how these.
Oh, now that these catty bitches are like, oh, I can't be on their side. I gotta listen. I can't. We're gonna do the genetically modified skeptic. okay?
I'm a man of principles. Okay, I
Okay.
can't agree with these catty bitches.
Since
All right, so here's what I want to say on this is I know that a lot of people will say, oh, the I've Had It ladies, the iHip News ladies were so upset about the Nebraska senator's husband not shaking Kamala's hand, and then they're just dunking and celebrating Karen Pence not shaking Trump's hand.
That's
and what I have to
funny.
say to that is that
Look, she nailed it. I'm sure there's going to be that kind of.
What I have to say about
response.
that is, yeah, but I was right.
that is a false equivalency.
Oh,
With
she says the same thing.
instance of Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, she has never sent a mob in that threatened to want to hang either one of them.
Right.
And so I did not realize that Karen Pence had that kind of game.
No, I didn't either. I was surprised.
I mean, I would think all of these people are so obsequious. I thought she just would have hopped up and shook his hand. So I was kind of, I can't believe I'm going to say this, mildly proud of Karen Pence.
Mildly impressed.
Of AKA Mother. Now, of course, Pence.
Oh, they're saying that because I think Pence calls his wife Mother or something.
Oh,
I think
does
that's
he?
like a nickname for her.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
I think that's weird. I think
So
that's
there.
fucking weird.
Is it? You don't
Yeah.
call Sammy Mommy? Mommy Sammy.
I mean, not in public.
Oh, so moving
You know,
on.
he got up. It was kind of a half-ass handshake, but wasn't he seated next to Al Gore?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just.
I mean, listen, you can't give Pence too much, shit. I mean, he did tell Trump to fuck off on January 6th. Okay, he said no.
He ran for president and tried to be like, I am the savior of America, as Trump is like at polling 50% in the primary.
Just interesting in that Kamala Harris switched her and Doug. So she wasn't seated closer to Trump, which I loved that.
I want to tell you this. You and I
They're like, they totally noticed that Kamala switched seats with her husband so she wouldn't have to be close to Trump. You
That's
noticed
funny.
that she did that? Like
I didn't notice. I did not notice that she switched
I
seats,
did.
no.
I did. She's like, you go in front of me. I want to get the catty look.
predicted a long time ago during the race that Trump was kind of obsessed with Kamala, and maybe even like, because he never attacked her appearance. It was because that's his number one go-to,
especially with women.
So as the vice president walks in, Trump is like full blown like staring her down. And he's sitting there, of course, next to Obama, but he kind of keeps his eyes on her. And I just thought it was kind of interesting.
Oh, you're right. That's hilarious.
See, she does this. She does the switcheroo.
I
does
didn't
the
catch
switcheroo.
that. That's good. I'll listen.
She's
That's
like,
funny.
I'm sitting here.
That's
You're
good.
sitting. Protect
That's
me.
good. That's good.
Protect me, my man, from that evil sexist.
Well, listen, she didn't want Trump
undressing me
kicking the
with
back
her
of her
eyes.
chair. Okay.
Because I've always kind of thought that she's the type of woman that he would kind of like. He donated to her campaign when she was in California running for district attorney, I believe, or maybe it was attorney general.
I can't remember.
But I thought that was really interesting. And then this video here with Obama and Trump chit-chatting and kind of laughing. And before we play the video, I kind of want to talk about kind of how I think this went down. And here's what I think happened. I think Kamala's like, listen up, motherfuckers, because that's her favorite cuss word, is motherfucker.
What? How do we not know that? Motherfucker is her favorite cuss word?
I mean, was she on Inside the Actors Studio or something? Like,
Yeah. How do they know that?
Listen up, motherfuckers. I am not sitting by him. And Hillary Clinton's like, I am not sitting by him. He stinks. You never know if his diaper is going to have been changed.
Right.
My God, this is gold. This is gold. The Trump diaper. Who changes the Trump diaper?
Gore's like, I'm out. Mike Pence and Mother are like, we're not doing it. George W. Bush is like, no fucking way am I sitting next to that guy. And Obama.
This is like massive headcanon. Do you really think this is going on in all these people's heads? Yeah. No. It is going on in Hillary's head and Kamala's head, obviously.
Well, I could think that she's like, I don't want to sit next to Trump. I mean, like, I could understand that, but like, not the whole diaper. And it's just like, fuck him. I don't want to sit next to this piece of shit.
Well,
not
but,
like,
I mean,
he
Bush
has a
would-
stinky diaper on. Like, come on.
Bush would go golfing with Trump. I can't imagine him. I don't know that there's bad blood between Bush and Trump. So,
Well, yeah, I don't know Bush. I meant Kamala.
right.
I mean, he has shit talked Bush somewhat. I don't know. I've never
Trump
actually
has?
seen. Yeah, of course.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's part of what made him popular in 2016 was that he
Shit
started-
talking the Iraq war.
Yes, and
Oh, okay, I can
before the Republican Party like accepted that position and that Bush was a shitty president.
I could see that. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a video of Bush and Trump talking, so I have no clue what the relationship is. I could see Bush being mad about that,
Sure.
but I don't know.
Like, fuck it.
He seems like a chill
I'll do
guy,
it.
you know, despite being a horrible president.
I'll do it. And so then there was a lot of hubbub, like people that were upset
But wait,
because Obama.
This headcanon is completely wrong because she didn't realize what I realized by first viewing it. They're sitting in chronological order.
Yeah, like they didn't arrange a seating chart. The seating chart is arranged in like pecking order.
No, they arranged it chronologically. So it's not like there was no thought process where they're like, okay, Bush is like, I don't want to sit next to Trump. Like he never would have sat next to Trump ever.
Right.
Or chuckling. And here's what I have to say when you're in that situation. If you're sitting there and you're Barack Obama, he just doesn't have it in his DNA to be like super cold. And to me,
God, that's so racist. That's so racist. I can't believe she said that.
Why?
I don't know. I was talking about Obama's DNA. It just offends me.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
It offends
She
me.
did. Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like it looked like he was like babysitting, like a kid was talking and he was like,
Well, and Trump was almost in his lap, leaning over.
Oh, the body language
Body
experts.
language.
I mean, Trump, you can tell.
They're so.
This is hilarious.
They're so chapped that they had a good interaction that they completely have to recast it as like Obama being condescending.
I know. It's so interesting. Oh, no. He was babysitting Trump. He was, yeah, you're right.
He wasn't having fun at all. No. It was
Interesting.
completely different from what everyone else viewed.
Mm-hmm.
This is the TDS talking.
Secretly very much idolizes Obama. But let's play that clip.
looked genuine to me. Like I didn't look phony to me.
Yeah, no.
That's a good point too. Also, you know, Trump attacked Jeb a lot. So
Oh yeah, his brother.
yeah, he stole the presidency from his brother.
Oh yeah, you're right.
The Bush dynasty.
You're right. Yeah, maybe he's chapped about
2016,
it.
before Trump, everyone was like, Jeb is the shoe-in nomination. Everyone was like, it's gonna be a repeat of 1992, baby. Bush versus Clinton. You know, 2.0 was back, and then that didn't happen.
It didn't work out that way, did it?
Nope.
Poor Bush.
So
Oh
did
my
you
God.
notice in this clip that Kamala hears them chuckling? She hears the camaraderie or the conversation between Obama and Trump, and she turns around and looks at them and then turns back around and is just utterly disgusted. And I thought, I love that.
Oh my God, she said the same word I did. This
She
is
got
disgust.
The eye roll. She pointed out the eye roll that you pointed out. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. She
Does that
felt
mean you
it.
have to take the opposite position now?
No, look, she's saying that that's a good thing. I was like, that's weak sauce.
Well, I
She
think
can't
it's
even
funny,
control
I
her
mean,
emotions.
right.
I kept saying, like, why wouldn't you just fake it? Why would you so publicly show that he got under your skin? But she's like, oh my God. Yes, queen. Go.
Right,
We were
right.
all disgusted.
That woman.
I love her. I love her so much.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's awful.
Oh my God. They're gonna learn nothing. They're gonna learn nothing from this election.
I have to hear
I know.
that
I know.
again.
Turns back around and is just utterly disgusted. And I thought, I love that woman.
I love her. I love
Yeah.
her so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is a class act.
She is a class act. She is a class act.
Oh my God. That's like a good quote clip. Making YouTube
I
videos.
love her.
I love her.
Oh yeah.
I love her. I love her so much.
God, we got to go back and see if there's election night coverage.
Oh my God.
I know. I know. But immediately I was like, I wonder if they were streaming on election night.
Yes.
Yeah, she is a class act. There's no
Did you
question.
see that?
I did not notice that in particular, that look. I did notice she and Doug were giving each other the eye like, can you fucking believe that this is all happening?
Can you believe this?
Can you
America rejected us, and here we are sitting next to the guy that took it all away from us.
I know.
All right, we don't have to watch the whole thing. But this is
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I mean, we got the best part. I love her. I love her.
I just love her. I love her to death.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna have to watch this later. There's a video where they're talking about the debate.
Okay.
I'm curious.
We might be watching this on Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. This could be some primo content. Well, thank you
Oh yes.
for pointing this out to us, Orca. Where
Yeah.
was Obama's wife, though? She was in Hawaii.
Yeah, she had a hair
Hawaii.
appointment that day.
She had a hair appointment. There you go. Or maybe she was going to join Tulsi's cult.
She had Botox.
Right.
She had to do her Botox. No, actually, isn't Michelle Obama trans? Isn't that what the conspiracy theory is?
That is the conspiracy theory. Yes, the
Right.
Michelle Obama and the wife of Macron are both
She had
secret
to.
transes. Yes.
She had to go for hormone therapy.
Terrible. Terrible.
Look, I don't believe that's true. Okay.
No, it's retarded.
I don't want people to. Yes. I think she's intersex.
Oh, there you go.
No, I'm kidding. Come on. I'm
Awful.
joking.
Fondue for $5 says, so Bizarro transition Sitch and Adam show has a face revealed Sitch. There you go.
Oh
That's-
yeah.
If we were elderly women from
Mm-hmm.
the South, that's what we look like in another universe.
Yeah. This is
SB
so
SB
good. Go ahead.
SB Elite for $5 says Adam is now confirmed broke. His house is okay in the fires. Emojis broke noir alert.
Oh yeah, I live in the safe part of town, nestled in with a bunch of other houses in a high density area. So.
Oh, they're saying you're broke because you didn't live where all the celebrities live.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
gotcha. Yeah.
I've been there. I went to a
right.
nightclub there once when I was in college, and it was super cool little seaside town.
Sitch SS Division reigns supreme. Terrible.
Oh.
Equal Shit Ox for $5 says randomly skipped on an old stream and was greeted with Jerry Nadler sharding. Thanks, Adam. Very cool. Wasn't that yesterday or Thursday?
Last week sometime, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I got to keep it interesting.
Right. Mongolian Leprechaun Serverman from Saturn for $5 says, have you guys heard of a video called Geese by RuneSmith? It's hilarious. Let's just say it's anti-geese propaganda.
Have not, no.
I'll check it out. I mean, aren't geese like bastards?
Bastards?
Yeah, everyone hates geese. They're assholes. Bob and Go for $5 says, speaking of bird fights, did you guys catch the Michaela Peterson, Candace Owens conversation on Pierce? Get that man some popcorn. I did. Yeah, there's a couple moments where they kind of, go at each other. But it was kind of, I thought, boring overall. So I don't know, maybe we'll watch the little bits of pieces of it. So
I'm not really a Michaela Peterson fan, so
right.
And I'm not really.
Yeah. I'm not a Michaela Peterson fan either, but I despise Candace Owens. So it's kind of one of those situations. You're like, oh, okay. Candace Owens is so catty and passive aggressive. It's like ridiculous. Yeah. Like if you watch her on her own show, she's like, oh my God, this person's an evil demon incarnate. She's the worst person ever. And when you watch her in a conversation with a person, she's like completely like stone faced, like, hello, I am Candace Owens bot. I did not say bad thing. Why do you attack me? I am a nice person.
That's so the internet, but
yeah. Well, she learned. She's like, I will never ever do a repeat of the Dave Rubin Blair White conversation. That's what she learned. Candace Owens. She's like, I'm never going to be in the guys screeching at Blair White conversation ever again. So now she just does everything like as stoic and reserved as possible.
I mean, that kind of launched her, though.
You're right. She should go back to that.
Match, yeah.
She should go back to that. Yeah.
Now she's too sophisticated.
She's a good Christian. I'm a mother. Now, yes.
I'm a mom. I'm a mom who likes Adolf Hitler.
I saw this guy that was, I don't know if it was true. He was like, oh, Candace Owens is based because she's like questioning the fucking World War II fucking history. I'm like, no, really? Is that true?
Because she's hip to the JQ.
I was like, is that true? I know she's like really been pushing a lot of Israel stuff,
right?
But I didn't know if she went full JQ. Okay, I figured it out. Here's all you need to know about Candace Owens. It's very simple. Candace Owens is a very simple person. All she does is just reacts to whoever the last person is that attacked her. Okay.
True. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
In high school, she got an angry racist message and she reacted to that. And that's how she was woke or not woke, but like very, more on the left and was more like, I'm going to create an anti-bullying, doxing website, right? Because she got bullied in high school. And then she gets attacked by Zoe Quinn and the woke SJW leftists. And then she goes like, now I'm going to be on the right. I'm getting attacked by the left. I'm going to just switch, be on the right. And then she gets fired from the Daily Wire and they attack her. And she's like, well, now I fucking hate Israel and Jews.
Now they're going to be a Nazi.
Right. Yeah, so just like,
I'll show that little hat man on the Daily Wire.
Right. I just feel like whoever attacks her, she just like reacts to it, just goes in like really hard in that direction. It's like, oh, how dare you?
Wow. So if the white nationalists attack her, she's going to be an SJW again.
Yes. If you get the Groypers attacking Candace Owens, she's going to go full woke again. Okay. Mark my words.
It'll be all over.
Right. Lives and Devs Wall specifically for $2 says Mr. T said cut the jabber jabber fool. Terrible.
True.
Alex Rye for $2 says the honest Abe of our time, Diaper Don.
Diaper Don. Is this because sometimes you like we're not in the left wing bubble. It wouldn't surprise me if they have some whole lore about Donald Trump wearing Depends and shitting himself all day.
I mean, listen, I've seen that picture of him playing tennis. He's got the big orca butt. Maybe it is a diaper. Okay?
Oh wow.
Maybe it is a diaper. That all makes sense, right?
Poor Donald.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says many of these activists say things like, well, Michael Phelps was born with abnormally long arms, but we let him compete and such. We share 80 to 90% of our DNA with grizzly bears. Get in the ring with Smokey or you're a bigot. Yeah. No, they do say that. The whole point is it's like we do not segregate sports based on swimming based on arm length. We segregate it based on sex. Just like we segregate, fighting, boxing based on sex and weight class. That's the line. It's not based on like
sometimes
fast twitch muscle fiber capacity or something. So
I guess we don't necessarily segregate on age, but we do take age into account.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can compete.
We drop people who are too fucking old to compete, so we do segregate.
Well, that's how you get the horrible Paul versus Tyson fight, which was depressing and sad. So.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says modern transgenderism is largely changing your clothes and acting slightly different. Changing your clothes to fit in for clout. Could there be a term for that? Maybe a fashion trend?
Oh, yeah.
Terrible.
The fashionistas.
Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, I saw that Mosler autogynephilia study in November. I'm so glad this stupid Twitter interaction is paying dividends. AGP is only a psychological condition and men testing for women for it is prima facie retarded. Yeah, it is. And I did see it a while ago. I don't know if it was that same Twitter thread, but I looked at it the first time and I was like, this is so bafflingly stupid. I don't know how anyone could take this seriously just on its face. So
that's funny. You're always great at looking into those studies. I know they're just full of shit.
Right. You just tell someone that, like, could women be autogynephilias? And you should be like, that doesn't even make sense. What the fuck are you talking about?
It doesn't remotely make sense.
Right.
Yeah. Dumb.
Solid for 2 hours says a couple of my Streamlabs last time were missed. One about Mr. Terry history, and another one about Superman. There's a third one saying you forgot them, but you can skip that. Sorry about sending too many at the wrong time. Well, don't apologize.
Yeah.
I like money.
Look, it's Sitch's fault.
Right. Sometimes it doesn't refresh. Let's see. Solid for 2 hours. This is from Thursday. Says, I'm not a huge fan of the 1978 Superman movie, but this was pre-crisis Superman where he had insane powers. And one pre-crisis comic, he destroyed an entire universe by sneezing.
Ooh.
That is true. I know pre-crisis. I used to lurk on these stupid who wins in the fight between Superman and Goku message boards. And they'd always be like, is it pre-crisis? Is it post-crisis? Superman. So I know there's always like ridiculous feats for Superman. The movie's probably its own continuity though, but you were correct. It is a pre-crisis movie continuity. Saw for $2 says you forgot. Oh, I read that one. Wait, you forgot my Streamlabs asking about Mr. Terry history. Mr. Terry history.
Who's that?
I
gotta subscribe to this channel and ring the bell. I can be abreast of the situation.
Solid for 2 hours says, how do you respond to people like Mr. Terry history who say the left isn't crazy? The algorithm just makes it seem that way. He was responding to Shu's election post-mortem. He might be conflating liberals with the left. Well, I'll check it out. I'm unfamiliar with this YouTuber, Mr. Terry history. It depends what you mean, because I don't think most Americans who are on the left are crazy. But if you're in the internet space, you're probably going to be crazy in the political content, because that's what drives a lot of views, is to be like crazy or extreme or whatever. So,
yeah, we just pretend to be crazy and extreme, so people will like us.
Saul says, for $2 says, on James Gunn saying battered Superman represents America, I read the full quote, and Sitch's interpretation is 100% right. Thank you. As always.
Oh, good.
As liberal as he is, he basically is saying there's very fine people on both sides. I called it.
I think you read that one last time.
Oh, I'm just reading them in case I missed them. I read that one. Okay, I think I got them all.
Have you seen Rush Hour? The first one.
Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth?
So I guess you have seen it.
How do you know war? Everyone knows war.
Right.
Yeah.
War. Good God. Do the one where he's in the bar with all the black people. Do that one.
What's up, my?
You almost did it.
You know, it's so interesting. That's such a movie that
couldn't get made
exist.
today. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it could now. Like we're starting to get like away from. Couldn't exist in like the last 10 years. You have, you know, Chris Tucker acting like very stereotypically, like
Black,
offensively, you know, black, like negative stereotypes, and you have Jackie Chan as kind of being like the bumbling, you know, fish out of water, like kung fu Asian super cop.
The guy even says, I'm not going to have some Chung King cop like messing up my investigation.
Yeah, there's a lot of racism in that movie.
Yes. Open.
Right.
Yes. Open racism.
But it's all done for the sake of comedy. And of course, it's about Chris Tucker.
I wasn't offended by any of it, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's all about Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan, you know, learning to become friends.
Yeah.
Right, despite their cultural differences.
It's a great message. Yeah,
it is.
exactly.
It's a great message. It's a funny movie. I like
and it's
the
a
first
take
one.
on like the buddy cop movie that's just original. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a the first Rush Hour is a just flat out good buddy cop movie.
Yeah.
I kind of vaguely recall the second and third one being meh, but I don't really remember them. I don't remember really any parts of the movie except I didn't like them that much.
I had never seen Rush Hour. I just watched Rush Hour last night with my wife.
What?
So that's yeah. That's
How is that possible?
Look, my wife did that exact same thing to me when I said I'd never seen Rush Hour. She did the what? So we looked it up and watched it. Yeah, it's
oh my
totally
God,
hilarious.
I remember even in high school, and even my friends and even my family, like the "Do you understand the words come out of my mouth?" That was like a meme that was so
of course, so many memes
like used. Yeah.
You went to all the memes because
Yes.
that movie, there's like it's full of them. It totally is.
My parents were huge Jackie Chan fans, so we saw like all.
Really?
Yes, we watched all the Jackie Chan movies. Like I don't know how. Somehow my dad found like Rumble in the Bronx like a million years ago.
That was like the first one, right? That was the one that launched his American career, the Rumble in the Bronx.
Yes, that was that was a big one that launched his career. It's still when I think it's funny because it's dubbed. I think it's his voice, but he like dubbed himself, so you could see his mouth move. Because in his old movies, like he didn't speak English anywhere near as well as he does now. So
I remember Rumble in the Bronx.
yeah, no, Rumble in the Bronx, Super Cop, Who Am I? Jackie Chan was like
he was huge, yeah.
Back in those days, he was such a good action star. Oh my God,
yeah.
He's one of the best. He's one of the best. If you haven't seen Jackie Chan movies, you should go back. He is like great martial artist, but he'd always do it like funny. He had like a funny way of fighting that was very special and unique to him specifically.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, originally they wanted him to be the male lead in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Really? Wow.
It was supposed to be Jackie Chan. I think he didn't do it because it's like he has some weird issue with like his own daughter or stepdaughter. Or, I don't know. He has some estranged daughter. So he's some weird family situation. And I think the theme of the movie.
I think it's his son. He's estranged from his son.
Oh, maybe it's
his
son.
Sounds like a drug addict. Fuck up.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think like there's like the theme of the movie like didn't sit with him because of his own life. But it ended up being good because, you know, you had what's his face, I forget his name, the guy that was, you know, Short Round and Indiana Jones, who'd never been in anything really after that, and he got his chance and he did very well in the movie. He was great in the movie. You could kind of see, now that I say that, you could probably look back and you see, oh, he kind of looks like Jackie Chan in terms of like the way they dressed him. Like you could see Jackie Chan like perfectly in that like outfit and like attacking people with the little fanny pack and everything.
Oh yeah.
It's very Jackie Chan-esque sort of. So, but no, I'm glad. So I'm glad that that he got, they got to do that role.
Stephen Chow is the other great one with Kung Fu Hustle and Shaolin Soccer.
I just showed Kung Fu Hustle to Sammy. She never seen it before.
Okay. So, yeah, that movie's
movie.
hilarious. So good. So funny.
Dr. Doolittle for $2 says one thing missing is Newsom taking up fiddling. There you go.
Is he really? Is that no?
No, like fiddling while Rome burns.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Newsom is fiddling as LA burns. Dr. Doolittle for $2 says it occurs to me that I send these super chats which go partially to Sitch, which potentially goes to Sammy, who sends me threatening letters every week to get me to leave S class. Am I funding my own harassment? Is this true? Sammy,
is that happening?
Sammy, you're no longer allowed to send threatening letters to my top rank S class general, Dr. Diddler. Okay, put my foot down.
Does Sammy G outrank Dr. Diddler, or who's higher rank in the S class?
That's a good question. I mean, Sammy just has to automatically outrank Dr. Diddler.
Yeah,
right.
That's why I'm bringing it up, is to stoke conflict in the S class.
Yes. But listen, we are a meritocracy in S class, so I don't want none of this favoritism, okay, to be used against Dr. Diddler.
I am S class's TikTok. I am here to create conflict.
There you go. Clowny Moose Bean for 20 months. Thank you. Of Discipline Equals Freedom says S class is Tarantris, and A team is Knifea.
Sounds great.
I don't know what that means.
It means
those
cool
are pals from Pal World.
Oh yeah, Knifea. I remember that one.
Okay. Why am I this weird spider thing? I don't know how I feel about this. At least make me like a hotter Pokemon or Pal. And then Adam is like this weird emo chick. Okay.
Cool. I'll take it.
Muggy for 21 months. 3 Rule Seekers. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Adam, you all right? You being where you are, is this going to affect the comics?
No, not at all. The comics should be here. I mean, any day. They're being shipped. So, and I got a few copies already. So it looks great. Looks fantastic. I can't wait to send it out. What may affect the comic is not the fires or the printing, but Sitch actually dragging his fucking goddamn feet on making the drawings, the original Sitch drawings that many of you have purchased. Sitch is still lollygagging around on actually sending them to me. So
there you go.
I'll be on here blaming him, saying, "Oh my God, I would love it if I could put these comics in the mail to you," but
there you go. You can use me as your excuse.
Sitch dragging his feet.
It is.
Well, look, I'm going to mail the ones out that didn't. But look, if those ones are the last ones to go, I'd prefer them to be the first ones.
I'll get them out. I'll get you those drawings. I'll send them first class airmail, baby.
Okay.
Overnight.
I'll send you a copy of the comic so you can.
Thank you.
Read it and love it.
Harrison Dill for $5 says Donald Trump wants to make Canada and Greenland and Mexico U.S. states. Sounds fascist to me. I mean, if it would be if he started fucking taking over those countries.
If he
it wouldn't
did
be fascist,
yeah.
but it would be very authoritarianly military-ish. But that's not going to happen. Though supposedly there is some kind of talk between the U.S., Trump, Greenland, and Denmark now. Denmark doesn't want to sell Greenland to America, obviously, but there's some kind of talk to do something. Maybe we're going to end up with a military base there.
Well, I think Greenland is more interested in independence from Denmark. So I think there's talk of them being independent and us being in some sort of diplomatic relationship with them as an independent nation.
Right.
Which, whatever works, right?
Yep.
Everyone wants to be independent these days.
I think they have some legal mechanism to be independent, but they are not actually independent.
Well, and I think they've been pursuing independence for a while.
Yes.
So I don't know, you don't know the politics of the place. So it's hard for me to weigh in on situations like this where you don't really know the
Who's
situation with
what in Denmark
yeah,
or
exactly.
Greenland, yeah.
God, I know. I mean, this kind of talk would infuriate us as Americans, obviously. Like if Mexico was talking about absorbing America into Mexico, oh God, we'd be fucking, what the fuck?
Right.
But now we're openly talking about absorbing.
The Canada Mexico thing is just a troll. I mean, it's not real. But...
Yeah.
Alex Wright from $5 says Kinzinger said he smelled, and the theory is he's incontinent and he's been shitting himself for 40 years because he's on speed or some upper.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I mean, I could guess that part. I didn't know there was an Adam Kinzinger saying Donald Trump smelled. I never heard that one before. So there you go.
Wow.
Fondue for $5 says, forget about the ducks. Could you fight Jackie Chan in a furniture factory as he's holding a baby while not wanting any trouble?
No.
Of course not. That's like saying, can you beat Saitama in a fight? Obviously, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
I would not want to fight Jackie Chan.
No. Especially when he doesn't want no trouble.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was just trying to be friendly.
Anyways.
All right. Look at that. What is my isekai protagonist up to this week? Anything good? Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there some harmonica?
What?
There it is. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true free will seeker. You are the true isekai protagonist. You are the true person who would befriend Jackie Chan because he doesn't want any trouble and would team up with him to defeat an army, a literal army of horse-sized ducks and great blue herons. All would fall to the fists and kicks of the Jackie Chan S-Class A-Team team up. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. And thank you so much, Lucy Lemonbug, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Bye-bye, everyone. You have a good night.
Okay.
All right.